Chapter 327. Lin Xian's move shocked everyone, but most of them were envious and jealous. If they had powerful martial skills, they would be able to do the same. On the other hand, Ling Ying rushed past Lin Xian. Originally, Ling Ying was in front of Lin Xian, but Lin Xian used Blink to appear in front of her. This made Ling Ying unhappy. You want to compete? I can't beat you in bed, but do you think I can't beat you in this kind of group attack? Schwa. The shadows of the surrounding dozens of dark, venomous spiders twisted under the light. That's right, they twisted just like that. In the next instant, all of the dark, venomous spiders' bodies twisted. Then, they were all killed in an instant. Everyone, dark element. It's really domineering. Lin Xian was speechless. This was not a martial skill, but a dark element ability. It was similar to spatial explosion and spatial compression. It was very domineering. First, it twisted the shadows of the target, then the target's body would be twisted along with the shadows, then torn apart and killed. It was the complete opposite. Han Chuxue did not seem to admit defeat. Her past self had returned in this kind of situation. She passed by Ling Ying and rushed further away. After passing by many dark venom spiders, Lin Xian thought that she was going to go even further. In the next instant, the area that Han Chuxue had passed by froze. In the blink of an eye, the area of dozens of meters was frozen. Then, Han Chuxue stopped and waved her spiritual artifact. Ka! All of the ice crystals shattered, and all of the dark venomous spiders turned into pieces. Even their blood was frozen and could not flow out. The three of them made one move each, and the area in front of them was cleared. The group of mysterious Heaven Realm experts behind them were stunned. Damn, this was the difference. No, this was not the difference in strength, but the difference in martial skills, or the difference in attributes. Most of them were of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. There were not many of them with the fire attribute. Their realms were high, but they did not have powerful martial skills, nor did they have the ability to kill groups. This was also the difference. Little Ling Ying. Look at how good little Chuxue is killing monsters. What about you? How bloody? Lin Xian said as he walked past Ling Ying. Ling Ying secretly clenched her fists. She really wanted to silently stretch out her leg and trip Lin Xian when he passed by. The people behind him quickly caught up. They were also very concerned about the appearance of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Some people knew them, so they didn't come up to talk to them. They knew it was useless, so they could only watch them from afar. And some people really came over to strike up a conversation. This is the reaction of a normal man. Lin Xian glanced at those who didn't approach them. Even if they were conversing, they were more or less sneaking glances at the two girls. As for the two mysterious Heaven Realm experts in the corner, they were also watching, but when they saw Lin Xian looking over, they moved their gazes away at the same time. This might be normal, but when the others saw Lin Xian looking at them, they would not look away. This meant that those two people were indeed abnormal. Perhaps they didn't even realize that it was precisely because they didn't want to have any interaction with Lin Xian and the others and didn't want to reveal any flaws. That became their flaw. Let's go. Ling Ying grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. He was really annoyed to death by these guys trying to hit on him. Then, the three of them opened up a path in front. After turning a corner, in front of them, including the walls and even the ceiling, were filled with dark venomous spiders. Their levels weren't high, and there weren't even 5 stars arcane body realm. This was normal. They could kill them in an instant. Chuxue, take care of them. The people behind followed and subconsciously wanted to fight. Ling Ying said to Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue stabbed her sword into the ground in front of her. Then, she abruptly spun around, and a terrifying power burst out. Her long dress and beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Lin Xian subconsciously used his arm to block in front of him. In front of him, a powerful cold energy surged forward like a gust of wind. The entire cave, which was over 10 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters tall, quickly turned into a tunnel of ice and snow. This Han Chuxue was only 9 stars arcane body realm. The strength, range, and speed of this cold energy were truly terrifying. No wonder Ling Ying had said that in terms of cold energy, Qin Shout Eon was only fit to carry Han Chushue's shoes. Lin Xian wasn't sure how Han Chushue's control of cold energy was compared to Xiao Runing's, but she was definitely extremely strong. Lin Xian also had the ice attribute, but he felt that compared to Han Chushue, he was just a smelly little brother. This was the true power of frost. The people behind were dumbfounded. This kind of cold energy, this kind of range, even mysterious heaven realm cultivators like them didn't dare to take it head-on. There were even some people who felt that this was the demonic beast territory and coveted them. But now, they were all gone. They weren't sure of Han Chushue's cultivation, but they could feel that this was the power of a 9 stars arcane body realm cultivator. But even so, those 1 and 2 stars arcane body realm cultivators didn't have the courage to fight. This martial technique is at least 7 stars earth realm. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. More or less, Han Chushue said, and then walked forward. At the same time, a wave of energy slowly rose from her delicate body. 10 stars arcane body realm. Wow! Lin Xian was very envious. But he wasn't far from 10 stars arcane body realm. This was the benefit of martial techniques and attributes. It was a very direct example. The speed at which one leveled up was different. How could a metal attribute and lightning attribute compare to the leveling speed? The metal attribute increased one's strength and physical defense, and it didn't even have to release energy. But what about the lightning attribute? There was a powerful martial technique that could easily release a big move with a range of tens of meters. It was the same for the ice attribute, and the wind attribute wasn't bad either. That was why this world was indeed unfair. It was destined from birth. Although Han Chushue had stolen so many demonic beasts, no one had any complaints. Their goal here wasn't to level up. Leveling up was just a side benefit. They were all here for the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit. With Han Chushue and the others clearing out the dark venomous spiders so efficiently, they saved a lot of effort. As for experience, they didn't care. Preserving their spiritual power and strength was the most important thing when the time came to fight for the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit. As for Lin Xian and the others, leveling up was the most important thing, and the Dark Abyss Devil Spirit was to be brought along. After walking for about 5 minutes or so, the number of demonic beasts rapidly decreased. For some reason, Lin Xian and the others felt like there was a dividing line. At the same time, several branches appeared in front of them. Let's go. Lin Xian quickened his pace and rushed directly into one of the tunnels. The few people from the Evil Fiend Shrine who were following behind them chased after them, but they were no longer there. Division Leader Jiang, we lost them. One of them hid in a corner and whispered softly, "What's the rush? We're already underground. We're not sure if there are any branches here." Chapter 328. What he didn't know was that when he spoke, there was no one beside him other than his partner. In fact, Ling Ying was right beside him. On the way, Lin Xian told Ling Ying and the others about the news. Because of this, Lin Xian deliberately quickened his pace. The 3 of them walked at the front. It seemed like they had left, but in reality, Lin Xian had asked Ling Ying to use the dark element to secretly approach him and see how he would react. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up after hearing his words. Although Lin Xian wasn't usually very reliable, in this situation, he was too reliable. He was so meticulous that Ling Ying felt that he was much better than a girl. She left silently. They didn't even know that their conversation had been overheard. How was it? Lin Xian and Han Chushue were waiting in the cave ahead. When they saw Ling Ying appear beside them, Lin Xian asked, "You were right. They did follow us all the way here." "Where did they hear it?" Lin Xian asked. "I vaguely heard that it was Branch Leader Jiang," Ling Ying said. "Branch Leader Jiang? Jiang family." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If it was the Jiang family, then Lin Xian was sure. The Jiang family had been too quiet since the beginning. This might be the calm before the storm, but to be honest, if the Jiang family didn't appear soon, Lin Xian would have forgotten about them. "Is it the Jiang family from Tianhua City? I remember that you severely injured Jiang Tianhao from the Jiang family. I was there at the time." Ling Ying peeled a lollipop, but it was snatched away by Lin Xian. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and peeled another one in silence. "Not only that, that guy was discharged from the hospital and came to kill me. I killed him. Ling Ying, no wonder the Jiang clan is looking for you. Not only that, but I also killed his brother, Jiang Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu, the one from the evil fiend hall? Lin Xian nodded. It's obvious that the Jiang family is in cahoots with the evil fiend temple. Not only Jiang Tianyu, that Jiang Tianhao might be one as well. Even those people who came today might be evil fiend temple's people. Since you heard that they were contacting branch leader Jiang, then it must be someone from the Jiang family. So basically, the Jiang family is involved with the evil divine palace, but there is no evidence. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Big brother, you still want evidence? Now that we're trapped here, we might die. Ling Ying really couldn't understand Lin Xian's brain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before replying. This time, the weakest among them are at least 4 stars of the profound heaven realm. How do you know? Ling Ying asked in surprise. Didn't you all notice the power released by those few people during the battle just now? Lin Xian made up a story. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had the eye of spiritual insight, right? He could tell them, but this ability was too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it to them, so he didn't bother to tell them. All right, then what should we do? I might be able to fight 2 or 3 of them, but if there are too many of them, or if there are stronger ones, then there's nothing I can do. Ling Ying was at 2 stars of the arcane body realm, and she was confident that she could fight 2 or 3 5 stars of the arcane body realm. However, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue were both at the arcane body realm. Even a 10 stars arcane body realm martial artist would find it difficult to fight against a profound heaven realm martial artist. Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian could do it, but she also knew how serious Lin Xian's injuries were last time. Han Chuxue could do it too, but one was her limit. After all, this was the difference of a large realm. But we're all geniuses. Lin Xian grinned. You're really shameless, saying that you're a genius. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Hee. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, the evil fiend temple is actually just like that. They only give people a terrifying impression because of their fame, but in reality, most of them aren't much different from ordinary martial artists. As long as Chuxue and I reach the profound heaven realm, with our attributes and many high-grade martial skills, it won't be a problem to fight a few of them. Even if we can't beat them, our dark and spatial attributes can still temporarily run away, but we can't directly leave the 10,000 spider cave. The most important thing was that Lin Xian didn't say that he had a trump card in his hands. It was also his confidence. Profound heaven realm? You think it's water? Chuxue just reached the 10 stars arcane body realm and can advance to the profound heaven realm. Without the experience of 20 profound heaven realm demonic beasts, she won't be able to advance. Even if there are many demonic beasts here, with the 2 of you together, 40 profound heaven realm demonic beasts, you won't be able to handle it, big brother. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Lin Xian's words were indeed correct. They were confident that they could fight and win against opponents of the same realm that were several levels higher. But they had to be in the same realm. Lin Xian's lips curled up, then he looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue saw Lin Xian's gaze and subconsciously took a step back. She didn't know why she took a step back, but she felt that it wasn't safe. Chuxue, call me big brother, and I'll let you advance to the profound heaven realm now. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were stunned. Don't talk nonsense. There are 2 options now. Either we continue to go deeper until they can't find us, or we find a chance to return. But I think the cave entrance should already be guarded by their people. Ling Ying definitely didn't believe that Lin Xian could let Han Chuxue advance to the profound heaven realm. There's a third option. Chuxue and I will both advance to the profound heaven realm. Ling Ying frowned slightly, but she also felt that such an impossible thing was possible for Lin Xian. Before this, she didn't think that there was any medicine in the world that could raise a cultivator's attribute purity by so much. She didn't even believe that there were pills in Xinxia novels. But didn't cultivators have to rely on killing demonic beasts to raise their cultivation? But she also felt that Lin Xian wasn't joking, because the current situation wasn't suitable for joking. To be honest, she was very curious. Chuxue, why don't you call out? Ling Ying said to Han Chuxue with a smile. Han Chuxue's face turned red, but no one could see it in this dark environment. The light had already been extinguished because it would attract the attention of others. I won't. How could a girl like Han Chuxue know how to call out? You can call out, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linging also nodded. Although she was unhappy, she wanted to see if Lin Xian was telling the truth. Then, all right, but I don't have any other meaning. Han Chuxue hesitated for a few seconds before saying softly, understood, understood, understood. Lin Xian didn't need any other meaning. He just felt that it would be super satisfying to make a girl like Han Chuxue call out, good, good, good brother. Han Chuxue called out hesitantly. Ding. Detected little sister's shyness. Scum value plus 50,000. Ding. Han Chuxue's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian expressed that he really couldn't understand this girl's thoughts and couldn't guess them. Could her favorability increase just because she was shy? Then wouldn't her favorability explode if he entered? Chapter 329. Linging looked at Lin Xian angrily. Really? This guy is too infuriating. In the past, she would never explode because of a man's words, nor would she have any special emotions because of someone else's words or actions. However, ever since she met Lin Xian, she realized that she had met her nemesis. Are you giving it to me or not? Linging glared at Lin Xian. Please treat me better, thank you. Lin Xian said. Linging, then Lin Xian said, ask me when you're about to break through. I'm not giving it to you now. You must be thinking of other big sisters. You must give it to other big sisters. Linging said faintly. Yeah. Linging, I feel like beating someone up. Lin Xian then said, now, let's continue forward. I need to break through to the arcane body realm 10 stars, and then use the heaven star fruit to break through to the arcane heaven realm. That way, with the 3 of us in the arcane heaven realm, we should have no problem fighting 6 or 7 arcane heaven realm 5 stars. How much more do you need? Lin Xian said, soon. Half of the experience. The hardest realm to break through was that realm. The experience required was many times more than the previous realm. However, it just so happened that the starry fruit could allow Lin Xian to directly skip this level. This was their final gamble. Right now, Lin Xian didn't know how many people were surrounding them and how strong they were. However, the weakest of them was around the arcane heaven realm 5 stars. This was bad news. Arcane Heaven Realm 5 stars, but they couldn't all be Arcane Heaven Realm 5 stars. They could only think of the worst. There were even stronger ones. Even stronger, Lin Xian had the Heaven's Wrath Needle, but they hoped that there wouldn't be too many. As for whether or not he could escape, it was very difficult. This place was already very far away from the outside world. If they went back, they wouldn't know if they would meet people from the evil divine palace or the Jiang family. Instead, they would be discovered by them. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in the light. Even if Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, he couldn't have done such a long-distance spatial jump. Therefore, the best choice now was for them to hide in the dark, improve themselves, and let the enemy jump into their trap. As long as there was no suppression of a large realm, even if there was a gap of 4 or 5 stars, with their abilities, they could definitely make up for it. Go. Then, the 3 of them quickly walked into the depths. Not many people had come in, but there were already people in front of them. Therefore, there weren't many demonic beasts left. The area in front of them was like a node. As for how high they were from the ground, it wasn't clear. However, one thing was for sure. They must be slowly moving underground. In front of him, there was a corpse emitting a foul stench. It was not because it was rotten, but because it had just died. But because of the poison, the corpse had already begun to rot. It was enough to show how strong the poison was. Those who came here must be at the mysterious heaven realm. For a mysterious heaven realm expert to die here, it's very dangerous. Han Chuxue looked around vigilantly. In this place, they naturally had to bring light, because it was too dangerous. What's going on? There's more than one corpse. As they continued to move forward, they discovered that one corpse after another appeared before them. At a distance of about 500 meters, they discovered no less than 5 corpses. If one mysterious heaven realm expert died here, it might be because of carelessness. But if there were 5, then it was definitely a disaster. Lin Xian released the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit allowed Lin Xian to discover all kinds of barriers, hidden mechanisms, secret doors, and even the direction of heaven and earth spiritual energy. When the Eye of Cave Spirit was released, Lin Xian was surprised to find that there was actually heaven and earth spiritual energy pouring into the cave. No, to be precise, there was something even deeper releasing heaven and earth spiritual energy pouring out. This was good news. In other words, there was some kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the depths of the 10,000 Spider Cave. As for what it was, no one knew. Or perhaps it was the Abyss Yama spirit. Lin Xian did not discover anything else, but after activating the Eye of Cave Spirit, Lin Xian could see everything around him without any pressure, even if there was no light. It was as if he was wearing a night detector. Lin Xian felt that there was a need to activate the Eye of Cave Spirit, especially after seeing the 5 mysterious Heaven Realm corpses. After advancing for a period of time, several more caves appeared. The surroundings were filled with huge spider webs. If they were careless and stuck to the webs, they might need a long time to get off. This was not the main problem. The main problem was that the spider webs were highly poisonous. Ling Ying glanced at the two and said, "Inject the serum. The poisonous gas in the air here has reached a level where it can harm us." Okay. Then, they took out the serum. "I feel dizzy. I can't do it." Lin Xian watched the two women inject themselves with the serum without any hesitation. Then, he felt that he was too weak. They had experience and might often inject themselves with certain kinds of injections, but Lin Xian did not. He had taken injections before, but he had never pricked himself. He just felt that he could not do it. If you asked Lin Xian to stab himself in the palm, he would not be afraid. In fact, he would not hesitate because he had done it before. However, this kind of thing that he had never done before might be even less dangerous. He needed the first time. Useless. Ling Ying took the needle from Lin Xian and injected it into him. "Ouch!" Lin Xian cried out. "You did it on purpose." They had only stabbed him a little, but Lin Xian felt that his arm was about to be pierced by Ling Ying. Ling Ying revealed a sly smile. "Yes, on purpose. Lin Xian. Go, go, go." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and scanned the front with his eye of spiritual insight. Strange, all 5 mysterious Heaven Realm cultivators are dead. Why haven't we seen a single dark venomous spider yet? Lin Xian muttered to himself. It's simple. This proves that other cultivators have already passed by. There are many demonic beast corpses around, but it's obviously very dangerous. Ling Ying said, "Which path should we take?" Ling Ying asked Lin Xian. Although she was stronger than Lin Xian, she was really used to having Lin Xian as her backbone and listening to Lin Xian's orders. Many branches had appeared again. This was good news. The more branches there were, the harder it would be for the evil fiend hall cultivators to find them. They would have to split up and enter 1 or 2 caves. This way, they would not be able to gather in a short period of time. Then, Lin Xian and the others might be able to kill them gradually. Otherwise, it might cause the 3 of them to be surrounded by more than 10 people. In that case, even if they all advanced to the mysterious Heaven Realm, it would be difficult to fight. Lin Xian pointed at the leftmost branch, because the Eye of Spiritual Insight could see that the denser heaven and earth spiritual energy was being released from there. Chapter 330. They did not ask Lin Xian why, because they did not know that Lin Xian had the Eye of Cave Spirit. They followed him into the leftmost cave. When they walked in, they found a problem. There were no traces of humans in this cave. The ground of the cave was made of stone, but it was covered in soil. Footprints could be seen. Based on their experience, they looked at the ground the moment they entered. After walking for a while, they did not find any footprints, which meant that no one had been here before. Those martial artists from before were all in other caves. As for whether these caves would converge again, it was unknown. But this was not good news, but it was also good news. The good news was that Lin Xian wanted to quickly reach Arcane Body Realm 10 stars and needed demonic beasts to provide experience. No one had been here before, which meant that there were many demonic beasts. But the bad news was that no one had been here before, which meant that it was more dangerous. But to them, it did not matter. The three of them continued to go deeper, in the incomparably quiet cave. No matter how small the sound was, it could be heard clearly. When they went deeper, they indeed saw demonic beasts. And there were many of them. These demonic beasts gave Lin Xian the feeling that they did not know that their compatriots were being slaughtered outside. They were still indifferently spinning spider webs, standing upside down on the wall above their heads, or sleeping in a corner. But when they felt the human aura of Lin Xian and the other two, they all woke up. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes suddenly lit up. This situation was quite scary. Lin Xian and the other two held their spirit weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Remember, you are my support. Give me experience. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. In the outside world, this kind of situation basically did not exist. Who did not want to grind more levels and gain more experience? Whoosh, Lin Xian rushed over. There were no less than 8 dark venomous spiders in his line of sight. The lowest was Arcane Body Realm 7 stars, and the highest was 9 stars. This was the difference. The ones he had encountered so far were all at the 1-star Arcane Body Realm, and none of them were higher than the 5-star. Han Chushua's slender body released a powerful frost energy towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian only felt his surroundings suddenly turn cold. Then, before the group of dark venom spiders in front of him could even attack, they were all sealed in ice. Han Chushua's frost energy was already terrifying, and now that she was in the profound heaven realm, it was too easy for her to freeze a 9th-star profound body realm cultivator. However, he couldn't figure out how those profound heaven realm cultivators had died there. It was impossible for an arcane body realm dark venom spider to kill it. It had to be a profound heaven realm dark venom spider. All of the dark venomous spiders were sealed in ice. Lin Xian's 1,000 evils transformed into a heavy sword. With his strength as a 9th-star arcane body realm cultivator, he directly sliced through the ice and stabbed into the dark venomous spider's head at the same time. One fatal strike, instant kill. The next few beasts were killed in the same way. This was definitely the easiest time Lin Xian had ever killed a demonic beast of this level. This sword is a little interesting. Linging saw that Lin Xian's sword could actually switch between a light sword and a heavy sword. This was something he had never heard of before. Lin Xian then landed in front of them and grinned at Han Chushue. Little Chushue, let's work together to kill monsters in the future. It's too awesome. It doesn't take any effort at all. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushue paused for a moment. She didn't know how to respond to Lin Xian, so she chose to remain silent. Lin Xian also had the ice attribute, but he couldn't do this. Even if he could, he would have to use an ice attribute martial skill. But what about Han Chushue? What she used wasn't a martial skill, but pure frost energy, just like how Lin Xian used the lightning attribute. It wasn't a martial skill. This was the terrifying aspect of Han Chushue's control over frost energy. Under such circumstances, it naturally consumed spiritual energy, but it was very, very little. Look at how beautiful you are. Linging rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Of course it's beautiful. With the frost energy controlling all the demonic beasts, I only need to deal the finishing blow and instantly kill them. This is a comfortable thing for any martial artist. Lin Xian said with a smile. Because I can only do it because I'm in the mysterious heaven realm. But if I meet a martial artist or demonic beast of the same realm, I can only use martial skills to freeze them. Han Chushue explained. That's enough. This was the strength of the ice attribute. How should it be said? Each of the major attributes had a powerful effect that couldn't be replaced. The large area control of the ice attribute was incomparable to any other attribute. Of course, space and time could be compared, but cultivating the frost energy to a certain level and cultivating the space to a certain level were two different concepts. It might take 20 years to master the frost energy, but for space, if you spent 200 years, you might not even be able to master half of it. Lin Xian himself really liked the ice attribute. Although he had the ice attribute, his control of the frost energy was still at the level of a younger brother. It was only when he used martial skills that he was powerful. If he didn't use martial skills, his frost energy would only be able to hit a little stinky brother. However, if he pushed Bing Linghua down, Lin Xian's mastery of the frost and water attributes would reach the level of mastery. He would be even more powerful than Han Chuxue now. This was Lin Xian's advantage. He didn't need to spend many years. He didn't need many years of hard work. He only needed to fuck a girl, and he could obtain the results of other people's decades of hard work. This was simply too much of a bug. At the same time, if he could get Linglong Shui, his space attribute would also reach the level of mastery. If he could do that, wouldn't he be invincible in the same realm? No, not just in the same realm. He would be invincible even if he was a few realms higher. Little Chuxue, how good is your ice attribute control now? Lin Xian asked. Han Chuxue thought for a moment and said, about 70%. But the most frightening thing about Chuxue is her elemental purity. Her ice elemental purity is over 90% even without any increase. In the future, if she meets an ice elemental world spirit treasure and refines it, the ice elemental purity will be extremely frightening. Ling Ying said enviously. Compared to Han Chuxue, she was a lot weaker. Her dark attribute purity was only 70%. However, with Lin Xian's help, it was now 100%. But the wind attribute is a bit weak. Han Chuxue said, you also have the wind attribute? Lin Xian opened his mouth. He originally thought that Han Chuxue only had the ice attribute. However, after thinking about it, Ling Ying also had dual attributes. It was normal for Han Chuxue to have dual attributes as well. Wind and ice, it was also a good combination. For example, releasing ice crystals could increase the speed of the ice crystals with the help of the wind attribute. At the same time, the frost energy could spread faster with the help of the wind attribute. Chapter 331. However, no matter what, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue were able to work together like this. It was definitely comfortable. Stop chatting, there's movement, Ling Ying suddenly said. Then, the three of them looked in front of them at the same time. It was a very heavy feeling. Usually, anyone who could give them such a feeling was definitely a powerful character. Mystic Heaven Realm was the least. The flashlight shone in front of them. There was a turn in front of them, and a black shadow was getting bigger and bigger as it walked out from the turn. Just by looking at the shadow, they knew it was the Dark Venom Spider. Soon, the shadow appeared in front of them. Lin Xian released his Eye of Spirit. Damn it, I can't see its realm. Be careful, this Dark Venom Spider is very strong, Ling Ying said. I can feel it. Lin Xian then quietly walked behind Ling Ying. Ding. Hiding behind a lady when in danger is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 200,000. Ling Ying, are you still a man? Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's actions and cursed. I'm a 9 stars mystic body realm. Shouldn't I be hiding behind you 2 mystic heaven realms? He felt that Lin Xian's words made sense, but why did he feel that he was doing it on purpose? It was so annoying. Let me test it first, Han Chuxue said. She held her light sword and turned into a white shadow as she rushed forward. The Dark Venom Spider, which was at least 4 meters long, spat out white poisonous silk from its mouth. There was more than one, and it instantly rushed toward Han Chuxue. Whoosh whoosh, Han Chuxue's speed was displayed vividly at this moment. Her wind attribute burst out, and she easily dodged the spider's silk. Then, she arrived in front of the Dark Venom Spider and slashed with her sword. The white sword shadow followed the light sword and slashed forward at the same time. Come on, I'll give you a light. Lin Xian shouted from behind and raised his flashlight. Ling Ying, ding. The Dark Venom Spider raised its front pincer. When the two collided, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. So, Han Chuxue used the force of the impact to jump back to her original position. After landing, she staggered 2 steps before stabilizing herself. Mysterious Heaven Stage 5 stars. Han Chuxue then said, that's good. Bang, bang, bang. The gigantic Dark Venom Spider's speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It let out an ear-piercing shriek as its black figure charged towards them. Fixed image. Ling Ying also moved. Because there was light, there were shadows. Therefore, Ling Ying could also use shadow fixation. The darkly venomous spider that was charging over suddenly stopped in its tracks. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to break free from the fate of being immobilized. However, in the next second, the dark venomous spider broke free from the shackles of shadow fixation. If I defeat him and let Lin Xian finish him off, I should be able to advance to 10 stars of the arcane body stage. After saying that, Han Chushua rushed up. Hey, look at how considerate he is. Lin Xian said. I beg you, please stop talking. After saying that, Ling Ying's figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the dark venom spider. In the same realm, demonic beasts were harder to deal with. However, that was not necessarily the case. If the opponent was an expert like Ling Ying or Han Chushua, then the martial artist would be even harder to deal with. Demonic beasts had their own advantages. Qi, the strength of Ling Ying's dark attribute, was highlighted at this moment. The dark venom spider could not react at all and was directly stabbed in the back. However, it's too hard. It can't be penetrated. After saying that, Ling Ying distanced himself from the beast. This was normal. Demonic beasts had strong physiques. In addition, they were 3 or 4 stars higher than them. It was difficult to injure them normally. However, they did not panic. This was only a temporary test of the waters. They had not used any martial techniques yet. Lin Xian actually felt like he was a gigolo. The 2 girls were helping him fight, and he was the one who finished him off. Heavens! Was this the result of being handsome? Then he hoped that he was more handsome. However, although Lin Xian's realm was not high, he still hoped that he could help them a little. Heavenly thunder flash. Boom! A bolt of lightning condensed energy was thrown over. It directly exploded on the dark venom spider's body. I beg you, don't do anything. Ling Ying let out a helpless voice. Sorry, I'll just stay here and not do anything. Lin Xian said awkwardly. The heavenly thunder flash had a range of 5 meters and almost injured Ling Ying. Chushue, do you dare to finish it in 10 seconds? Ling Ying landed beside Han Chushue. Han Chushue did not reply. Instead, she replied to him with an action. 10 seconds? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Was this an expert? Facing a demonic beast that was several stars higher than her, she actually wanted to finish it in 10 seconds. Boom! The terrifying shockwave directly penetrated the wall. This was the infrasound released by the dark venom spider. Luckily, it was not released on Lin Xian. Otherwise, if he was hit, his internal organs would have been directly shattered. Seeing this, Lin Xian silently retreated a little more. At this moment, Han Chushue leaped up, her delicate body actually floating in mid-air. A terrifying cold energy exploded from her body. This cold energy seemed to even freeze the air. And Ling Ying was attracting the dark venom spider's attention. Countless ice crystals formed around Han Chushue's body. What made Lin Xian's jaw drop was that this cold energy actually froze the thick walls around them to the point that they cracked. This was done purely with cold energy. How cold was that? This was clearly one of Han Chushue's big moves. As for its grade, it was at least 5 stars. Let's go, Han Chushue shouted. Following that, Ling Ying borrowed the power of the dark attribute to disappear from the spot, using the darkness like a ghost to appear beside Lin Xian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice crystals that filled the sky were unimaginably fast. It must have been combined with Han Chushue's wind attribute power, for they all rushed towards the dark venom spider in an instant. Green blood splattered all over the surrounding walls as countless ice crystals pierced through the dark venom spider's body. The dark venom spider was naturally heavily injured, but it was not as serious as imagined because it had blocked all the ice crystals that could cause fatal damage to it. All right, leave it to me. Ling Ying's lips curled. Lin Xian then saw Ling Ying disappear beside him, and she appeared above the dark venom spider. In Lin Xian's vision, it was as if he saw all the darkness around him turn into threads and enter Ling Ying's body. Lin Xian even thought that he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. No, it was true. The darkness had really entered Ling Ying's body and sword. What kind of move was this? In the next instant, Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Ling Ying was attacking the dark venom spider at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. He could only see the shadows of the black sword and the dark venom spider's body suddenly pausing from the continuous attacks. This was not the most exaggerated part. The most exaggerated part was the frequency of the attacks. Ling Ying's attack frequency was like light, and he could really see a flash of light piercing through the dark venom spider's body at an unimaginable speed. Chapter 332. Damn, that attack frequency is invincible, Lin Xian exclaimed. Han Chushua landed beside Lin Xian and said softly, "The limit of this skill is 30 attacks in a second. It can even kill an opponent who is 7 or 8 levels higher, as long as the opponent isn't of the earth or metal element. 30 attacks in 1 second. Wouldn't this hand's speed be enough to break me?" Huh. Han Chushua did not understand what Lin Xian meant. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled bitterly, feeling a little despicable. A few seconds later, Ling Ying landed in front of Lin Xian. The dark venom spider's 6 limbs, front claws, and everything else protruding out of its body had been cut off. All that was left of the dark venom spider was its dying body. Even if they did not finish it off, the dark venom spider had no chance of survival. Whoosh whoosh. The dark venom spider was still spitting poisonous silk at Lin Xian and the others, as if it was its last bit of stubbornness. No, it was fear. It was so afraid that it attacked subconsciously. It was like a person who had lost his mind and was crazily shooting at his enemies with a submachine gun. Of course, he could not hit them, so he had lost his mind. The poison it spat out was disorderly. It was obvious that it was in despair. Han Chushua swung her sword. The sword chi hit the dark venom spider. The dark venom spider's body slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. It turned into an ice sculpture on the way to the ground. "Go finish it off," Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Hee, I'm a little embarrassed." With that, he walked over. "If you're sorry, then please show a little bit of embarrassment." Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Indeed, a shameless person was invincible. "Let me think about how to deal with it." Lin Xian muttered. "Hey, hurry up and end it. Otherwise, I'm hanging up," Ling Ying shouted. Then, Lin Xian placed Thunderbolt on the icicle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lightning exploded, followed by the smell of charcoal. No, it's the stench. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Ling Ying covered his nose. Some things were super fragrant after being roasted, but some things were super smelly. Obviously, this poisonous spider definitely didn't smell good. Ding. You have leveled up to 10 stars of the arcane body realm. As expected, after killing this beast, Lin Xian had successfully reached the 10 stars of the arcane body realm. Let's go. I can't hold on any longer." Lin Xian was about to vomit. Why did he have to use lightning to electrocute this thing to death? The smell of burnt meat was unbearable. Didn't they say that everything could be eaten? How could this be eaten? Even if he died, even if he starved to death, he wouldn't eat it. "You're sick. He's really sick," Ling Ying said helplessly and quickly left with Han Chushua. When they arrived, they saw Lin Xian eating the heavenly star fruit. "The taste is not bad," Lin Xian praised. Ling Ying was envious, but she wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Lin Xian had promised to give it to her. She still believed in Lin Xian's words, although this bastard was usually unreliable. Ding. You have leveled up to the arcane heaven realm. A terrifying power erupted from Lin Xian's body. Arcane heaven realm. Lin Xian suddenly clenched his hands and felt a power that he had never felt before coming from his fingertips. 1 stage was the difference between 10 stars of the arcane body realm and 1 star of the arcane heaven realm. This difference of 1 stage made Lin Xian feel an earth-shattering change. No wonder when he fought with Chu Haohan, who was at the arcane body realm, he only had the strength of 1 stage. The difference of this realm was simply too great. It was tens of times greater than when he advanced from the spirit focus realm to the arcane body realm. It might even be more than that. This feeling is so good. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with just one stage, Lin Xian felt that his strength had increased by several times. Lin Xian hurriedly took a look at his attributes. Name: Lin Xian. Age: 21. Realm: Arcane Heaven. Realm: 1-star level, 31 experience points. 0103000. Scumbag value: 312101000. Strength: 1106. Vitality: 1166. Agility: 1155. Spirit: 945. Spiritual energy: 350. The other attributes were considered average, but his spiritual energy was quite high. Lin Xian was quite satisfied. He looked at Han Chushue's spiritual energy. It was only a little over 800, but his was close to 950. This also caused his spiritual energy to be higher than Han Chushue's by nearly 1,000. Now, he could release the 1,000 Attractors Heavenly Prison, and after releasing it, he would have over 2,000 spiritual energy. Awesome. But that was not necessarily the case. The 1,000 Attractors Heavenly Prison required at least 3,000 spiritual energy. The bigger and stronger the prison, the more spiritual energy it would consume. How's the power of the Arcane Heaven Realm? Ling Ying asked with a smile. Awesome. I feel like I'm flying. Lin Xian laughed. It was really awesome. He had experienced the power of the Grand Dominion Realm before. That feeling was even more exaggerated, but this feeling was more realistic, and he liked it more. However, the fucking Arcane Heaven Realm already required 100,000 experience points to level up. That was ridiculous. But at the same time, Arcane Heaven Realm monsters also brought a lot of experience points. So relatively speaking, it was nothing. As long as he continued to kill higher-level monsters, the experience points would naturally be higher. Hurry up and move forward. I feel that the Gloom Spider's carcass might attract some people or even monsters. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. They're already here. Han Chushua looked ahead. A group of Gloom Spiders rushed out. Lin Xian glanced around. Most of them were at the Arcane Body Realm, but there were a few at the Arcane Heaven Realm. I want to test the power of the Arcane Heaven Realm, Lin Xian said eagerly. Then go ahead. Be careful. These Gloom Spiders are very sharp. Even if you're at the Arcane Heaven Realm, you might be pierced through by them, Ling Ying warned. After all, there were too many Gloom Spiders in front. Do you need my help? Han Chushua asked. No need. I'll do it. Lin Xian's lips curled. He was really looking forward to the power of the Arcane Heaven Realm. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed forward. If anyone saw him, they would think that he was crazy. Wasn't this too dangerous? 1,000 Lightning Strike. Lin Xian's 1,000 Evil Saber was wrapped in lightning. He rushed forward and swung it continuously, as if he was cutting tofu. With the Arcane Heaven Realm and the doubled strength, he could cut through iron like it was mud. Whoosh! He slashed out with the 1,000 Lightning Strike, and the terrifying lightning sword aura whistled through the air, clearing everything in front of him. Extreme Lightning Sky Flash. Lin Xian rushed into the group of monsters again and swung his saber, surrounded by lightning. The moment the Extreme Lightning Sky Flash was formed, dozens of lightning sword shadows fell from the sky. The terrifying power tore the Gloom Spiders apart, and at the same time, formed a lightning sword formation. All the Gloom Spiders were electrocuted to death. Chapter 333. To be honest, the two girls were very surprised. Where did Lin Xian get so many Earth-tier martial skills? Han Chushua asked Ling Ying in surprise. She counted the martial skills that Lin Xian had used, and it seemed that they were all Earth-tier martial skills. Ordinary martial artists would be burning incense to have an Earth-tier martial skill. 90% of martial artists had the limit of a profound tier martial skill, and they did not have the ability to obtain an Earth-tier martial skill. Because of their own uniqueness, it was normal for them to have several Earth-tier martial skills, but Lin Xian, according to Han Chushua's understanding of Lin Xian, his family was very ordinary. At most, they were a little rich, but Earth-tier martial skills were not something that could be obtained with money. But every martial skill that Lin Xian displayed was at least Earth-tier. Who could withstand this? This made Han Chushua especially curious. I don't know either. Ling Ying said helplessly. Not only did he have Earth-tier martial skills, but Lin Xian had too many things that made her feel incredulous. Skystar Fruit, attribute-increasing potions, and when Lin Xian used some method to kill a Thunder Tribulation Realm beast in the demonic beast domain. All of these were heaven-defying. She also did not know where Lin Xian came from. She felt that Lin Xian was too mysterious. Could it be that Lin Xian knew Linglong Shui at that time? It did not seem like it. She felt that when Lin Xian and Linglong Shui met in Deep Cold Valley, their relationship was very tense. Now that their relationship was good, it proved that Lin Xian knew how to pick up girls, but it was not good before, so it was even more impossible for him to get so many rare treasures from Linglong Shui. Ling Ying asked before, but Lin Xian did not tell her, so she did not ask anymore. Who did not have a secret? But she was definitely curious. For example, Lin Xian had many Earth-tier martial skills. Just based on what she saw, Lin Xian had 4 Thunder attribute Earth-tier martial skills. Lin Xian came to their side, then let out a sigh of relief and grinned. Am I? Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, scram. What a vulgar person. All right, then let me rephrase my question. Am I awesome? The 2 girls. Was that a sword technique? Ling Ying couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Xian about this topic. The move Lin Xian had just released was quite powerful. Not only did it explode with an extremely powerful force the moment it was released, but it could also last for a long time after it was released, making it impossible for any life form to survive. Ling Ying wasn't afraid because her attributes were countered. If he was trapped, he could just use his dark attribute to escape from her range. However, she felt that if she couldn't escape, if she was trapped inside, it would be difficult for her to survive. She was also quite envious. The lightning attribute was indeed powerful. However, the dark attribute was even more powerful, and it was also very powerful. It's a sword technique. To be precise, it uses sword techniques to form a sword array. It needs some time to release it, but it's very powerful, Lin Xian said. The main reason he released it was to see how powerful this heavenly lightning flash was. He was very satisfied with the answer. As of now, he basically didn't lack any martial arts techniques. He had all kinds of offensive martial arts techniques, but what he lacked was a life-saving martial arts technique. However, at the same time, he needed to have the corresponding attributes. He had a life-saving technique, the spatial attribute. However, Lin Xian still wanted various other attributes. Every attribute he obtained was simply too much for Lin Xian to improve. It was an increase of several times. Of course, just having attributes wasn't enough. He also needed attribute proficiency. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that much stronger. He could only release the corresponding power to achieve the effect of the corresponding attribute. However, that was enough. Lin Xian didn't have that much time to increase every attribute to a certain level. Fortunately, he had the scumbag system. Completing the mission would allow him to increase his attribute proficiency. I can feel it. If I'm trapped inside, I probably won't be able to survive, Han Chuxue said faintly. Lin Xian smiled. That's not necessarily the case. Firstly, it's not easy to trap martial artists with the wind attribute. Secondly, it's still possible to kill ordinary martial artists and demonic beasts. I don't believe that you guys can't fight back after being trapped inside. Lin Xian was also speaking the truth. Unless it was a heaven-grade martial arts technique, it could kill martial artists of their level. If it wasn't, it would be very difficult under normal circumstances. Han Chuxue then nodded slightly. She wanted to show that Lin Xian's martial arts technique was very powerful. It was indeed powerful. Both of them had advanced to Mysterious Heaven Realm 1 star. That was enough. Lin Xian felt that what he had gained so far today was already more than enough. Wasn't reaching the Mysterious Heaven Realm enough? It was completely enough. Even if they went back now, it wouldn't matter. However, the current situation wasn't good for the 3 of them. They needed to run out or kill their way out. That was obviously stupid. They needed to kill them one by one. We'll go our own way, and they'll chase after them. Whether we live or die, it'll be up to fate, Lin Xian said. All right. Then, the 3 of them continued to move forward. In fact, there weren't that many demonic beasts in this place. These demonic beasts were more refined. Basically, all of them were at the mysterious heaven realm. However, there weren't many of them. It was as if these mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts had their own small territories. After reaching the mysterious heaven realm, they didn't care about the experience given by the mysterious heaven realm one-star demonic beasts, unless it was a large amount of experience. With Lin Xian's lightning attribute, an earth-grade martial arts technique could instantly kill opponents of the same realm. It could even seriously injure opponents 2 stars higher than him. This was the strength of earth-grade martial arts and the lightning attribute. However, the prerequisite was that it had to hit. However, once it was hit by Lin Xian, it would be fatal. We should be in a very deep area now. This should be close to the distance where the people who obtained the Deep Abyss Yama spirit went. However, logically speaking, there shouldn't be enough oxygen in such a deep place. On the contrary, I feel that the deeper we go, the more oxygen there is compared to the previous area. Do you guys feel the same? As they walked, Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue and Lin Xian and asked. The two of them nodded. This was also what Lin Xian was very curious about. Oxygen was released by plants through photosynthesis. The deeper they went, the thinner the oxygen from the whole. Could it be that there was some plant that could produce oxygen? But there was no sun. However, this couldn't be said accurately because there were too many things that people in this world didn't understand. If you haven't seen it before, you can't say that it doesn't exist. The three of them were relatively slow because no one had been here before. They didn't know where the danger was, so the people behind them could catch up to them faster. Soon, the three of them heard a soft sound coming from behind. It was soft because it was far away, but someone was already behind them. As for who it was very important. Chapter 334. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Let's continue forward and wait for them to come. Lin Xian's group was definitely not as fast as the others because they were at the front. They had to move slowly and carefully while clearing out the demonic beasts. However, the people behind them were different. After clearing out the demonic beasts, they knew that there were people in front of them. They knew that the danger was basically gone, and they just had to keep moving forward. This should be the path that they took. Behind them, the two people stopped and scanned the surroundings. There's water, and the dark venomous spiders were all killed by lightning. They were of the ice attribute and had a large range of lightning attribute. However, the ones behind them were all killed by swords. However, there are signs of ice turning into water. It should be them. Should we inform branch leader Jiang and the others? The other man asked. Don't worry. We're in the dark now. Even if we meet them, we won't be in danger. Let's wait until we really meet them. After that, the two of them continued to move forward quickly. At this moment, Lin Xian's group of 3 had just killed a mysterious Heaven Realm 7-star dark venomous spider together. It took a lot of effort. In the end, it was killed by Ling Ying. She also successfully advanced to mysterious Heaven Realm 3-star. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Ling Ying. This won't do. By the time they come, our spiritual energy will have been exhausted by these demonic beasts. There weren't many dark venomous spiders, but their cultivation was very high. Normally, this was good news. They could rest and recover their spiritual energy and treat it as leveling up. However, if there were people chasing after them, that would not be good news. They're here, Ling Ying suddenly said. Lin Xian threw a medicinal pill to each of them. This was the spiritual energy recovery pill that Lin Xian had cheated Linglong Shui. It could recover a large amount of spiritual energy. After giving 2 to Ling Ying, Lin Xian still had 5 left. However, he had no choice but to use it now. I'll consume it first to recover my spiritual energy value. Lin Xian still had more than 1,000 spiritual energy value left. When he took the pill, his spiritual energy value increased by 300. Lin Xian, fuck, this spirit recovery pill is so overbearing. Lin Xian exclaimed. If he could use it endlessly, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy value. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The 3 of them recovered their spiritual energy value and continued to move forward. At this time, they entered a relatively large space. The moment they stepped in, they felt a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the air was filled with a dense poison. The effect of the serum is about to wear off. We can rely on our strength and the residual effects of the serum to resist the poison. However, if we get bitten by the dark venom spider, we'll be in danger. Ling Ying said with a frown, "This place, why is the poison in the air suddenly so much stronger?" Han Chushue glanced around. "Is that the abyssal Yama spirit?" Lin Xian suddenly saw a green plant in the corner. This should be the first plant they saw after going deep inside. The two women looked in the direction Lin Xian's flashlight was shining. "It's the abyssal Yama spirit." Ling Ying showed a surprised expression. This abyssal Yama spirit was actually nothing special. It was about 50 centimeters tall and covered in green vegetation. A main root extended from it, and leaves that looked like clover grew on top of it. This wasn't anything special, but if there was anything special about it, it would be the black light that lingered around the abyss Yama spirit. What is this light? To be precise, it's poison. The abyssal Yama spirit's poison is in place. When it's not touched, this black power will constantly linger, releasing a strong poison at the same time. Once touched, the poison will be divided into two parts. One part will attack the person who touches it, while the other part will really pour into the abyssal Yama spirit. The abyssal Yama spirit you see now is actually not its true appearance. Then Ling Ying walked over. "Be careful." Ling Ying shook his head and said, "It's okay. This abyssal Yama spirit is probably only in its infancy." I'm afraid that the two people at that time had only consumed the infancy abyssal Yama spirit. They didn't obtain the poison attribute without withstanding the poison. I'm afraid that you really need a particularly strong abyssal Yama spirit to obtain the poison attribute. Of course, the premise is that you don't die. After saying that, Ling Ying stretched out his hand towards the abyssal Yama spirit. Lin Xian was frightened. Of course, Ling Ying's hand was wrapped with her spiritual power to isolate the poison. Then, Lin Xian saw that part of the black poison gas surrounding the abyssal Yama spirit directly rushed up to Ling Ying's arm, and the other part poured into the veins of the leaves. When the poison poured into the veins of the leaves, Lin Xian was surprised to see the changes in the abyssal Yama spirit. The green vegetation turned into a particularly strange black-purple color in an instant. Even the veins on the leaves looked like blood flowing inside. If this was the abyssal Yama spirit, Lin Xian would definitely believe it. With this appearance, even a fool would know what level of spiritual grass this was. Wait, Lin Xian frowned. If he didn't know about the abyssal Yama spirit before, it was understandable because this was the first time he had heard of it. However, when Lin Xian saw the appearance of the abyssal Yama spirit, the sacred imperial physician technique in his memory recorded it. In the sacred imperial physician technique, there was such a poisonous grass. It was green and poisonous. Lin Xian was also aware of this, but he didn't think much about it at that time. The following description said that when the poison entered the veins of the leaves, it would appear purplish-black with red veins. The veins were like blood-red blood vessels. It was an extremely precious and terrifying poisonous grass. However, in the sacred imperial physician technique, this poisonous grass was not called abyssal Yama spirit. In other words, the sacred imperial physician technique was something from Earth. It was very likely, because the name of this grass on planet Aquablue was abyssal Yama spirit, but it wasn't in the sacred imperial physician technique. It could only be from another world. However, whether the scumbag system came from Earth or another plane, Lin Xian didn't know. He wasn't sure if it was a product of Earth. If Lin Xian wasn't sure if the poison attribute was because of the abyssal Yama spirit, he knew now. It was indeed a abyssal Yama spirit. According to the sacred imperial physician technique, the abyssal Yama spirit was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It could even develop intelligence from such a poisonous grass and gradually transform into a human form. It was a spiritual object of this level. Of course, this required an extremely harsh environment. It required an extremely strong spiritual power of heaven and earth and time to be possible. However, this was enough to show how terrifying the abyssal Yama spirit was. A young abyssal Yama spirit was very weak. It was considered a child when it was about 60 centimeters tall. However, it was still independent and ordinary martial artists would die if they touched it. A abyssal Yama spirit of more than 60 centimeters to 1 meter tall was a terrifying nightmare. Its poison was unimaginable. At the same time, taking and refining an abyssal Yama spirit of this level could give one the ability to release poison. Chapter 335. This poison was naturally one of the methods to obtain the poison attribute. Lin Xian was also certain that it was this dark Yama spirit. However, according to the records of the Imperial Sacred Art, there were 2 conditions to refine a dark Yama spirit of this level. First, luck. The poison of the dark Yama spirit was very special. It was strong, but it was perfectly compatible with a person's physique. In other words, if a person had that kind of physique, they could refine the dark Yama spirit without any pressure. Of course, the prerequisite was that their realm was high enough. Otherwise, they would explode and die. And this physique was not a special physique. It was just that the human body's genes were special, but so far, no one knew what kind of special it was. The general meaning was that people with type A blood could do it, but those with type A blood could not. That was the general meaning, but that was not the real meaning. In short, it would not be the same kind of special physique as Linya. It was not to that extent. The Poison Master was probably very lucky to have a physique that was more compatible with the Dark Yama spirit because it was rumored that when he obtained the poison attribute, his realm was not high. Second, it was purely based on one's own ability to refine it. If one's realm was not high enough, there was almost no chance of survival. But there were people who were willing to take risks for the sake of strength, so there was no other way. Ling Ying let go of his hand and then suddenly waved it, directly shaking off the poison. This dark Yama spirit is in its infancy. Even if it is refined, it will not be able to obtain the poison. In fact, the poison attribute obtained in this way was very different from the other attributes. The biggest difference was, there was no martial skill. That's right, there was no martial skill. No martial skill of any lower grade. Unless you could create your own poison attribute martial skill. If there was no martial skill, the poison attribute was actually not strong in a certain aspect. It was more of an invisible killing effect. But it was enough. However, under Lin Xian's cave spirit eye, this dark Yama spirit had indeed released a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, but there was even more dense heaven and earth spiritual energy in the depths. In other words, there was a heaven and earth spiritual treasure that was even stronger and more precious than this dark Yama spirit. As for whether it was an even more powerful dark Yama spirit, that was unknown. They're here. Ling Ying's ears twitched slightly, and then she said. The 3 of them looked in the direction they had come from. Then, 2 figures walked over. When the 2 of them entered, they naturally looked at Lin Xian and the others. When Lin Xian saw that it was still the same 2 people, he laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that they had already confirmed that these 2 people were members of the evil divine palace, it wouldn't have been easy for them to make a move, because they didn't know if they were ordinary warriors or people from the evil divine palace. However, Ling Ying had secretly heard the conversation between these 2 people on the phone, so he knew that they were from the evil divine palace. They were here to kill them. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others were aware of this fact. I didn't expect us to be so fated. This isn't the first time we've met in the 10,000 Spider Cave. My name is Chun Su. Nice to meet you. When they met this time, they were bound to talk. Lin Xian smiled and shook hands with him. Yes, it's fate. My name is Lin Xian. I know these 2. Chun Su looked at Ling Ying and the others, then smiled and said, You're quite famous in Tianhua City, Lin Xian? Chun Su suddenly pretended to realize something, then looked at Lin Xian. You can't be the Lin Xian who saved many people in Tianhua City, right? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This person really knew how to act. Yes. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, In terms of acting, he wasn't weak either. So it really is you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I've long heard of your deeds, and I'm very impressed. Chun Su smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also greeted him with a smile. This is my friend, and Kong. Lin Xian nodded at him. I didn't expect it to be you guys in front. Then you don't have to worry about the danger. Shall we go together? Lin Xian smiled, then pointed to the Abyss Yama in the corner and said, Look at what this is. The two of them looked over. Abyss Yama? Their eyes lit up. Originally, they wanted to quietly inform the others of this news, but their attention was instantly attracted by the Abyss Yama. They came here to kill Lin Xian, but who didn't want to become stronger? They also knew that there was a Abyss Yama here, and they also knew the powerful effects of the Abyss Yama. If they could obtain the poison attribute, wouldn't they be even more invincible? The mission was one of them. There was no one in the world who didn't want to do something that didn't benefit them, and no one would be indifferent when they saw something that was beneficial to them. After all, they were all humans. Yes, it's a Abyss Yama. It's a pity that the poison is too strong, and the effect of our serum has just ended. We don't know what kind of poison this Abyss Yama is, so we only touched it slightly and didn't dare to touch it again. Lin Xian said. They didn't know how a Abyss Yama could obtain the poison attribute. They only thought that it was a Abyss Yama. And, after all, your realms may be relatively low. We are all at the arcane body realm, so we should be able to take this Abyss Yama. Chun Su said. Right now, the mission was secondary to them. The main thing was this Abyss Yama. Lin Xian said, We don't want this one because there is more abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy ahead. In other words, there is a Abyss Yama ahead. When the time comes, I'll ask the two of you to pick it for us. Of course, we are all human warriors. The stronger we are, the more prosperous we can be. After saying that, Chun Su walked towards the Abyss Yama. He really didn't have any wariness towards Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Chun Su stretched out his hand and used his spirit energy to resist the poison. And Kang's attention was all on Chun Su. They were not in a hurry to make a move against Lin Xian and the others because they didn't have the confidence. They also knew that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute and it would be difficult to kill him. They only needed to follow Lin Xian and the others, spread the news, and wait for everyone to rush over. At this moment, Lin Xian and Ling Ying exchanged glances. Han Chuxue also joined them in exchanging glances. The two in front didn't even have any reaction. The main reason was that they didn't expect them to already know. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian and the others were very decent warriors, so they weren't worried that they would make a move in the demonic beast domain. Therefore, they were even less wary. Fixed Shadow. Ling Ying's Fixed Shadow and Han Chuxue's Cold Energy were released at the same time. The two of them were instantly frozen. Caught off guard, even a mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star would be controlled by them. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. The two of them were shocked at the same time, but it was too late. Lin Xian rushed towards Kong, while Han Chuxue and Ling Ying rushed towards Chun Su at the same time. Boom! Chapter 336. The terrifying lightning struck Kang's body, and his entire body was sent flying away. On the other side, Chun Su's throat was slit by Ling Ying's sword, and Han Chuxue's sword pierced through his heart. He didn't even have the chance to resist. On the other side, Kong spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of lightning and the Earth Stage 8-star 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon still couldn't take his life. After all, it was 4 stars higher. However, now that he was being attacked so steadily, even if he was treated immediately, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. You're trying to murder me. Kong raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at the 3 of them. Lin Xian grinned and walked over, then stepped on his body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was especially terrifying. Murder? Didn't you want to murder us first? The two of you from the evil fiend hall. Kong revealed an expression of disbelief, pain mixed with surprise, but he still didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Cough, cough. Lin Xian smiled and said, Hey, don't pretend anymore. When your companions were on the phone with branch leader Jiang, we had people by your side. Kang's pupils suddenly constricted. Blood flowed from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. There was no way he could survive. Don't forget, we have a dark elemental here. Linging said proudly, I also have one. Lin Xian. Of course, they knew that Linging had the dark attribute. This wasn't a secret, but they didn't expect that Ling Ying would release the dark attribute to eavesdrop. In other words, did they expose themselves? But he didn't understand. Why did they expose themselves? He knew that even if he was saved, he wouldn't be able to survive. His injuries were too serious. Lin Xian's lightning was too violent. His internal organs had been electrocuted beyond recognition. The only reason he could speak now was because he was a mysterious heaven stage 5-star. Why? Why are you suspicious? And Kong spat out blood and closed his eyes. His eyelids were so tired that he couldn't keep them open. That's because the more you try to hide it, the more you'll expose yourself. You didn't even look at beauties like Han Chuxue and Ling Ying when you passed by them a few times, not even once. Is this how a normal man should behave? That's impossible. So you're deliberately not communicating with us, not even making eye contact. Instead, it's your weakness. Lin Xian released his foot. I can't accept this. Tell me, who brought you here? Who was the branch master of the Jiang clan? How many of you are there? How strong are you? Lin Xian bombarded him with questions. And Kong spat out blood and sneered. He was dead for sure. He might as well be a dead man. If he wasn't dead yet and still had a chance to live, then he would say that he would beg Lin Xian to spare his life. Even if you kill us, it's useless. All of you must die. After Nkong finished speaking, his body lost all strength and his neck tilted. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It was very simple to determine if a person was dead or not. That was to listen to the system notification to see if there were any experience points. If there were, then they were dead. Therefore, there was no such thing as playing dead, turtle breathing technique, or feigning death, because it could be seen in an instant. That was the stupidest thing to do. Dead? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he kicked his corpse. Fuck. He's dead? Why did you kill him? Otherwise, you might have been able to get some information from him. Linging looked at Lin Xian with a look of disappointment. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and said, How would I know that this guy was so weak? I thought that since he was at the mysterious Heaven Realm 5 stars and I was at the mysterious Heaven Realm 1 star, even if I used an Earth Stage Lightning Martial skill, I wouldn't be able to injure him to this extent. But to be on the safe side, I had to use a high-level martial skill. Who knew that he would die? Lin Xian was also shocked by his own strength. Nonsense. He was fixed by me and frozen by Chuxue. Basically, he was defenseless against your strength. If he defended, even if you died, an Earth Stage Lightning martial skill wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage to a martial artist 4 stars higher than you. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. How should he put it? He still didn't have enough combat experience. He wasn't sure how much damage he could inflict on a martial artist who was 4 stars higher than him. There was no other way. Lin Xian's combat experience was indeed not enough. Back on Earth, Lin Xian was a piece of trash. Even though he was focused on practicing his sword and training, he basically had no combat experience, let alone fighting someone of a higher level. Now that he was on planet Aqua Blue, Lin Xian had only been able to train for a while and had only started fighting recently. How much combat experience did he have? To be honest, if he didn't come from Earth and didn't have the skills he learned on Earth, Lin Xian would still be a little brother, even with the scumbag system. What should we do now? This Abyss Yama spirit is meaningless, and we don't need to take it away. Should we continue to go in, or find a chance to go back? Linging looked at Lin Xian and asked, I want to go in and take a look. Because Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit saw the rich spiritual energy being released from inside. He really wanted to go in and take a look. And, how should I put it? It's dangerous to go back now. The best thing is to kill them all here. I'm just worried that we don't have enough strength. Ling Ying said, Don't worry. I don't believe that they can send many experts. After all, they probably know our strength. Lin Xian said, That's right. Their strength was basically open and transparent. Even if there was a discrepancy, it wouldn't be by much. If they knew their approximate realm, how could they bring a strong existence over? There was no need. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that one heaven's punishment needle was enough. At this moment, Han Chushue walked over and handed a piece of paper to Lin Xian. This is? It's from his pocket. It seems to be the list of the members this time. There's a list? Lin Xian revealed a surprised expression and then took it from him. 13 people. The person at the top was called Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun might be the branch leader Jiang they were talking about. Jiang Zun, the head of the Jiang family. I know, Ling Ying said. Then it must be him. Lin Xian continued to read. Instead of calling it a list, it was more like a list of tasks. There would be corresponding rewards for the members, and each of them was different. Jiang Zun, Thunder Tribulation Realm 10 stars. Lin Xian was secretly speechless, but it was nothing because if it was done well, the Heaven's Punishment Needle could be solved. The others were all Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars. No, other than Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars, there was another person called Qin Wuji under Jiang Zun, Mystic Heaven Realm 10 stars. Chapter 337. Lin Xian frowned. He wasn't sure if this was the name list for this operation. Logically speaking, who would bring a name list for this operation? Weren't they afraid of it being leaked? But who knew what the rules of the Evil Fiend Temple were? What if this was the rule of the Evil Fiend Temple? Originally, Lin Xian thought that it was normal for there to be an especially powerful person, and that was branch leader Jiang. This was indeed within Lin Xian's expectations. Other Mysterious Heaven Realm 5 stars were normal, and there might be Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars or 7 stars. It wasn't impossible to beat them, but if it was Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, logically speaking, they couldn't beat them. Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, no matter what, was higher than Ling Ying's 7 stars realm. She could surpass 3 stars, 4 stars, and even 5 stars, but 7 stars was too exaggerated. Not to mention Lin Xian and Han Chushue, they had just advanced to the Mysterious Heaven Realm. Facing Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars, how could they beat them? This wasn't a matter of being awesome or not, but the other party's realm could easily kill them. Although they didn't surpass a big realm, with such a huge gap, how could they beat them unless it was a sneak attack? This Heaven's Punishment Needle was to be left for Jiang Zun. Then what should they do with Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars? Fight with their backs to the wall? Bullshit. They might die here if things went wrong. Whether this is the name list for this operation or not, we have to treat it as if it is. In the current situation, if these two experts are really here, we won't be able to get out alive. Then what should we do? I don't want to die, Ling Ying said aggrievedly. Who wants to die? Lin Xian, do you have anything else powerful? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but I can only kill one. So it's not enough. Then what should we do? Lin Xian grinned. I have an idea. What? The two girls looked at Lin Xian curiously. Let's enjoy our last moments. I have a few clothes in my spatial ring. I'll spread them on the ground, and the three of us can do it. Ling Ying instantly understood what Lin Xian meant. Get lost. Han Chushue also understood. Look at all of you. You might not even get to enjoy the feeling of having sex even when you're about to die. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? At least, you should feel what it is, right? It's my first time too. I want to feel it too. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. At least I felt it. Don't you think so, Chushue? Han Chushue turned her head and ignored Lin Xian. Get lost. It was serious. Do you have an idea? Yes. Lin Xian then took out his phone. Help. They seem to have forgotten this. Who? Xiao. TS's. She has the most free time. Lin Xian then dialed Ling Longshue's number. The subscriber you have dialed is currently in a call. Please try again later. Lin Xian. 2 seconds ago, it was still beeping, beeping, beeping. Then, this sound came. Oh, it seems like the call was hung up, Ling Ying said, trying to hold back his laughter. Lin Xian showed an awkward expression. That's right. This was the sound of the call being hung up. Oh my. She hung up on me. See, this is your woman, Pickled Pepper Phoenix Claw. I just broke my promise once, and she hung up. Besides, I didn't mean to break my promise, Lin Xian said helplessly. You're the one who broke your promise first. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Han Chushues secretly rubbed her forehead. Since when were these two enemies still able to bicker? Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Linglong Shui was definitely the best choice because only she could make it in time. If it was Xiao Runing, she might not make it in time. But this girl didn't pick up the phone. Lin Xian then called again, but it was still hung up. It was as if she was waiting for Lin Xian to call again, and it was instantly hung up. Fuck. Lin Xian then called again, and it was instantly hung up. Did she blacklist you? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian. She can't be, right? Logically speaking, Linglong Shui wasn't familiar with mobile phones, so she shouldn't blacklist him, right? Who knows? Then, Lin Xian tried calling Bing Lingyue's phone. 2 seconds later, it was hung up. Lin Xian was confused. Can you do it? A man can't say no. Keep bombarding. At this moment, 2 girls were sitting in a beautiful and exquisite cafe, drinking coffee. Their adaptability was very strong. Linglong, why don't we pick it up? Bing Lingyue saw that her phone was still ringing, so she asked Linglong Shui. I'm not picking it up. Linglong Shui didn't know why, but she was panting with anger. She had promised them that she would take them to the movies tonight, and then told them that she would be going to the Beast Territory with 2 other girls. They were also beauties, and she had already promised them, but now she broke her promise. She was very unhappy. In the past, Linglong Shui would not have any emotional fluctuations because of anyone. Of course, other than her younger sister, she would not have any emotional fluctuations, let alone a man bringing them to watch a movie. Perhaps she didn't even know why she was unhappy. What if it's an emergency? After all, it's quite dangerous for them to be outside, Bing Lingyue said. Linglong Shui was moved. Ding dong, then, her phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Lin Xian. Big sister, I'm going to die. Save me. Linglong Shui frowned slightly. She wasn't sure if Lin Xian's message was a lie or not. Then, Linglong Shui's phone rang again. This time, she chose to pick it up. What's the matter? Linglong Shui's cold voice came through. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Linglong, help. I'm being chased. That's great. Lin Xian, puffed. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Ling Ying quickly said as she held back her laughter when she saw Lin Xian looking over. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying and then said to Linglong Shui, help? What can you give this sovereign? Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, fuck. This girl had learned all the words he liked to say to Linglong Shui. Lin Xian liked to say this when he was trying to cheat Linglong Shui. What do you want? Lin Xian helplessly learned Linglong Shui's words. Wah, so pitiful. The thing you told this sovereign about. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, what did Lin Xian and Linglong Shui talk about? It could help her achieve mastery in her spatial attribute, so it had to be an attribute increasing potion. Of course, it wasn't a loss to give her the attribute increasing potion, but Lin Xian couldn't bear to. He was still hoping that he could cheat more things from Linglong Shui with the potion. I thought you didn't believe me? Lin Xian asked. Are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Lin Xian, fuck. Lin Xian swore that when the time came, he would definitely make Linglong Shui cry and beg for mercy. Fuck. Okay, I'll give it to you. Okay? But you have to give me some more pills. Spirit blood pill. Spirit recovery pill. Chapter 338. The spirit blood pill and spirit regeneration pill were quite important. If they could exchange for some of these, it was actually acceptable. Sure. These pills were not rare to Linglong Shui, but to Lin Xian and the rest, they were treasures. I'll give you a location. You'd better come over now. If you're late, you might only see my corpse. What location? Lin Xian rubbed her forehead. She did not understand. Do you know about the 10,000 spider cave? I don't. Lin Xian rubbed her chin. What should she do? She did not know. I'll send you the location and then send you a video. You can follow the method in the video and use the navigation to find us. The 10,000 Spider Cave is surrounded by poisonous energy. With your strength, you should be able to easily sense the weak poisonous energy. You should be able to find us easily. Okay. Lin Xian sent her a location and a video of how to navigate. She was not stupid and quickly learned it. Is it close to 200 kilometers? About there. How long will it take? 10 seconds. Lin Xian, 200 kilometers in 10 seconds? That's ridiculous. Just keep going in. I believe that with your perception, you should be able to easily sense the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. Just go in the direction where the spiritual energy is denser. Lin Xian reminded her. Linglong Shui did not reply and hung up. Done? Should be, but we still have to go in. Jiang Zun and the rest naturally knew about Chun Su's death because they had lost contact with each other. Branch leader Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Zun frowned and said angrily, lock onto the location of Chun Su's death and rush there. They did not expect that their men would be killed instead. As for whether it was Lin Xian or the demonic beasts that killed them, they weren't sure. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Lin Xian and the others to kill them in such a manner. They didn't even have time to reply before dying. This wasn't normal. However, Lin Xian and the others' attributes were also very strong, so it was possible. Of course, if they encountered a very powerful demonic beast, they could also be killed in an instant. There was no time to reply to the message. However, he, Jiang Zun, could not wait any longer. He had been guarding the entrance of the cave to prevent Lin Xian and the others from escaping, but it seemed like there was no need for that now. Jiang Zun then rushed into the 10,000 Spiders cave. Lin Xian and the other two continued to walk inside. How should he put it? They had already killed them, but they weren't sure if the two of them had spread the news, or if other people would know about their deaths. It would be stupid to continue staying here. With Linglong Shui's ability, her speed was naturally extremely fast. However, in the 10,000 Spider Cave, she could only slow down, because she wanted to find them. Lin Xian could only hope that the two Arcane Body Realm 10-star and Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators would not find them together, or that Linglong Shui would find them first. It's so sad to be too handsome. Someone wants to kill me. I beg you, please stop talking. You killed two of their sons. If it were me, I would kill you too. But I have to kill them. Ling Ying did not continue speaking. 10 minutes later, they had killed another two arcane Heaven Realm Dark Venomous Spiders. They were indeed not weak. Until now, they had not suffered any injuries at all. They're here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Everyone quickly turned to look. Bad news, the Arcane Body Realm 10-star is a dark attribute cultivator. Ling Ying's pupils shrank. No wonder they did not notice anything. They had been followed by this dark attribute cultivator. However, because this place was incomparably dark, it was too easy for him to hide. A figure appeared behind them. It was a thin man. He was so thin that it was unbelievable. However, this man's strength was actually at the Arcane Heaven Realm 10-star. Who could withstand this? Still want to run? Zhang Chu coldly glanced at the three of them. When his gaze swept past Han Chuxue and Ling Ying's faces, his eyes were filled with lust. That's right. He would not kill these two women. At least not now. Even if he killed them, he would have to wait until he was done. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhang Chu, right? Lin Xian stared at him. Arcane Heaven Realm 10-star. He could not fight. Absolutely not. Even a casual attack could endanger his life. The current situation was to stall for time. Drag Linglong Shui over. Of course, this was also good news. At least the Tribulation Realm Jiang Zun did not come with them. In other words, if Lin Xian killed him and waited for Linglong Shui before Jiang Zun found them, they would be fine today. Lin Xian mainly confirmed this matter too late. Otherwise, he would have contacted Linglong Shui long ago. Oh, you actually know my name. In Zhang Chu's eyes, the three of them were already in the back. Whether they lived or died was only a matter of time. Not only do I know your name, I also know the names of all of you for this operation. So the mission list fell into your hands. But what's the harm? If you die, Everything will be fine. Zhang Chu sneered. What he said just now was through the headset, which meant that other people were rushing over, but so far, Zhang Chu was the only one. I'm afraid you don't know our attributes. Lin Xian said faintly. That's right, stall for time, and at the same time lower Zhang Chu's guard. The bad news was that Zhang Chu was a dark type. As long as he reacted, he could instantly use his dark type ability to dodge Lin Xian's Heaven's Wrath Needle. Lin Xian was now in the mysterious Heaven realm, so he was qualified to use Heaven's Wrath Needle. Run? Do you think you can run? To tell you the truth, more than a dozen evil fiend shrine members are on the way. If you run back, you'll meet them. If you run deeper, you'll still be courting death. It's just a matter of time. Now, I'll give you a choice. The men must die, but the women can live. Live your mother. Ling Ying flipped his hand and threw a dagger over. Bang! Zhang Chu waved his hand, and a spirit energy lingered in front of him, easily blocking the dagger with the power of the mysterious Heaven realm. SK. Mysterious Heaven realm 3 stars. Zhang Chu sneered. Lin Xian, his realm is too high. My shadow fixing and Chushua's power have little effect on him. It's almost impossible. Ling Ying walked behind Lin Xian and whispered, Run first. Then Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and teleported the two women a few hundred meters away. Of course, they were running deeper. In fact, they didn't have to run, but Lin Xian chose to run because, first, he could stall for time. Second, running like this would definitely make Zhang Chu lower his guard. At that time, the fatal Heaven's Wrath Needle would be able to take effect. When his guard dropped, it would be his end. The main thing was that Lin Xian needed to be safe. Chapter 339. Lin Xian brought the two women a few hundred meters away. At the same time, he took out the Heaven's Wrath Needle from his interspatial ring. Little Ling Ying, this is for you. Although Lin Xian really wanted Zhang Chu's experience points, it might not be a good idea to release it himself. This is... Ling Ying took the Heaven's Wrath Needle in astonishment. It's an extremely powerful spirit artifact. I tricked Linglong Shui into giving it to me. It has to be at least at the mysterious Heaven realm to release it. Once it hits, it can instantly kill someone at the Law realm. Ling Ying, it's that exaggerated? Han Chushue also revealed a shocked expression. That's right, we'll leave it for Zhang Chu. But, isn't there still a Lightning Tribulation realm? Why not leave it for the Lightning Tribulation realm? Are you stupid? Right now, even we can't beat it. Of course, we'll leave it for the enemy at the front. The main thing is that Linglong Shui is on her way here. She should have already entered this place. We just need to resolve the current danger and wait for Linglong Shui. Lin Xian said. If not for Linglong Shui, the Heaven's Wrath Needle would have been left for the Lightning Tribulation realm. Mysterious Heaven realm 10 stars. It's not impossible to fight. Ling Ying said. It's too dangerous. It's true that we can fight, but if we're not careful, we'll be instantly killed. Lin Xian didn't want them to be in any danger. In any case, he had bet everything on Linglong Shui. Why do you want me to release it? Didn't you release it before? Ling Ying asked. You have the dark attribute. When he comes, you can hide and sneak attack him. Lin Xian said. Han Chushue walked over and said, I don't think that's good. Why? Lin Xian looked at her. If Ling Ying hides, he'll be more vigilant when he realizes that there's one less person. With his reaction speed, if he's wary of Ling Ying, it won't be easy to hit him. On the other hand, Ling Ying can't hide, and you're the best one to release it. Ling Ying and I will help you attract his attention, Han Chushue said. Lin Xian thought about it carefully and nodded. She was right. On the contrary, if things went according to his plan, then all his previous actions to make him let his guard down would be in vain. All right, there was no need for them to wait for him here. He would come sooner or later, so they had to continue moving forward. It was a good thing that they could delay for as long as possible. However, there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Just as they were about to move forward, the two dark venom spiders' eyes lit up. Mysterious Heaven Stage 3 stars. Whoosh! The three of them charged forward without the slightest hesitation. Actually, The 3 stars of the mysterious heaven realm weren't strong for cultivators of their level. Of course, they would be instantly killed if they weren't careful. However, if they didn't get hit, then they could easily kill the 3 of them. Ling Ying's dark element flashed over, killing one in an instant, while Han Chushua's ice element froze the other one. Lin Xian's thunder element directly blasted it to death. Running behind them, the voice came again. Zhang Chu's realm was much higher than theirs, and there were no more branches here. He only needed to rush over at full speed. He would soon catch up to them. Lin Xian and the other 2 exchanged glances, then faced Zhang Chu directly. Oh, not running anymore? Zhang Chu looked at the 3 of them mockingly. In his opinion, Lin Xian should be running out of spiritual energy. After all, he had used a space jump of over 100 meters and killed many mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts. He should not have much spiritual energy left. Of course, that was not the case. It was just an illusion that he didn't have any spiritual energy left. Fixed image. Ling Ying secretly used fixed image. Zhang Chu was stunned for a moment, then sneered. You have the dark element, and so do I. My realm is much higher than yours. You don't have to think about controlling me. Zhang Chu sneered. He didn't want to kill these 2 women, but that didn't mean he wouldn't attack them. But Lin Xian must die. However, he knew that in order to deal with Lin Xian, these 2 women must first lose their fighting ability. But it was simply too easy for him to get rid of these 3. Because he had the dark element, he didn't have time to use it just now, but that didn't mean he didn't have it now. Fixed image. The 3 of them were suddenly imprisoned by the fixed image released by him. In terms of strength, it was definitely not comparable to Ling Ying, but in terms of imprisonment, it was comparable because he was at mysterious heaven realm 10 stars. Although they were imprisoned, they were only unable to move. Han Chushua's powerful cold energy erupted. Zhang Chu revealed a shocked expression. The power released by this 1 star of the mysterious heaven stage made him, who was at the mysterious heaven stage 10 stars, feel very strong. Unfortunately, the gap was too big. Ha ha ha, it's useless, ha ha. Zhang Chu couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Lin Xian continued to condense Heavenly Thunder Flash. Zhang Chu easily dodged the Heavenly Thunder Flash. However, Lin Xian's mouth revealed an evil smile. The 3 of them didn't speak so far, only giving the illusion that they were struggling to survive. Indeed, it was true. However, their better idea was for Ling Ying and Han Chushue to attract his attention while Lin Xian sneaked up on them, but they were trapped. Therefore, Lin Xian could only choose to use Heavenly Thunder Flash to deceive his vision and attention. In fact, Heavenly Thunder Flash didn't want to attack him. Exchange, strength. Then, Lin Xian quietly used his scumbag points to double his strength. What was the point of doubling his strength? It was to throw the Heaven's Wrath Needle with greater strength and speed. Heavenly Thunder Flash continued to bombard them. Zhang Chu was completely playing with them. If he wanted to make a move, the 3 of them would really be dead. But Lin Xian knew that this was the case because he felt that he was already in an invincible position. Why did he need to rush to kill them? Whooshed! The Heaven's Wrath Needle instantly appeared in his hand. Lin Xian saw that Zhang Chu had just dodged a Heavenly Thunder Flash and then released another one. Of course, he could easily dodge it, but this time, he directly released his strength and easily blocked the Heavenly Thunder Flash. It's useless. Although the thunder is strong, your realm is too low. Zhang Chu said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian didn't speak and continued to throw Heavenly Thunder Flash. He was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for a sure kill opportunity. Zhang Chu was too lazy to dodge. He directly released his strength and blocked Lin Xian's Heavenly Thunder Flash one after another. However, this was the situation that Lin Xian wanted. If Zhang Chu really kept dodging, then he really couldn't throw the Heaven's Wrath Needle. The Heaven's Wrath Needle was secretly thrown out during the Heavenly Thunder Flash. Zhang Chu was casually blocking the Heavenly Thunder Flash a second ago, but in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and then his figure flew out and hit the wall. Ding! Your level has been promoted to Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. When the system prompt came, it meant that Zhang Chu must be dead. Chapter 340. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. At the same time, the fixed image disappeared because of his death. Heaven's Wrath Needle. That's ridiculous. It was an instant kill. There was no room for resistance. The most ridiculous thing is that it can ignore defensive qi, Lin Xian said. The main thing was that Zhang Chu lost because of his arrogance. He thought that they had no room for resistance. Who knew that Lin Xian had such a heaven-defying Heaven's Wrath Needle? Lin Xian then took a spirit recovery pill and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. In this place, a lack of spiritual energy was a disaster. Let's go. Then, the three of them walked deeper into the forest without hesitation. Jiang Zun, who was chasing Lin Xian and the other two, wanted to ask Zhang Chu about his current situation. Then, he realized that he couldn't contact him. Something happened? But Zhang Chu was a Mysterious Heaven Realm 10-star. How could something happen to him? But what was wrong with losing contact? Everyone, come to me. Full speed to catch up to Lin Xian and the others. Jiang Zun contacted everyone else and gathered them together. With Jiang Zun leading the way, they could catch up to Lin Xian and the others too quickly. Lin Xian, don't even think about escaping. Jiang Zun's roar came from behind. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Whoosh! Then, Lin Xian released the spatial attribute without hesitation and sent them 1,000 meters away. Then, Lin Xian quickly took out his phone and dialed Linglong Shui. Big sister, when are you coming? I'm looking for you. Linglong Shui said indifferently. I'm going to hang up if you don't come. Boom! Then, Lin Xian's phone exploded. Fortunately, Lin Xian's realm was high, so the explosion didn't cause much damage. In front of them, Jiang Zun's body was burning with flames. That terrifying power was simply terrifying. This was the power of a lightning tribulation realm. Behind them, 7 or 8 people rushed in and instantly surrounded them. Still running, Jiang Zun glared at Lin Xian. This was the culprit who killed his son. Sure enough, like father, like son. Looks like none of them are good people. Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. After saying that, Jiang Zun was about to attack. Wait. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Oh my god. He could not allow Jiang Zun to make a move. He had to wait for Linglong Shui to arrive. Want to beg for mercy? It was impossible for Jiang Zun to let Lin Xian go. No. I just want to say something to you. What? I fucking bitch. Linging, Han Chushue, you're still spitting fragrance at a time like this? After saying that, Lin Xian ate the last spirit recovery pill and brought the two of them back to the space jump. You're courting death. Jiang Zun flew into a rage. As soon as he landed, 2 people came face to face with him. When the 2 of them saw Lin Xian and the others, they were stunned for a moment. Then, one of them took out a walkie-talkie. Branch leader Jiang, Lin Xian is with us. Just as they finished speaking, the 2 of them were killed by Ling Ying and Han Chushue. I'm out of ideas. I'm out of spirit energy. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, I'll hold them back. Ling Ying said, it's useless. You can't hold them back. That Xiao Linglong isn't strong enough. Why isn't she here yet? Lin Xian said bitterly. Boom! A terrifying fireball shot from behind. Ling Ying released his dark attribute and dodged it with the 2 of them. I don't have much spirit energy left either. The 3 of them landed in a corner, and Ling Ying said helplessly, were they really going to die? Whoosh! Jiang Zun and the others quickly rushed over. With their speed and without any pressure, it was simply too fast. Little Chushue, if we survive, are you willing to have sex with me? Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue. Han Chushue, Ling Ying, wow. At this time, this bitch is still like this. Lin Xian, today I'll tear you into pieces. After saying that, Jiang Zun led the others and rushed over. Han Chushue released her terrifying cold energy, and the surroundings instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Crack! Jiang Zun and the others who were about to attack them instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. Big sister, your martial skill is so powerful. You should have used it earlier. Lin Xian looked at Han Chuxue in confusion. It's not me. Han Chuxue was also stunned. It was true that she released a heaven-rank martial skill. It was indeed very powerful and could even freeze Zhang Chu, who was at the mysterious heaven realm. However, it was impossible to freeze Jiang Zun so easily. At this time, two figures walked out from the tunnel behind them. It was Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Then Lin Xian understood that this was obviously done by Bing Lingyue. When Han Chuxue saw the two girls, she was shocked. The two of them were so beautiful that she felt a sense of inferiority, especially in the face of their noble temperament. She really felt inferior. These were Lin Xian's reinforcements? They were Lin Xian's friends? Werwu, Xiao Linglong, little Bing Lingyue, you're finally here. Lin Xian cried and rushed over. Bang! In the next second, Lin Xian flew out. Damn, they're on our side. Lin Xian got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. Lecture. Linglong Shui gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, thank you for saving my life. Han Chuxue clasped her fists at them, looking like a chivalrous woman. Hey, 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 I'm the one who saved you. Lin Xian said unhappily. Clearly, they were the ones who called for help. Han Chuxue didn't say anything. Then, Lin Xian walked towards the frozen Jiang Zun. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian stomped his feet on it. Fuck, you want to kill me? Who's going to kill who now? Damn it. So what if I killed your sons? I killed both of your sons. Bah. Everyone. It was obvious that Lin Xian was a little unhappy. Of course, he was unhappy. Damn it. Who would be happy to be chased so pathetically? Stop kicking. He's dead. Bing Lingyue said softly. Lin Xian. He froze to death? Lin Xian opened his mouth. He thought that Jiang Zun wasn't dead, just frozen. That was a loss. Damn it. That was the experience of the Thunder Retribution realm. Damn it. Can't I? Bing Lingyue asked. Yes, 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 yes. Great Elder is awesome. Lin Xian gave Bing Lingyue a thumbs up. Don't forget what you promised me. Linglong Shui walked to Lin Xian's side and said, then walked inside. Hey, what are you doing inside? Lin Xian asked. There's an extremely strong heaven and earth spiritual power here, which means that there must be a very strong heaven and earth spiritual item here. It's just that it's so deep underground, so it's hard to sense from the outside. But we can know when we're here, Linglong Shui said as she looked into the depths. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, with Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, they could enter the final area without any pressure. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian and the other two followed the two women. Chapter 341. If he followed the two girls, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. There wouldn't be any danger. Aya, it's still the most comfortable to follow behind girls. Lin Xian said happily from behind. Iron bastard, Linging muttered. Damn, without this bastard, we'd be dead. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. They had already earned a lot today. Han Chuxue had reached Mysterious Heaven Realm 1 star, Lin Xian had reached Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars, and Ling Ying had also increased by 1 star. They had even killed the hidden enemy. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian didn't have any enemies other than Qin Shaotian, right? Chu Haohan from the Chu family? Perhaps, with the Jiang family as an example, Lin Xian would definitely be extra careful. Little Chuxue, what do you think of my suggestion? Lin Xian moved to Han Chuxue's side and said with a smile. This bastard had returned to his unruly self after the crisis was over. No, even if there was a crisis, this bastard was still unruly. What suggestion? Han Chuxue glanced at Lin Xian. Her attention was on the two incomparably beautiful and noble girls in front of her. She was really surprised. After all, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were really too outstanding and powerful. She felt a little empty. Before, she didn't think that she was that outstanding, but at least she wasn't bad. There weren't many girls who could compare to her. Han Chuxue wasn't conceited about this, but she still knew it. She felt that being by Lin Xian's side was not bad, but suddenly, two stunning girls appeared by Lin Xian's side. She felt an inexplicable sense of danger. She might be fine, but Ling Ying was even more helpless. She didn't want to be in too much danger. I'm used to it, Few. I'm used to it. If we survive, I'll take you to have sex. Han Chuxue. Ling Ying perked up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he was furious. Slap your sister. Go rub yourself. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue over and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. The dark venom spiders that Bing Lingyue and Ling Longxue had encountered earlier were the kind that didn't even need to move. The dark venom spiders died instantly. To Ling Longxue, the gloom spider was something she could kill. This was because this type of demonic beast belonged to a different species. Not only did they kill humans, but they also killed demonic beasts. It was a vicious and disgusting existence. Of course, other demonic beasts would kill other demonic beasts as well. However, the gloom spider was more like a hunter among demonic beasts. Simply put, if Ling Longxue was not strong enough, other demonic beasts would not attack her. However, if she encountered the gloom spider, she would definitely die. That was the situation. Moreover, as a girl, she hated anything disgusting and scary. Ling Longxue was no exception. Then I'll go chat with Xiao Linglong and the others. I'll ignore you guys, Lin Xian said, and then chased after the two girls in front of him. The two behind him were his targets. The two in front were also his targets. However, to be able to flirt with his girlfriend like Lin Xian was also very impressive. The main thing was that Lin Xian had a good plan. When it came to flirting with demonic beasts, how do you make your relationship with demonic beasts improve by leaps and bounds? Or rather, when you have not confirmed your relationship, or when you have confirmed your relationship but have not yet reached a certain stage, you need a very important method to make it easier for you to make your move in the future. For example, if you found a girlfriend and were still in the early stages of dating, at most, you would have kissed her. However, before you had sex with her, the guy would definitely want to have sex with her. This required a method. When you were chatting, you would say these words in a joking manner. For example, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue had not even started dating yet, but he had already said the words, sex. When they started dating in the future, he would have said it in a joking manner before he had sex with her. In fact, the girl would be prepared for it. Of course, this depended on the person. A sloppy guy like Lin Xian was suitable for this. He had his advantages. Bastard. Seeing Lin Xian approach Bing Lingyue and Ling Longxue and flirt with them, Ling Ying was angry and jealous. Damn it. If he had known earlier, he would have rather been flirted with by Lin Xian than let him flirt with other girls. How despicable. However, with the nobility of those two girls, Lin Xian shouldn't be able to get anything out of them, right? Ling Ying, do you know them? Han Chuxue asked. Kind of. I've seen them before, but not friends. They and Lin Xian. Han Chuxue didn't know why she cared so much. Did she really like him? Because she cared, she paid attention. If she didn't care, she wouldn't have cared who was next to him or what he was doing. They are friends. I don't know how they met Lin Xian. He had promised Lin Xian not to tell anyone about Bing Lingyue. Even if Ling Ying knew, he wouldn't tell Han Chuxue. It wasn't that he didn't trust Han Chuxue, but that she had promised. However, Ling Ying really didn't know how Lin Xian and Ling Longxue knew each other. Logically speaking, Lin Xian shouldn't know someone of this level, be friends with him, and even come to save him. Ling Ying was obviously talking about Ling Longxue. Han Chuxue was also very confused. Would a virtual realm cultivator really be friends with a mysterious heaven realm cultivator? Or even Lin Xian, who was only a mysterious body realm cultivator before? Wasn't this too much of a fantasy? Xiao Linglong, do you have any more Heaven's Wrath Needles? Give me another one to save my life. No, Ling Longxue said indifferently as she walked forward. She had too much resentment towards Lin Xian. He promised to take them to the movies, and then he brought two beautiful girls out with him. He even needed her to save them when they were in danger. Who would be happy? Lin Xian naturally knew that Ling Longxue was unhappy. Even if she was still cold to him previously, it shouldn't be to this extent. However, It wasn't a big problem because her favorability towards him didn't decrease. Sigh, if I accidentally die, the things I promised you will also be gone. Lin Xian sighed and said, Linglong Shui, he couldn't be threatening me, right? Then give it to this sovereign right now. Linglong Shui turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. No, I have to go and make it. It will take a few days. Who knows what dangers I might encounter during these few days? If I die, won't you lose it? You're lying. Linglong Shui's delicate body emitted a cold aura. The two girls behind her were stunned. You said they are friends? Han Chushua asked in surprise. Ling Ying coughed dryly. Of course, they are here to watch Lin Xian and my performance. Han Chushua couldn't understand. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Why would I lie to you? Isn't that courting death? Also, it's not like you don't know how strong the things I give you are. Chapter 342. At first, Linglong Shui didn't really believe Lin Xian's words. Could he really help her achieve mastery in her space attribute? That was impossible, but she still chose to believe him. Especially after what Lin Xian said just now, she didn't believe him. But thinking about it, the things that Lin Xian showed her were things that she had never seen before. She had never even heard of them before. Maybe he really could take them out? Then Lin Xian said, I didn't promise you that I could give it to you now. I can give it to you in at most 5 days. I promise you that. Even if you want me to take it out now, I can't. Ding. Deceiving a naive big sister is considered a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Alright. Linglong Shui was indeed noble and powerful, but she was also a little naive. She was too easily deceived by Lin Xian. I'll believe you for now. So, you have to ensure my safety in these 5 days. You didn't know that if I didn't pinch that needle, I would have been killed by that mysterious heaven realm 10 stars. Lin Xian said helplessly. What? Linglong Shui frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Allah. Lin Xian was stunned. Did I say something wrong? Wait a minute. Fuck. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. When he told Linglong Shui that of the 3 needles, one was shown to the Bounty Hunter Guild's higher-ups, one was used on the spot, and Linglong Shui saw it. The last one was auctioned, and Lin Xian said that he used the needle to save his life. Oh my. Self-destruct. Cough cough. I said something wrong. I just blurted it out. How many times have you lied to me? Linglong Shui coldly glanced at Lin Xian. No, cough cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. Fuck. Was he a pig? Fortunately, her favorability towards him didn't drop. The reason why her favorability towards him didn't drop was because in Linglong Shui's heart, Lin Xian was a bad guy, so she was mentally prepared for this. Ling Ying quickly put away the lollipop that he was about to unwrap. In Linglong Shui's eyes, the lollipop was still very valuable. Then tell me, what did you mean by what you said just now? Didn't you say that there was only one Heaven's Wrath needle left in the auction? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and asked. A slip of the tongue. It's really a slip of the tongue. Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui did not believe it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I didn't use the Heaven's Wrath needle. I only said that I used the Heaven's Wrath needle to trick that person because that person was also at the auction. He knew how scary the Heaven's Wrath needle was, so he didn't dare to go up. Lin Xian was back to his best trick of deceiving young ladies. Yes, yes. Ling Ying nodded. Han Chushue also nodded her head in a daze. Linglong Shui was still skeptical. Then, she sighed in her heart. Why was she asking Lin Xian about this? Then, does the thing that can increase my elemental power really exist? Of course it does. Ling Ying stood up and said, it really does exist. At Yi's birthday party, Lin Xian helped Yi increase her elemental power by 20% in front of everyone. Linglong Shui did not say anything. Hee, do you believe me now? Lin Xian laughed, but in his heart, he was panicking. Believe? Of course not. They were the same kind of people. Even if Ling Ying testified for Lin Xian, she would not believe him completely. Then, 5 days it is. Linglong Shui said. Then, you have to give me the Heaven's Wrath needle to save my life. Lin Xian said. Then, Linglong Shui threw a Heaven's Wrath needle in a container to Lin Xian. This is the last one. Lin Xian took the Heaven's Wrath needle and said, Hey, hey, you just said that you don't have it. Now, you have it. Did you lie to me too? You're still talking about me? Linglong Shui, why do you care? Lin Xian, luckily it was a close call, but if you can't give me what you promised in 5 days, then don't blame me for being rude. After Linglong Shui finished speaking, she walked straight ahead. Bing Lingyue gave Lin Xian a helpless look, then followed Linglong Shui. Phew, Lin Xian sighed. Hey, are you lying to me all the time? Lingying came over and asked. Lin Xian, big sister, you know that I'm trying to cheat her of the treasure. Why would I lie to you? What treasure do you have that is worth it? Ling Ying was stunned for a moment before her face turned red. That seemed to be the case. She knew that Lin Xian was trying to cheat Linglong Shui of the treasure. Luckily, she did not expose herself. Otherwise, how could she lie to him in the future? Are you friends? Han Chushue sniffed the question again. Ling Ying said that they were friends, but they did not look like friends. Lin Xian said, You can say that. If we are to be honest, she and I are mutually beneficial. She benefits me, and I benefit her too. Of course, Lin Xian was just saying that. In fact, he wanted to sleep with this girl. Sigh. It was so hard to be a man. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It was not hard, but it was hard to be in the middle of so many girls. He had to sleep with all of them. That was the hard part. In front of them, Lin Xian could feel the strong spiritual power of heaven and earth. Of course, there was also the power of poison. Xiao Linglong, we can't handle this poison. Please protect us. Lin Xian shouted from behind. Linglong Shui did not slow down at all. However, a milky white light surrounded the three of them. This light helped them block off the poison that was rushing towards them. Don't be fooled by her cold appearance. Actually, she is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, just like you. Lin Xian said to them with a smile. Han Chushue wanted to refute, but she did not say anything. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Was that so? It seemed so. She was not sure. But today, she was able to meet Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. It was a good thing for Linglong Shui. Previously, she had lost her motivation. Now, Lin Xian and Ling Ying brought her out to find motivation. She had also successfully advanced to the mysterious heaven realm. When she saw such outstanding girls, Han Chushue was a proud person. When she saw someone so powerful, she thought, why can't I do the same? Therefore, their actions together with Lin Xian and Ling Ying reignited Han Chushue's fighting spirit. However, what surprised Lin Xian and the others was that the poison was terrifying. They really could not take it. Fortunately, Linglong Shui was here. If she did not come, they would not have been able to come here. They would not have been able to enter. They did not have the strength to do so. Moreover, this poison did not come from the dark venom spider. It came from another poison. Lin Xian had felt the deep nether Yama spirit before, so he knew that this poison power belonged to the deep nether Yama spirit. If it was so strong, then the dark spirit must be extremely terrifying. In front of them, Thunder Tribulation Realm dark venom spiders appeared one after another. Of course, they were easily dealt with by Bing Lingyue and Linglong. Chapter 343. The two girls were too lazy to make a move and release their auras. Once they released their auras, the dark venom spiders would not dare to provoke them. Sure enough, no matter what race it was, strength was everything. What shocked everyone was that there was actually a patch of green in front of them. It was very dark here, but with a wave of Bing Lingyue's hand, the surroundings were illuminated. Bing Lingyue was not only an ice elemental, but also a light elemental. The end was in front of them. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave spirit could not see any secret doors, but the density of heaven and earth spiritual energy here was terrifying. It was a density that Lin Xian had never felt before, but this heaven and earth spiritual energy actually contained poison. Lin Xian believed that if it were not for Linglong Shui's power, the three of them would have been turned into a pool of blood by this poison in a dozen seconds. Lin Xian and the others walked over. This place might not have been man-made or created by the dark venom spiders. It might have existed from the beginning, or it might have been the Spider Emperor's doing. However, with this kind of poison, no one below the law realm would be able to walk through safely. Therefore, the dark venom spiders could not cross. After all, this was not the poison in their bodies. There were many types of poison. It did not mean that you were not afraid of poison just because you used poison. The light illuminated the place. It was actually a space so big that they could not see the end. Who would have thought that the end of the 10,000 spider cave would be such a scene? There were some spider webs around. This should be the place where the Spider Emperor once stayed. For the Spider Emperor, this was definitely the best place to cultivate. It might not be long before the Spider Emperor became an extremely powerful existence in the demon realm. Unfortunately, it was not fated to die outside. Who allowed it to go out for a walk? And all the green here were dark netherworld Yama spirits. This was very terrifying. On an ordinary continent, it was difficult to see a dark netherworld Yama spirit. It could only be chanced upon and not sought. Who would have thought that there would be so many dark netherworld Yama spirits here? There were probably hundreds of them. No wonder the poison here was so terrifying. The deep Yama spirit was considered a relatively mild poisonous grass because under normal circumstances, you could approach it. Only when you touched it would it absorb the lingering poison into its body. At that time, it would be more terrifying. However, when so many abyss Yama spirits gathered together, even if they were not touched, the poisonous power of these poisonous grasses would form such a situation. How terrifying was this poison? Lin Xian felt that the ground he was walking on was already soft. It was completely corroded by the poison in the air. What shocked him the most was that in the center of these deep Yama spirits, there was a very large deep Yama spirit. It was probably no less than 2 meters, and the poison field around this deep Yama spirit could be seen with the naked eye. Except for Lin Xian, everyone must have noticed the largest abyssal Yama spirit. There are so many abyss Yama spirits. When Linglong Shui saw this scene, she too revealed a surprised expression. She had seen deep Yama spirits before, but she had never seen such a scene. The largest deep Yama spirit should be able to give the poison attribute, right? Lin Xian asked Lingying next to him. Yes. Lingying nodded. How should she put it? To Linglong Shui, the deep ghastly Yama spirit had disappointed her. Obtaining the poison attribute and obtaining the innate attribute were two different concepts. She could also obtain the poison attribute, but to her who was in the absolute void realm, it was nothing. She only needed to concentrate on cultivating the space attribute. Even if she obtained the poison attribute now, no matter how much she cultivated, the combat power she obtained would not be able to help her cause any harm to the masters of the same realm in the Battle of the Great Void stage. It was too late. Maybe she could use 100 years to cultivate, but it might make her less proficient in controlling the space attribute. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. It was the same for Bing Lingyue. If their realm was very low, they would definitely choose to absorb the poison of the deep Yama spirit. Lin Xian leaned over. Do you want it? Linglong Shui glanced at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian, of course, knew what Linglong Shui meant. She was asking him if he wanted the poison attribute. It was useless to her, but it was very useful to Lin Xian and the others. Forget it, I don't want to die. Lin Xian shook his head. For now, there was no need to risk his life to obtain the poison attribute, because he did not lack the attribute. But if it was a desperate situation, he would choose. I can guarantee that you will not die and obtain the poison attribute. Linglong Shui said. Obviously, she knew how strong the poison was. There is no risk of dying? No. After all, she was in the Great Void stage. If she could not even protect Lin Xian, then she was not qualified to be in the Great Void stage. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lingying and Han Chushue behind him and asked, Do you want it? In fact, it did not matter if Lin Xian wanted it or not, because he was destined to have all the attributes, but he did not lack the poison attribute. But Han Chushue and Han Chushue lacked it, and it could greatly increase their strength in the future. Han Chushue shook her head. She actually wanted it, but she remembered the strange feeling Lin Xian said before. which meant that the poison she released was particularly strange, so she gave up. If it was normal, she would not give it up for strength, but now, because there was someone she cared about, she chose to give it up. Moreover, unless she had to have it, she would not want it. Lin Xian was still here, so of course he would want it. Seeing Lin Xian look over, Linging quickly shook his head and said, I don't want it either. I can't use both of my attributes, so I can't play with another one. In fact, Linging also remembered Lin Xian's words. Han Chushue's poison attribute was incompatible, but she was also a peerless beauty, so she would definitely be incompatible. Yes, that was it. Then, Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui and asked, Is there anything bad about obtaining the poison attribute? Linglong Shui shook her head and said, No, it's just that when you obtain it, it will be like an attribute that you were born with, and it will exist in your dantian. You will be able to use spiritual power, and when you activate the poison, it will be released. As for how to release it, to what extent, and to what effect it will achieve, it will depend on how you cultivate the poison. And Linglong Shui thought for a while and said, After you obtain the poison, you will not be immune to all poisons, but you will be immune to many poisons that are similar in toxicity to the Abyss Yama spirit. You will even have a relative resistance to some other poisons. For you, if you're often outside, encountering some poisons is very normal. It is something worth having. Lin Xian was very touched. He did not expect Linglong Shui to be so considerate of him. She seemed to be gently patting him on the bed. Chapter 344. Before coming here, Lin Xian had indeed fantasized that he might be able to obtain the poison attribute, but in fact, he didn't have much hope. But now, the poison attribute was within his reach. What should I do? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui and asked. Kneel down. Lin Xian, don't be naughty. Linglong Shui was indeed naughty. She was just a little unhappy with Lin Xian. Go and hold that abyssal Yama spirit first. Linglong Shui said. Can I? Lin Xian was trembling with fear. If he were to hold on to this poison, it would instantly melt him. This sovereign tells you to hold it, so hold it. Lin Xian hoped that one day, he would say this to Linglong Shui. Kneel down and hold it. Wow, how cool would that be? Okay. Since Linglong Shui had said so, there was no need for Lin Xian to be a little timid. Then, he walked over. Linglong Shui waved her sleeves slightly, and the power around Lin Xian's body became stronger. Then, he walked into the poison field of the abyssal Yama spirit with ease. His scalp tingled. Then, Lin Xian reached out and held the root of the abyssal Yama spirit. In that instant, the entire abyssal Yama spirit changed drastically. The originally harmless green color instantly turned into a dark purple color. The blood-red veins were even more conspicuous. The most terrifying thing was the poison. Fortunately, this poison was resisted by Linglong Shui's power. Otherwise, Lin Xian felt that his arm would have melted into a pool of blood in an instant. It was really that exaggerated. The most exaggerated thing was that the poison of this abyssal Yama spirit caused the small abyssal Yama spirits around it to wither, decay, and then die. This is the abyssal Yama spirit. It doesn't look like much when it's not touched, but once it's touched, the poison will rush into the roots and quickly spread, and it's very strong. I'm afraid that this large abyssal Yama spirit can poison a law realm cultivator to death in a short period of time. If a domain realm cultivator isn't detoxified, they'll probably die as well. Seeing this scene, Linging exclaimed, What happens next? Next, the corners of Linglong Shui's mouth curled up slightly. This smile was simply devastatingly beautiful. Lin Xian had never seen her smile before. It was noble, beautiful, and had a trace of craftiness. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see it this time. Then, Linglong Shui walked to Lin Xian's side and placed her white hand on Lin Xian's back. Then, Lin Xian felt the power in his body being controlled by Linglong Shui. His spiritual power was pouring into his arm that was holding the Abyss Yama spirit. Linglong Shui then revealed a shocked expression. That's right, she was shocked. There weren't many things that could shock her, but this was the first time. He actually has lightning, space, ice, and water attributes. Wait, Linglong Shui felt it slightly, and something that surprised her happened again. With Lin Xian's current strength, his attribute power was naturally not strong. After all, his realm was low, but she could sense the purity of Lin Xian's attribute. What surprised her was that Lin Xian's spatial attribute purity was actually higher than hers. Her spatial attribute purity was close to the limit, but Lin Xian's was higher than hers. In other words, Lin Xian might really have the maximum purity. She could sense that the lightning attribute was also very high, but she didn't know if it was full because she didn't have the lightning attribute, so she couldn't compare it. However, she could compare the spatial attribute with her. Why was he so heaven-defying? Or was he relying on the thing that he said he was going to give him? It should be, and that was also true. Lin Xian didn't know why either. He guessed that it was because of the rainbow sacred scales. Anyway, the attribute purity that he had unlocked was maxed out. It was just that his proficiency and control were very low. For example, he had only mastered 11% of the spatial attribute. Purity meant how strong the power of your attribute could be. For example, a thunder attribute with 10% purity could shatter a 1-meter-long rock. With the same amount of power, but with 100% purity, you could shatter a rock several times larger. Wood attribute healing, the higher the wood attribute's purity, the better the healing effect. As for proficiency, it also had a lot to do with the effect, but it was more about the extent to which it could be done. Space and time. These two attributes were very special. Even if your spatial attribute's purity was full, if you couldn't master it, then it was useless. Lin Xian was in such a situation now. Lin Xian was the first person Linglong Shui saw with 4 attributes. Previously, she only knew of 3 attributes. But on second thought, she did seem to have seen Lin Xian release multiple attributes, but she thought there were only 3. There was actually a water attribute. She couldn't understand how it could be so heaven-defying. Hey, Xiao Linglong, don't touch me from behind. Move. Lin Xian just felt the 4 attributes in his body being drawn by Linglong Shui, which meant that she knew his attributes. Luckily, she couldn't sense the other attributes, but Lin Xian didn't have any either. It hadn't awakened yet. Lin Xian's voice came. Then Linglong Shui came back to her senses, and then power surged into Lin Xian's body. Let me remind you, you have 4 attributes now, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Multitasking is already a big taboo in cultivation. Now that you're multitasking, cultivating 4 attributes at the same time will cause you to not be able to cultivate any of them to the mastery level. Including the poison attribute, that's 5 attributes. Do you still want them? Linglong Shui reminded him. Lin Xian obviously understood what she meant. Having more attributes was a good thing, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing. If you only had the spatial attribute, then you would only use it to release it. Over time, you would naturally become proficient. But if you had 4 attributes and cultivated all 4, there would indeed be situations where you couldn't cultivate any of them to the mastery level. But Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this problem, because the attributes were given by the system. As long as he completed the mission, the system would directly raise the proficiency of Lin Xian's attributes to the mastery level. This was a bug in Lin Xian, and no one knew about it. So he didn't have to worry about this, he just needed to complete the mission. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Good. Linglong Shui nodded slightly, and Lin Xian felt his spiritual power surge out. No, to be precise, it was as if he had become a magnet. The poison in the abyssal Yama spirit that he was holding turned into iron. The poison was sucked out, and then flowed through the skin of Lin Xian's arm into Lin Xian's hand. Whoosh! Linglong Shui's hand flashed coldly, and then Lin Xian's hand began to bleed. Hey, what are you doing? Without a wound, it's difficult for the poison to enter the body, Linglong Shui explained. Lin Xian, why didn't he believe it? He had clearly felt the poison flowing into his body through his arm, hadn't he? Linglong Shui revealed a sly smile behind Lin Xian's back. That's right, she did it on purpose. Of course, she didn't need to make a wound, but who told him to make her so unhappy? She was bullying him because he didn't understand. Chapter 345. The Heavenly Tao Reincarnated. Who would the heavens spare? Thinking back to the past, Lin Xian also bullied Linglong Shui for her ignorance and cheated her of her treasures. At this moment, the poison flowed into Lin Xian's body through his arm. They could see that Lin Xian's arm had turned purplish-black, which was especially terrifying. If not for Linglong Shui's power helping him, this arm would be gone. He felt numb, as if he had been injected with anesthetics, but it didn't hurt. Soon, Lin Xian's entire body had turned purplish-black. This scene was really frightening. If not for the fact that Linglong Shui was a virtuous realm expert, they would have asked her to stop. However, since they knew, Lin Xian was definitely fine. Gotcha! A flash of light came. Han Chushue glanced at Ling Ying's phone. To commemorate, it's too ugly. Ling Ying held back his laughter as he looked at the picture of the purplish-black Lin Xian. It's a little ugly, Han Chushue said quietly. Does it hurt? Linglong Shui asked Lin Xian from behind at this moment. It doesn't hurt. I just feel weak all over. Meditate. Then, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. After a while, Lin Xian felt pain all over his body. This pain gradually deepened until his entire body, including his little brother, was hurting. It's starting to hurt, Lin Xian said with his eyes closed. It's normal. Your body needs to adapt to this poison. Your blood, skin, internal organs, and even your bone marrow will slowly be infiltrated by the poison. Hearing Linglong Shui's words was a little scary. If not for Linglong Shui's powerful protection, Lin Xian would have died long ago. However, with Linglong Shui's power protecting Lin Xian's internal organs and body, he wouldn't be corroded by the poison. Then doesn't that mean I've become a poison man? Thinking of his blood and internal organs being infiltrated by the poison, Lin Xian panicked. Don't panic. After about a minute, Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly as sweat poured down his body like rain. The fringe in front of his forehead was already soaked in sweat and formed streaks. It hurts. Lin Xian couldn't help but roar. Hearing this, Ling Ying and Han Chushue were shocked. It would be strange if his entire body didn't hurt. Xiao Linglong, can you make it less painful? Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Linglong Shui. Yes. Lin Xian. Then come quickly. But I don't. I'll trick you, monkey. What do you mean? Exquisite Shui frowned. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and endured the pain. This girl did it on purpose. She wanted to take revenge on him. Lin Xian felt like he was going to be crippled. The deep abyss devil behind him had already withered because the poison was all in Lin Xian's body. If this poison spread out, it could kill everyone within a radius of dozens of miles. What did it mean to have a radius of dozens of miles? A big county. It was hard to imagine that such poison was in Lin Xian's small body. She really couldn't understand how the honorable poison master was able to survive such a terrifying poison. After a few more minutes, Lin Xian was drenched. He had never thought that there would be a day when his sweat would soak through both his inner and outer clothes, the kind that could be wrung out of water. Why don't we help him? Seeing Lin Xian's unbearable expression, Bing Lingyue said softly. Linglong Shui shook her head. There are benefits. Okay. Although it was painful, there were indeed benefits. After another 5 minutes, Lin Xian felt like he was going to faint. But at this time, a crisp system notification in his mind woke him up. Ding! Your physique plus 30. Physique could be thought of as a defense. When the body's tolerance for pain reached a critical point, it would be easier to withstand it again in the future. At this time, Lin Xian began to feel that the poison in his body was gathering at one point. This point was his energy center. His energy center stored Lin Xian's lightning, space, water, and ice attributes. It was like the 4 planets in the universe. When Lin Xian needed this power, the planets would release the corresponding power along with the spiritual power. At this time, all the poison in his body had gathered and formed the 5th planet. The process wasn't fast, but it was very comfortable. That was because the pain was gradually weakening. Phew! Lin Xian took a deep breath. From the pain to despair, it slowly became comfortable. This process was even better than fucking 10 girls. Gradually, the poison in his body really gathered together and condensed into a planet. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and a bright light burst out. Shua! A burst of power erupted from Lin Xian's body. The dust on the ground suddenly rose, and the surrounding dark energy from the deep hell Yama quickly entered his roots. Awesome! Lin Xian exclaimed. This poison was very strong. But how to say it? After it merged with Lin Xian, the strength of the poison was related to Lin Xian's spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, when Lin Xian was at Mysterious Heaven 2-star, he should be able to poison people of the same realm and make them lose their ability to fight. If they weren't treated, they would die. Those higher than Lin Xian's realm would also be affected, but it wouldn't work if it was too high. It also needed Lin Xian to cultivate. However, this might become Lin Xian's killing weapon. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and lightning condensed. Xiao Linglong, take this. After that, Lin Xian's lightning struck Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui didn't even move and the lightning was annihilated in front of her. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up, because the poison was hidden in the lightning just now. In other words, Lin Xian directly condensed the two powers and released them together. This was the benefit of having multiple attributes. But she couldn't do it in her lifetime. But it didn't matter. This was enough. That's right, Lin Xian hid the poison attribute in the lightning. In other words, Lin Xian's lightning not only had explosive damage, but also a strong poison. It would be fine if they didn't get hit. But once they got hit, even if the opponent blocked it, the poison would definitely hit them. Once it hit, they would be poisoned. This was a dual power. It was similar to how space and lightning worked together to create an unexpected effect. However, the difficulty of this was too great. When Lin Xian reached the large success stage of space, he would be able to do it easily. But comparatively speaking, the combination of lightning and poison was too simple. Lin Xian only needed to release these two powers at the same time and combine them to unleash the attack. However, what other tricks Lin Xian could play with this poison attribute would depend on how well he could control it. He didn't have any martial arts techniques, but it was probably because this wasn't his own attribute power. The poison attribute consumed a lot of spiritual power. Linging had a headache. There was an inexplicable shadow. This Lin Xian had a strong poison in his body. When the time came, she wouldn't be poisoned, right? Probably not. Chapter 346. Lin Xian felt great. With the addition of the poison attribute, although he wasn't very familiar with it, he could at least release it in the simplest way. He could even release it together with lightning. As for what level he could reach in the future, it would depend on how he cultivated and how good his comprehension was. Linglong Shui raised her slender arm slightly, and the poison of the hundreds of deep abyss Yama spirits rose into the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Linglong Shui gathered them together. Then, Lin Xian slowly pushed the poison of the hundreds of small deep abyss Yama spirits in front of Lin Xian. The black mist entered Lin Xian's body from his lower abdomen. This small black mist was a combination of the poison of hundreds of deep abyss Yama spirits. If it exploded, one could imagine what terrible things would happen. However, it entered Lin Xian's body just like that. Following that, Lin Xian felt the poison seep into the planet that represented the poison attribute, and the planet grew stronger. The poison increased. Lin Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then looked at Linglong Shui. He stretched out his hand, and a dark green mist condensed from the poison gathered in his palm. What realm can this poison harm? Lin Xian asked Linglong Shui. If you release it at full strength, even a profound Heaven Realm 5-star will be instantly weakened once poisoned. If they don't detoxify, they will die within a day. If they are in the same realm, once poisoned, they will instantly lose their ability to fight and die within an hour. As for increasing the poison's power, there are many ways. The most direct way is to refine or devour the poison of the same kind. It can only be deep abyss Yama spirits. This sovereign told you that there are many poisons. Although they come from different units, some of them are similar in toxicity. You just need to find the ones with similar toxicity. However, it's not that easy to find a spirit item that can increase the poison's power. Your current situation is enough for now, Linglong Shui said faintly. Thank you. Just remember what you promised this sovereign. Hee, of course, don't forget about the medicinal pills. Linglong Shui nodded slightly and said, Go back? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. The two girls nodded, and then Lin Xian said, Okay, get in the car? Han Chuxue quietly said from behind, There aren't enough seats. No need. Too slow. Then, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue disappeared. Lin Xian, yes, it's too slow. Other people can travel 200 kilometers in 10 seconds. What about us? Lin Xian muttered to himself helplessly. Then, Lin Xian reacted. Damn, you can't even send us to the entrance of the 10,000 spider cave. Let's go. Then, the three of them embarked on their journey back. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, there were still many people rushing inside. Little did they know that there was nothing left inside, only some demonic beasts. The most precious thing was with Lin Xian. Han Chuxue drove the car, Ling Ying sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Xian lay in the back, playing with the poisonous gas in his hand. That's strange. The poison master's poisonous gas can't be seen, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it can't be seen at all, but your poisonous gas seems to be visible. Ling Ying replied. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Even though it's very faint, that black fog is poison. Naturally, many people will pay attention to it when they see it. If they can hide the poison completely like the Honorable Poison Master, then it will be even more effective. But if you release the poisonous gas and your lightning at the same time, no one will notice the purple and faint black. It is indeed an excellent combination. She was also very envious of Lin Xian, but her wind and dark elemental attributes were already enough for her. There was indeed no need for her to cultivate the poison attribute. She was really afraid that Lin Xian would accidentally poison himself to death when he was refining other poisons. Lin Xian nodded and said, I don't know if my pee is poisonous. Ling Ying, can't you just die? Ling Ying helplessly cursed. She inexplicably thought that the thing Lin Xian made her eat, would it be poisonous? Thinking about it, her little face turned red. Pei. Ling Ying, Ling Ying, you used to be such a pure girl. Why are you thinking about this kind of thing now? Dirty. Pei. Ding, felt Ling Ying's shyness. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What was this girl thinking about? Why was she being shy? Of course it wouldn't be poisonous. This kind of poison was like lightning, space, and other attributes. It would only be activated when you deliberately used your spiritual power. What time is it? Lin Xian looked at his phone. It was only 12 o'clock in the morning. It wouldn't even be 2 o'clock when he returned to Tianhua City. As the saying goes, when the moon is dark and the wind is high, beauties will flip the sky. It was such a good time, and there were two beauties in the car. If he didn't do something, how could he be worthy of being outside in the middle of the night? Worthy of being a handsome guy? Worthy of his surging power? Why are you asking about the time? Are there any other activities? Ling Ying sensitively asked. It was already so late. This guy couldn't have returned to Tianhua City to do something bad, right? No, he couldn't let him run away. No, I just don't know where to sleep tonight. Lin Xian sighed and said, Can't you go home? Han Chuxue asked curiously. I didn't bring my keys. Ling Ying, you didn't bring your stinky keys. She saw Lin Xian with her own eyes. Even if he didn't bring his keys, she still had them. This guy had bad intentions. Then don't you also have the space attribute to go home? Lin Xian, wow. Why did he have to have this damn space attribute? Fuck. How could he make this up so that he wouldn't go home? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Make it up, keep making it up. I'll just watch you quietly. Hey, Min, you're a big braised pig trotter. This little fairy isn't home tonight. I never dare to sleep in a place where there's no one around. Why? Han Chuxue really believed Lin Xian's nonsense. It was mainly because she didn't know Lin Xian well. If it was someone who knew Lin Xian, such as Ling Ying, She wouldn't believe it even if she died. A man's mouth was a liar. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and said, I had a trauma when I was young. As for what happened, I won't tell you. Since then, I can't turn off the lights when I sleep. Luckily, my sister is at home. Knowing that there's someone at home, I feel more at ease. Han Chuxue nodded seriously. That's true. Some things when you're young can leave an indelible trauma for life. Ling Ying was stunned. Oh my god. Han Chuxue really believed it? She wasn't so stupid before. Also, turn on your sister's lights? When did you turn on the lights? Wow. It was fine if this guy was making things up, but he could still make things up in front of her without blushing. He was an expert. Chapter 347. Lin Xian then sighed and said, I forgot to bring my ID. I'm afraid that I'll lose it during the battle. It's so troublesome to get a new ID. I can't even stay in a hotel. Besides, I never stay in that kind of place because I'm the only one sleeping there. Ling Ying secretly rubbed his forehead. He really knew how to make things up. He didn't know how many of these tricks he had made up to fool him. There must be. Ling Ying believed him, but even if there was, what could he do? She had already been taken down by Lin Xian. She could only blame herself for being young and ignorant. She couldn't stand a man's flowery words. If she was given another chance, she definitely wouldn't be tricked by Lin Xian. So what if she was taken? If you dare to come near me again, I'll beat you to death with a hammer. Then, what are you going to do? Tonight. Han Chuxue really believed Lin Xian's words. The key was that Lin Xian's performance was too vivid. Most importantly, she didn't know Lin Xian well enough. How about, I sleep at your place tonight? Lin Xian suddenly said. Han Chuxue's pretty face turned slightly red. Ling Ying. Fuck. She knew it. She guessed that Lin Xian was going to say this. Let's not talk about whether anything would happen if Lin Xian went to Han Chuxue's place. As long as he went there, it was enough. Even if nothing happened, it would be too easy to go to Han Chuxue's place to sleep after the first time. This way, if it happened more often, it would be easier to do things that weren't suitable for children. This was a deliberate plan. Don't ask how Ling Ying knew Lin Xian's thoughts. Because she took the bait step by step. It was really scary. This kind of thing only happened once and countless times. She finally realized. Your villa is so big. There must be a lot of rooms. Just find me a room. If there's someone at home, I'll be able to sleep peacefully. Lin Xian said matter-of-factly. Ling Ying secretly gritted her teeth. Damn bastard. Do you want to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, sneak into Han Chuxue's room, and then use the excuse that you're not familiar with someone else's house and walked into the wrong room? Then maybe something will happen? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian's body shook. His intricate plan had been seen through by Ling Ying? What the hell? Did she understand him so well now? That's right. Lin Xian really wanted to use this method to sneak into Han Chuxue's room. Even if nothing happened, there would already be some ambiguity between them, which would help in the future. Of course, Lin Xian didn't have the confidence to sneak into Han Chuxue's room tonight and win her heart. It was almost impossible, even if she had feelings for him. But as long as he sneaked in, there would definitely be some ambiguity between them. That was something he didn't need to think about. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that he had done a good job in controlling his relationship with girls. For example, if Lin Xian felt that he could sneak into a girl's room, it wouldn't lower her favorability rating. Instead, it would increase the level of ambiguity. If he could hold hands with a girl or kiss her, it would lower her favorability rating. Lin Xian felt that he was quite accomplished in this aspect. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Lin Xian felt that it was enough because they had a high starting point. Another example was Xiao Runing. Lin Xian felt that he could hold her hand, or even pinch her butt. Of course, it had to be done in a shameless manner, and it couldn't be done too many times. Another example was Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian felt that he was at the level where he could sneak into her room. Of course, if it was Linglong Shui, Lin Xian would probably be sent flying if he held her hand. Although her favorability was more than 20, that was her character setting. Han Chuxue was stunned when she heard Ling Ying's words. It can't be? So wretched? How could that be? You think too much of me. Lin Xian smiled bitterly, then secretly glared at Ling Ying. How dare you disturb me when I'm flirting with girls? Ling Ying didn't back down at all and glared back at Lin Xian. Can I disturb you when you're flirting with girls? Is it reasonable for you to flirt with other girls in front of your real girlfriend? Then, Lin Xian was terrified. He had a better grasp of Ling Ying's inner thoughts. She definitely didn't want Lin Xian to flirt with other girls, but she couldn't control him. That was why Lin Xian dared to flirt with girls in front of her. Mainly, Lin Xian also knew Ling Ying's inner thoughts. Otherwise, which man would dare to do that? Lin Xian was probably the only one who could openly flirt with a girl in front of his official girlfriend. Moreover, it was a very safe thing to do. Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian was spouting nonsense, so of course, she knew what Lin Xian was trying to do. Oomph! She snorted and didn't continue to stop Lin Xian. After all, she had already prepared for something that might happen between Lin Xian and Han Chuxue. As for the future, if Lin Xian really got together with Han Chuxue, Ling Ying didn't know what her relationship with Lin Xian and Han Chuxue would be like. She could only take it one step at a time. Although she had wronged herself, she had helped her best friend. Quit? Ling Ying didn't think she would, because she couldn't bear to do it now. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. His original plan for tonight was exposed by Ling Ying, so he couldn't use it. But he had to stay at Han Chuxue's house tonight. Even if nothing happened, he still had to. For him to flirt with girls, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. What was the highest level of a scumbag? That was flirting with girls in front of your girlfriend. At most, your girlfriend would complain to you, but she wouldn't break up with you. That was the highest level. When it came to this level, it would be Lin Xian's mission. Two at once. To be able to make two good girls agree to this, that was really invincible. What kind of ability did he need to be able to do this? That's fine. Ling Ying, you can stay at my place tonight. Han Chuxue said to Ling Ying. And, of course, Ling Ying had to stay. Although she couldn't stop Lin Xian from flirting with Han Chuxue, she didn't want Lin Xian to flirt with her so easily. She wasn't happy. Without her, Ling Ying felt that with Lin Xian's flirting skills, Han Chuxue might be defeated under his evil claws tonight. Don't look at how cold Han Chuxue was and how people didn't dare to approach her. Ling Ying knew that she didn't have any experience when it came to relationships, men's flowery words, and tricks to trick girls. She had never been in a relationship, and she rarely had contact with men. Many men pursued her, but Han Chuxue didn't give them any chance to show off their flirting skills. So, Han Chuxue had no experience at all. But at the same time, she liked Lin Xian. Under this premise, Lin Xian had the opportunity to show off his flirting skills. So, Han Chuxue was easily hooked. Chapter 348. Lin Xian didn't know what evidence he left behind. He didn't care about it at all. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue looked at the footprints on the ground and then looked at each other. I told you, this guy is a bastard. He was probably eavesdropping at the door just now. Han Chuxue asked in surprise. It can't be. She recalled that she did feel a slight fluctuation of spiritual power just now. Could it be Lin Xian? But for a person with good feelings, this didn't affect her favorability. If Han Chuxue didn't like Lin Xian, then Han Chuxue would directly make a move because this guy was dirty. But if she liked him, then it was a different concept. Shy. Unless Lin Xian did something that she couldn't tolerate, but obviously, this wasn't the case. Eavesdropping proved that she was tempting to him, right? Of course, she wasn't sure if it was her or Ling Ying who was eavesdropping. Both of them should be eavesdropping, right? Hey. Ling Ying waved her hand in front of Han Chuxue. She found that Han Chuxue's face was a little red. She didn't notice it just now. Was it because she was shy, or because she just took a shower? Han Chuxue came back to her senses and said, It's nothing. Let's go. Hey, don't you want to say anything? Ling Ying froze for a moment. Say what? That guy eavesdropped on us taking a shower. And with his strength, as long as he released a little bit of spiritual power, He could hear everything we said. That means he heard everything we said. Ling Ying said angrily. That means he also heard her talking bad about Lin Xian behind his back. She said it herself. What's the big deal? Anyway, it was the truth. Then you say it. Ling Ying, okay. I'll say it. I'll say it. Then the two girls walked down. Lin Xian took a sip of orange juice and watched the two girls walk down the stairs in their pajamas. Ling Ying was wearing cute pink pajamas, while Han Chuxue was wearing elegant white pajamas. Wow, he couldn't hold on. I can't take it anymore. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian's eyes, and her pretty face slightly turned away. Then, she sat down not far away. Hey, what are you looking at? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. I think the two of you are too beautiful. Oh, who is prettier? Ling Ying asked with a smile. What a suicidal proposition. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't stupid. They're all beautiful. If you have to pick the prettiest one, who will you pick? Although Han Chuxue didn't say anything, she pricked up her ears and listened. Of course, she was also looking forward to Lin Xian's answer. No, because I can't. What a joke. Lin Xian wasn't a fool. At this time, he would rather not answer than pick the prettier one. Why? Because both of you are beautiful and have your own style. If both of you have the same style, then I can choose. But you don't, so I can't choose. Ling Ying didn't want to give up. Then, he continued to ask, Chuxue and your fairy sister, Linglong Shui, should have the same style, right? Which one of them is prettier? Lin Xian, wow, I really want to slap her. Han Chuxue glanced at Lin Xian. Actually, he didn't need to choose. She admitted that she couldn't compare to Linglong Shui. I'm starving. Didn't you guys want a barbecue? I'm hungry. Let's barbecue quickly. Lin Xian quickly changed the topic. TSK, Min. Chuxue, did you see that? Don't look for Min in the future. What's the use? He doesn't accompany you when you go shopping. He can't be bothered to play games with you. He doesn't even tell you the truth. He only knows how to flirt outside. He's so troublesome. He even needs you to cook for him. What's the use? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian and said to Han Chuxue, why not? Lin Xian was unhappy. Then he said, you can have sex. Ling Ying, bastard, do you only have sex in your eyes? Ling Ying gritted his teeth. And kisses. Min. Ling Ying turned his head. Then, she thought of something and turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. This expression, something big was going to happen. Although he was very touched by what Ling Ying had done, he still needed to talk. Are you eavesdropping outside our door? Lin Xian. It can't be? She saw it? I'm not eavesdropping. I'm not that dirty. Lin Xian retorted. Oh, you're not? Then did you go upstairs? Lin Xian, no. She felt that she was very confident. Could it be that she had exposed herself? For safety's sake, Lin Xian nodded calmly. Yes, I have. Why did you go upstairs? You didn't come down for half an hour. I was thinking, would it take that long to change clothes? I was about to starve to death. Then, I went upstairs to ask you to come down quickly. Is there a problem? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and asked, then what's with the footprints you left at our door? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So it was footprints. Luckily, he said that he went upstairs. If he said that he didn't, he would have exposed himself. Footprints. I wanted to knock on the door, but then I heard the sound of a shower inside. I knew you were taking a shower, so I left. The footprints were left when I was standing there and about to knock on the door. Is there a problem? Lin Xian realized that ever since the big sister beside him went into hiding, his ability to make things up became much stronger. Ding. Deceiving big sister and trying to explain your dirty actions is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Ling Ying froze for a moment. There really wasn't a problem. Even if Lin Xian eavesdropped, his explanation was still okay. But she felt that Lin Xian must have eavesdropped. Otherwise, it didn't fit his temperament. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go barbecue. I'm starving. Lin Xian, come with me to get the barbecue grill and chairs. Chushue, you go get the ingredients. Also, get some wine. I want a drink today, Ling Ying said. Han Chushue nodded slightly. Then, Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked into a storage room. What are you doing? Ling Ying pouted when she walked in. Lin Xian directly pinched her little butt. You're good. You promised me that you wouldn't talk back to me outside. Now you're going against me everywhere. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying with a smile. You think I'm afraid of you? Ling Ying fearlessly looked into Lin Xian's eyes. All right, all right, all right. You're not afraid of me. I hope you can still say those words when the time comes. Lin Xian's lips curled up. What? You're not happy that I'm picking up girls for you? Ling Ying said unhappily. Hee hee, my wife is the best. Then can you help me pick up girls? Don't make it harder for me to pick up girls. Lin Xian laughed. Chapter 349. When Ling Ying heard Lin Xian's words, she couldn't help but stare at him angrily. I allowed you to pick up girls, but you still want me to help you. Isn't that too much? Cough, cough. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly and coughed dryly. It seemed like it. As a girlfriend, it was impossible for her to allow her boyfriend to pick up a girl. This was not hundreds of years ago. Asking her to help him pick up girls was indeed too much. If Ling Ying didn't help Lin Xian pick up girls, she wouldn't let Lin Xian come to Han Chushue's house. I don't care what you do tonight, but I want to ask you, do you want to pick up Han Chushue? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian seriously. What should he do? Saying that he wanted to pick up another girl in front of his girlfriend? Was he an idiot? But Lin Xian didn't know how to answer. After that, he said, Isn't this because I want to help you make Han Chushue return to normal? TSK. Don't I know men? Ling Ying snorted. Oh, you know them very well? Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Ling Ying then hit Lin Xian's chest. Cough, cough. Lin Xian couldn't help but cough. His girlfriend was a big baddie. She used her little fists to hit his chest. What about Ling Ying? Her little fists hitting his chest was a little painful. Don't change the topic. Indeed, the best way is for you and Han Chushue to be together. Only then can she completely recover. But I want to ask you something first. I loved her. Ling Ying, I don't regret it. Ling Ying, love your sister. Let me ask you, if you really manage to pick up Han Chushue, what will I do? Or rather, what will we do? Together. Lin Xian said bluntly. Damn, Lin Yang. Hey, hey, hey. A girl should behave like a girl. How can you swear? Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. I'm serious. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. I'm telling the truth. Ling Ying, she suddenly remembered a bet she had made with Lin Xian in the past. Was it going to come true? You bastard. Who do you think you are? You've already fucked me, and now you want to fuck both of us? Scram. Hee hee, you promised me. Unless you tell me now that our previous bet didn't count, then it's your loss. Lin Xian smiled as he held Ling Ying's wrist. It was indeed shameless, but Lin Xian had no choice. This was a mission he had to complete. If he didn't complete it, the punishment was something he couldn't bear. Therefore, he took advantage of Ling Ying's question to tell her about it in a joking manner. This way, she would think about it. At least when Ling Ying really came to that day, she wouldn't be at a loss and not have considered this matter. This was a very important part of the process of picking up girls. If one could completely grasp this point, their relationship would develop very quickly when picking up girls. However, one had to grasp a certain degree. Therefore, this was an art. Ling Ying was also a proud girl. She didn't want to act shamelessly. TSK, you think that even if Han Chushue likes you, you can convince her to do it with you? You're thinking too much. There are still 5 days until the Tianwu conference. I remember that the deadline was before the Tianwu conference, right? Lin Xian coughed dryly. This was too fast. 5 days? Could it be done? Of course not. However, this bet was no longer important. Lin Xian only needed to prepare Ling Ying to do it with him. That was enough. Yes, 5 days. If you can't do it within 5 days, then you lose. You have to do something for me, no matter what it is. Lin Xian shrugged. He had already given up. 5 days. If he could get Han Chushue in 5 days, it would be amazing, let alone the three of them doing it together. However, this wasn't important. What was important wasn't this bet. Of course, but it must be within the scope of my ability. Linging laughed. It was impossible to do it in 5 days. She firmly believed. Then you can't stop me from picking up girls, Lin Xian said. Why can't I? That seemed to make sense. Why can't I? She was my official girlfriend. However, although Ling Ying was unhappy, for the sake of Han Chushue, he could only let Lin Xian take advantage of him. I'm serious. If you manage to get Han Chushue, what are you going to do? Lin Xian scratched his head. Difficult. Two timing? Ling Ying asked. Can I? Lin Xian asked weakly. Ling Ying. Fuck. This guy even asked if he could? Can you fucking sell it? However, she couldn't bear to leave Lin Xian. In the end, you can only choose one between the two of us. Who will you choose? I'm not choosing. If I have to choose, I'll choose both. Pfft. What makes you think you can? Ling Ying asked unhappily. Ahem, let's not talk about this, okay? We'll see when the time comes. Sure enough, there was a reason why the two of them could be together. Ling Ying also chose to take it one step at a time. Looking at the development of the situation, Lin Xian also did the same. Ling Ying also expressed his understanding of Lin Xian's words. As for hitting on Han Chushue for the sake of her recovery, bullshit. This guy was using this as an excuse to hit on girls. Ling Ying was very clear. Lin Xian didn't hide it either. It was just that they didn't know what would happen in the future. Forget it. I don't care about you anymore. What you can do will depend on your own ability. Ling Ying said. Really? Really? She really didn't care. She never cared. She only dissed Lin Xian because she was unhappy and wronged. However, she really didn't care whether Lin Xian hit on her or not. Whether you can get Han Chushue drunk later will depend on your ability. Lin Xian. Fuck. This Ling Ying seemed to be helping him. Was he that high? Get her drunk? What could he do with her drunk? No way. Wasn't it too fast? However, if both of them were drunk, Lin Xian was tempted. Okay. Remember to leave the door open for me tonight. I want to diss you. Lin Xian laughed. Why? You don't want to get Han Chushue drunk and diss her? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian and asked. I won't diss you. I still like you the most. Lin Xian laughed. Like hell I'll believe you. Get lost. I'm not happy. Then I'll get lost. After saying that, Lin Xian carried the barbecue grill and walked away. Ling Ying secretly shook his head. Bastard. She was the daughter of Tiandu's Ling family. The number of people chasing her could fill the streets of Tiandu. How did she end up like this? Damn it. This damn love. Damn it. Moreover, Han Chushue was also the daughter of Tiandu's Han family. She had more pursuers than her. How did she end up like this? Was this Lin Xian poisonous? How did the two of them end up in the hands of a man? Ling Ying secretly shook his head and walked to the back garden. Chapter 350. They were barbecuing in the backyard of the villa. There was a cool breeze, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and fruits. It was very comfortable, pleasant, and beautiful. The three of them surrounded the barbecue grill. Lin Xian was the most relaxed one. Whether it was washing the food, barbecuing, or applying seasoning, he didn't need to do anything. He was only responsible for sitting there and looking at the stars, chatting, and eating the delicious food. Okay, try it first. Han Chushue handed Ling Ying a piece of barbecued wing. Ling Ying then handed it to Lin Xian and said, You eat first? Wow, you're still being polite with me. Lin Xian took the wing without hesitation and took a bite. How is it? The two girls looked at Lin Xian expectantly. It's very delicious. You should open a barbecue restaurant. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian and then took a wing each with Han Chushue to taste. It was indeed not bad. They would usually sit here and barbecue when they were free and talk about some things. This was the first time there was another man besides the two of them. Whether it was delicious or not was not up to them. If Lin Xian said it was delicious, this barbecue would be meaningful. Come, Let's drink, let's drink. Lin Xian eagerly poured wine for them. There's no need for so much. I rarely drink. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian pour a full glass for himself and quickly said, she really didn't drink much, unless it was a special situation. It was also because of this incident that she drank a little more during this period to drown her sorrows. Seeing Lin Xian start to make Han Chuxue drink, Ling Ying was unhappy. As expected, he still wanted to make Han Chuxue drunk. Damn it. Although she said she didn't care, seeing Lin Xian really do it would definitely be unhappy. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. She wouldn't disturb him. He had his own ideas. Since he had already thought about this matter, he was also prepared. As long as she didn't see it, it was fine. Ling Ying took a deep breath. At this time, Lin Xian said to Han Chuxue, today is a happy day. Are you going to suppress yourself like before? If there was nothing to do tomorrow, then he should indulge himself. Suppressing himself every day was so uncomfortable. How good would it be if there was wine today? Take it. Han Chuxue took the red wine. The red wine they drank was fine at first, but the after-effects were stronger than any other kind of wine. Little Chuxue, how's your alcohol tolerance? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. I'm not sure how much I can drink, Han Chuxue replied. As an outsider who knew Lin Xian well, Ling Ying knew that Lin Xian was testing her alcohol tolerance. He wanted to see if he could get her drunk so that he could carry out his evil plan. Then let's drink to our heart's content. Lin Xian picked up his glass, and the three of them clinked glasses. I'll do it. Do you want to do it? Han Chuxue had never downed a glass of wine before. Drinking like this is more satisfying. Okay. Lin Xian's lips curled up. After downing a glass like this, it seemed like he had to do something tonight. Should he get Han Chuxue and Ling Ying drunk together? Then he could complete the mission directly? No, definitely not. They couldn't accept it. Instead, it would lower their favorability. Definitely not. Even if they were drunk, it wouldn't be good. It was too fast. Ling Ying didn't think about anything else. Anyway, he had already decided to drink to his heart's content tonight. Once he was drunk, he wouldn't think so much. Chuxue, are you still participating in the Tianwu conference? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue could be considered to have let go of herself. Yes, her life was indeed too depressing. Perhaps it wasn't depressing, but she never gave herself the time to relax. She had many such opportunities, but since she was young, she was used to studying, cultivating, and killing monsters. She never enjoyed those kinds of experiences. She was just like other children who studied all day long. To be honest, this kind of life was too tiring. Perhaps she was used to it and didn't feel tired anymore. Han Chuxue poured herself another glass of wine and said, I don't know. I'll go to the Sky Marshal Court tomorrow and tell Miss Xiao to register you. You're already in the mysterious heaven realm. If you don't participate, it'll be a pity. Han Chuxue participating in the Tianwu conference was something that Ling Ying wanted to see. Han Chuxue fell into hesitation. Ling Ying quickly cast a glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and said, Yes, if you don't participate, I'll be very bored. Why? Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Think about it. You're a famous expert, and Ling Ying and I are also participating. I don't care about the others. If I can't have a good fight with you, then I'll take first place. That would be very boring, Ling Ying said, smiling. Ling Ying, take first place, your sister. Damn, why can't I take first place? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Let's not talk about whether you can beat me or not. Before Ling Ying could finish, Lin Xian laughed. Why can't I beat you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, he was just joking. If he really fought with Ling Ying, Lin Xian did not have much confidence. TSK, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You might be able to beat Qin Xiaotian. After all, he only has the ice attribute. You have the space attribute, which is a special attribute in a martial arts competition. However, you might not be able to use the space attribute in a martial arts competition. Alu. Lin Xian was stunned. He was still not allowed to use it? I'm not sure. The space and time attributes affect the balance too much. If your realm is higher, you won't be able to use it. If your realm is lower, you might be able to use it. I don't know. Also, other than the experts from the Sky Martial Court, there are also many experts from the Heavenly Sun Academy and the Heavenly Star Academy. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Are they that strong? What do you think? There are still many experts in the world. Moreover, their realms might be even higher. I don't know how many stars the mysterious heaven realm has. Right now, everyone is preserving their true realms for the Sky Martial Assembly. As for you, I'm not sure how strong you are at the mysterious heaven realm, so I won't judge you. However, it will be difficult for you to get first place. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian said faintly, it doesn't matter. We'll see when the time comes. The main thing is that little Chuxue has to participate. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. All right, I'll let Miss Xiao know tomorrow. Ling Ying clutched his chest with a pained expression on his face. Chuxue, you're not giving me any face at all. I tried to persuade you, but you were indifferent. The biggest reaction you had was hesitation. You just agreed to Lin Xian's suggestion? Hose over friends. I misjudged you. Heh, woman. Pickled pepper phoenix claw. Chapter 351. Lin Xian didn't know why he was so cocky. He was hugging both of them at the same time, and one of them was his girlfriend in name. He didn't understand. Was it because he was used to getting along with Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, who were extremely difficult girls, so he felt that they weren't difficult? Then he became impudent? Wah. He really was a scumbag. However, Lin Xian's relationship with them was very good, and so was Yi. They had been together for a long time, and had been through life and death situations. They had even been saved by Lin Xian. No girl would be indifferent to a guy like this. It was obvious from their reactions. Ding. Felt Yi's shyness. Scumbag man value plus 20,000. Ding. Hugging a big sister without permission is considered a scumbag. Scumbag man value plus 100000. That's right. Yi didn't feel any disgust from Lin Xian's actions. This meant that her favorability towards Lin Xian had reached a high level. At the very least, he must have reached the requirement of 50 favorable impression points to confess. Yi sat there with a red face and didn't say anything. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed and said, You guys have been going to the beast domain recently? Yeah, I need to improve myself. Otherwise, I'll be too weak. Yi said in a small voice, I do need to improve, but be careful. Don't worry. I have people at home with me, and I don't go too far. There shouldn't be a problem in terms of safety. What about you? You seem to be very busy recently. I only saw you at the banquet. Are you usually in the beast domain? Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, the Sky Martial University Conference is coming soon. I also signed up. I can't lose too badly, so I'm cramming. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the two girls heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were no longer important to Lin Xian, and it wasn't that Lin Xian didn't like them. It was just that he rarely came to the Sky Martial Court because he was going to participate in the Sky Martial University Conference. Good luck. We'll be there when the time comes. Yi said, I'm a little nervous. Lin Xian said weakly, Nervous? They didn't think that Lin Xian was the type to be nervous. That's right. So, can you accompany me to relax tonight? How? Yu Fans asked. Do push-ups. Push-ups can be relaxed? Lu Yufan and Yi blinked their big eyes in confusion, indicating that they didn't quite understand. Then I'll change my words. Let's do push-ups together. They still didn't understand. Lin Xian. Wow. Am I too subtle, or are they too naive? Don't they know? I still don't understand. The two girls shook their little heads. Yes, it's sex. Lin Xian said. The two girls. Ding. You can feel Yi's shyness. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. You're asking other girls to have sex in front of your girlfriend. You're a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Get lost. Bastard. Lu Yufan threw a punch at Lin Xian, but he caught it in his hand. Let go of me. Lu Yufan's face was red. If it were just the two of them, being Lin Xian's girlfriend would be fine. However, Yi and so many other Sky Martial Court students were there. Lin Xian smiled and let go of her hand. It was a good thing that Yi's confession mission had not been triggered yet. After all, Lin Xian had too many missions to complete. A few bowls of water were not enough to carry all of them. Lin Xian, do you have time tonight? Let's go watch a movie together. There are a lot of new movies coming out recently, but we don't have time to watch them. Especially the horror movie, Sadako vs. Granny Rome. I heard that the tickets for the movie have already reached 300 million. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Actually, she wanted to go alone with Lin Xian, but how should she put it? She felt that she couldn't leave Yi behind, so she thought that the three of them would be fine as long as Lin Xian was there. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I can't. I have something on tonight. How about tomorrow night? If he went with Linglong Shui and the others tonight, he would be done for. Oh, all right then. Tomorrow night, Yi and I will go to your house to find you. I'll go find you. After all, Lin Xian and Linya were staying at Ling Ying's house. It was not very convenient. All right, but do you know where Yi and I live? I don't know. You can just tell me. No. If a pervert like you knows where we live, it'll be dangerous. Lin Xian touched his nose. Damn, you don't live alone. Don't you have adults at home? Fuck. Hee hee, that's true. Lin Xian really wanted to eat Lu Yufan. Yo, our love sage Lin is flirting with girls again? At this moment, Ling Ying and Han Chushue walked over side by side. Even if they were going to the advanced class, they would not pass by here. However, they wanted to see what Lin Xian was doing. As expected, not only was he flirting with girls, he was flirting with two of them. Damn it. In an instant, the four beauties of the Sky Martial Court gathered together. It could be said that the entire Tianhua Academy was shocked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian enviously. They really wanted to come over, but did not dare to. They were not Lin Xian. They were just ordinary students. What right did they have to talk to the school beauties? No. We were just talking about how I'll help them practice combat later. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Fuck. Mahjong. He was going to win. Senior Ling Ying, Senior Han Chushue, we're going to practice first. You guys can chat. Lu Yufan then dragged Yi to the arena to start the PK battle. We're going to watch a movie tonight. Do you want to come? Ling Ying asked Lin Xian directly. I'm meeting someone else. Let's go together. Forget it. You guys aren't familiar with each other. Isn't that awkward? Then you're familiar with them. Something can happen between you, right? Lin Xian, wah? Don't try to twist words. Ling Ying snorted. Forget it. Since you don't like us, you can go look for your two goddesses. Chushue and I will go look for Linya and Miss Xiao to watch a movie together. Lin Xian, why did all of them want to watch a movie together when she wanted to? Wah. All right, you guys go ahead. Remember to bring my sister along. Little Chushue, I'll let Ling Ying introduce my sister to you. I won't be going. Han Chushue nodded slightly. Then, the two of them walked away. Lin Xian's head hurt. Why did he have to flirt with so many girls? Why? It was all because of this damn scumbag system. The system expressed its innocence. You're still unhappy? Chapter 352. After that, Lin Xian led Lu Yufan and Yi to battle. To be more precise, the two of them attacked Lin Xian with all their might. As their opponent, Lin Xian trained with them for nearly 2 hours. Since it was already noon when they woke up, it was already afternoon. I'll head back first, Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan and Yi. Go ahead. Yi and I are also planning to have dinner before going to the movies. Lu Yufan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, Lin Xian left the Sky Martial Court. When he left, the sun was setting. It was already 5:30 p.m. Han Chushue, Xiao Runing, and the others had left more than an hour before Lin Xian. It was said that they were going to buy groceries and make dinner for Linya. After dinner, they would go out to watch a movie and go shopping. Lin Xian went to his original home, which was the room Linglong Shui and the others were staying in. When he opened the door, he saw two girls in loose pajamas dancing in front of the TV. Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Most importantly, they were wearing loose pajamas with long, cool legs. Their pajamas were so big that he could not tell if they were wearing pants or not. That wasn't important. They were definitely wearing those kinds of shorts. However, their legs were really beautiful. Most importantly, one of them was a void fox in the virtuous stage, and the other was the empress of a country 800 years ago. Two incomparably noble women were dancing to a girl group on TV. Who could resist that? They did not even notice when Lin Xian opened the door. The music was turned up, and the two girls were dancing happily. It could be seen that none of them had any foundation in dancing. However, they were goddesses with good figures after all. Their comprehension in this aspect was quite good. Moreover, even if they were not good-looking, with their figures and long legs, even if they did not dance well, they would still look good. Hey. Lin Xian didn't know why, but it seemed like he was just trying to tease them. He suddenly called out from behind and saw the two girls suddenly stop in their tracks. Then, Ling Longxue and Bing Lingyue stiffly turned their heads and saw Lin Xian behind them. The two girls' pretty faces were dyed with a layer of red clouds. Ding. Sensed Ling Longshue's shyness. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Ding. Sensed Bing Lingyue's shyness. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Then, the two girls sat on the sofa in a serious manner. They poured themselves a cup of tea and sipped it. They pretended as if nothing had happened. However, their red faces showed that they were not very calm. Ling Longxue said slowly, "What are you doing here?" As goddesses, they were serious and cold in front of Lin Xian. When Lin Xian suddenly saw the two of them dancing, even they would have some special feelings. Luckily, they did not subconsciously shoot a stream of energy at him. Otherwise, Lin Xian would be kneeling. "I'm taking you to watch a movie." Didn't I say that already? Lin Xian held back his laughter and sat not far from them. He poured himself a cup of water and drank it. Then, he could not help but spit it out. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, the two girls' faces turned even redder. Of course, they knew why Lin Xian spat it out. Ha ha ha. Then, Lin Xian clutched his stomach and laughed out loud on the sofa. Sorry, he could not hold it in any longer. The visual impact was too great. Two noble beauties were secretly hiding at home, thinking that no one would see them, and then dancing here. Indeed, there was nothing to laugh about. However, when they saw Lin Xian's stiff expression and pretended to be calm, and when he thought about how the two girls swayed their waists clumsily and tried hard to learn, Lin Xian could not hold it in any longer. As Lin Xian laughed even more maniacally, the two ladies could not help but turn gloomy. Was it necessary to laugh for so long and so loudly? You're still laughing. Ling Longshue's face was red and angry. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha. I'll go wash some fruits. Bing Lingyue chose to leave the battlefield. Stop laughing, Ling Longxue shouted. Then, she stopped laughing, but there was still a smile on her face. My temples hurt from laughing. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. You should be punished for entering someone else's home without permission. Ling Longxue said coldly. Wait. I think you've misunderstood. This is my home. Ling Longxue. It seemed to make sense, but you can't just come in without saying anything. Don't you know that Lingyue and I are living here? What if it's inconvenient? Ling Longxue reprimanded angrily. I think you've misunderstood again. First, I opened the door and came in. Second, I closed the door quite loudly too. I was just a few meters away from you. How can you blame me for not noticing? Who asked you to be so immersed in it, and even turn it on so loudly? Lin Xian said, trying to hold back his laughter. You're still laughing. Ling Longxue blushed. Okay. I won't laugh. Ling Longxue then pretended to be calm and took another sip of water. Needless to say, it was very elegant and noble, but it was very cute. Ha ha ha. By the way, you and little Bing Bing like to dance? I can help you find a professional dance instructor to teach you, Lin Xian said. No need. Linglong Shui returned to her cold self. Bing Lingyue walked over with a plate of fruit and said, Linglong and I saw on TV that dancing can help us lose weight, so we try to practice. You still need to lose weight? Your figures are so perfect. Lin Xian praised. Needless to say, Lin Xian's praise made them quite happy. It's different. We can maintain our figures because of our high level and some practice. But the TV said that dancing can be improved. That's true. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Chapter 353. Lin Xian picked up an apple and munched on it, then said, If you want to lose weight or become healthier, I can teach you. Teach what? Needless to say, they were quite curious because they knew that Lin Xian knew a lot that they didn't. I'll teach you the third set of radio gymnastics for primary and secondary school students. What's that? The two girls were surprised. You can think of it as a dance for exercise. Then, Lin Xian searched for the third set of radio gymnastics for primary and secondary school students on TV, and the two girls watched it. Okay, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui wanted to say that it was lame, or that was what it meant. Come, do it with me. It's much easier than the aerobics you're doing, and it's very effective. I'm not doing it. Linglong Shui said proudly. Why should they do it? Wah, you're taking my kindness for granted. I'm teaching you out of goodwill, and you don't appreciate it? Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. You're hurt. All right, I won't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. Go and watch the movie yourselves. I won't care either. The two girls looked at each other, then looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian looked very sad, as if it was real. I didn't mean it that way. Linglong Shui was a little flustered. Lin Xian couldn't be angry, right? Thinking about his actions, although it was quite infuriating at times, it really seemed like he was thinking about them a lot. And her rejection just now did seem a little overboard. Lin Xian even specially helped them pick out the video. Lin Xian was obviously pretending. Although this radio gymnastics wasn't much to look at, to be able to see two goddess-like girls doing radio gymnastics, damn, it seemed a little comfortable. Forget it. Don't do it. I'll book the tickets for you too. Go and watch the movie. Lin Xian loosened the reins in order to grasp them better. Bing Lingyue took the bait and helped Linglong Shui out of her predicament. This seems to be much easier than what we learned before. We can give it a try. Linglong Shui just happened to be able to get out of this situation and nodded. All right, it's easier. We'll practice when the time comes. Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to see it later. He said to say, he wanted to see the two girls doing radio gymnastics. Although this broadcast gymnastics looks easy, it's actually quite difficult. It might take you a lot of time to figure it out. Why don't I teach you now? It can save you a lot of time. We can do it together. Come on, stand up. The two girls looked at each other and then stood up silently. The three of them stood side by side in front of the TV. The third set of the middle school, dancing youth, stretch. Then Lin Xian led the two girls to do radio gymnastics. Really, he held back his laughter the whole time as he taught them. He felt even better when he saw them at a loss. Linglong Shui stared at Lin Xian and asked, Wow, you bought the ingredients, but I don't have to work hard to cook for you? I don't have to pay for my labor, so I'll help you for free? Am I your housekeeper or nanny? Linglong Shui. It seemed to make sense. Then what do you want? Linglong Shui asked. The pill you gave me just now. I think it's pretty good. Lin Xian grinned. Linglong Shui stretched out her slender hand, and a golden pill appeared in her hand. That's it? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The golden pill looked pretty good. You can't eat too much of it. Linglong Shui said. Why? This pill can increase a warrior's strength, speed, and other aspects. However, after the effects wear off, the warrior will be in a weakened state. Although the weakening effect isn't great, it's still not good news, Linglong Shui said. As for a romance movie, it was something that could stimulate a woman's hormones. It was usually used when there was hope that they would be able to get a room with a girl after watching a romance movie. Lin Xian and Linglong Shui were definitely the former at most. However, if Lin Xian brought Han Chuxue and Lu Yufan over, it would probably be a romance movie. You choose. Animated Crisis at 8:30. Let's choose this one. Choose your seat. Lin Xian, of course, chose 3 seats in a row. 10 minutes later, they entered the theater. Lin Xian held 3 3D glasses. This is? Wearing this will make you feel like you're in the movie. So magical? Is this some kind of spiritual weapon? I don't feel any spiritual power fluctuations. Linglong Shui curiously played with the 3D glasses in her hand. No, it's just some kind of technology. There's nothing special about it. Then, the 3 of them entered the theater. It was very dark inside, and the screen was playing the trailer. These 3 seats. Lin Xian found the 3 seats in the middle and sat in the middle. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were stunned. Did this mean that Lin Xian sat in the middle and separated them? Move aside. I want to sit here. Bing Lingyue said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, that won't do. Once the tickets are bought, they have to be seated according to the number. This is our order here. We can't break it. Lin Xian began to spout nonsense. It was hard to tell what state they were in. Although they knew that it was a movie, the three-dimensional feeling made them feel very real and a little scared. Lin Xian didn't know whether they were scared or not. With his level of existence, they definitely wouldn't be scared. But what if they watched it from the perspective of a girl? Maybe they would, right? The 2 girls blinked their big eyes and stared at the screen. Sometimes, their delicate bodies would even move according to the scenes in the movie. For example, when a zombie pounced on them, they would subconsciously dodge to the side. After all, it was their first time coming into contact with this, so it was very normal. However, Lin Xian was not happy. Wow, they weren't scared? His arms were still open for them. Are you scared? Lin Xian asked Linglong Shui. How could this sovereign be scared of this? Linglong Shui smiled disdainfully. Ah, suddenly, a terrifying zombie flew over like a scene from a horror movie. Coupled with the terrifying roar, coupled with the 3D glasses, and then, Lin Xian was stupefied. Linglong Shui subconsciously thought that the zombie was going to bite her, so she slapped back. Boom! The entire big screen, no, to be precise, the wall behind the screen directly collapsed. Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. Everyone in the surroundings was stupefied. What happened? Linglong Shui regained her senses, but Lin Xian was still in a daze. Fuck. Big sister, what are you doing? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui, stupefied. Linglong Shui seemed to know that she had made a mistake. She took off her glasses and a trace of grievance and embarrassment appeared on her cold and beautiful face. That mutated beast wanted to attack me. Lin Xian, hey, that's fake. It's fake. Who knows? Linglong Shui mumbled as if she was in the wrong. Then, she pouted her little mouth and helplessly tidied up the messy hair on her forehead. She was really very cute, because she knew that it was her fault. Lin Xian's mind exploded. Wah! Linglong Shui was watching a movie with her 3D glasses when a zombie suddenly appeared. Because she didn't know much about it, and it was more realistic, she subconsciously used her strength to slap it. Then, the big screen and one of the walls in the studio fell down. The others were even more stupefied than Lin Xian. They were just watching a movie. How could something like this happen? Some people even subconsciously thought that it was a terrorist attack and lay down. What do we do now? Do we run? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian, run my ass. I don't want to be wanted. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Wah, this girl was sometimes adorable. She was so stupid that it was a little scary. Was this a void fox of the virtual realm? Linglong Shui lowered her head and silently stuffed popcorn into her mouth. She looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. Linglong, it's okay. Lin Xian will help us settle it. Bing Lingyue comforted her. Okay. Lin Xian, what? How much money do we have to pay? Lin Xian was about to cry. How comfortable would it be to spend 1 or 200 yuan to watch a movie and then take advantage of the girl? Now, 1 or 200,000 yuan would be gone. It was okay. At least Lin Xian wasn't short of money. Some people around them pointed at them because some people saw that it was Linglong Shui who did it. When the people in front turned around and saw Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue's beauty, they were shocked. Give me the phone. Lin Xian stretched out his hand to Linglong Shui. Then, Linglong Shui obediently handed over the well-protected phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian decisively transferred 500,000 yuan to himself. Even if he wanted to pay, he couldn't spend his own money. That would be a huge loss. After transferring 500,000 yuan, Lin Xian felt that he could scam a little more. Then, he transferred another 500,000 yuan to Linglong Shui. Why did you transfer the money away? Linglong Shui asked. Big sister, I have to pay for it. You can't expect me to pay for what you did, right? Chapter 356. Linglong Shui didn't know that Lin Xian was trying to cheat her of her money in a situation that could be solved with 1 or 200,000 yuan. Lin Xian felt that he was such a cheapskate. Ding. As a man, cheating a lady of her money is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 500,000. Lin Xian. Hey, what do you mean by cheat? I helped her earn this money from the auction. Can't you just treat it as a reward for my hard work? Lin Xian despised the system lady in his mind, but the system lady despised him even more. Scram! Scumbag! Lin Xian, wow! Why was she scolding him? Wasn't he forced to be a scumbag because of her? Linglong Shui thought about it. Indeed, she did something wrong. Why did Lin Xian have to pay for her? How much money do I have left? Linglong Shui asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian took her phone and looked at it. 30 million? What the fuck? Only 30 million left? Lin Xian's eyes widened. I still have some here. Bing Lingyue passed her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at it. She also had 30 million left. That meant that they had spent 40 million out of the 100 million? How did they do it? What did you buy? 40 million yuan was enough to buy a villa. What could they buy with that money? Nothing much. Some jewelry and then some food. Linglong Shui tilted her head and thought for a while. Jewelry. Lin Xian felt a headache when he heard about jewelry. Even a small one would cost a few million, or even 10 million. Wow, what a prodigal girl. What the fuck? The last time I went out to play, I saw an old man begging. So I transferred him 1,000 yuan and didn't spend anything else. Lin Xian, big sister, are you guys out of your mind? Lin Xian was about to cry from laughing. Oh my god. The old man was begging, so it was normal for them to give him some money. However, if you want to transfer money to him, he has a smartphone, or even a QR code with him. Even a fool would know that it was a scam. These two girls really foolishly transferred the money. Damn. Well, Lin Xian didn't blame them. After all, the two of them were completely unprepared and unaware of the various scams of modern society. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to cheat so many things from them. Wait a minute, Lin Xian suddenly thought. Was it really only 1,000? Who transferred it? Linglong Shui silently extended her hand, and then Lin Xian looked at the transfer record. 10 million. 10 million. Is this 1,000? This was 10 million. She had transferred 10 million yuan to that scammer. Luckily, it wasn't his money. However, Lin Xian also felt some heartache. What a pair of silly girls. What did he say to you? I scanned it and then entered it. He said to add a few more zeros when transferring money. Otherwise, there would be decimal points. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. How silly. Then, Lin Xian helplessly bought 2 buckets of popcorn and gave one to her and Bing Lingyue. Then, they took the 3D glasses. I don't want any more. Linglong Shui said. It's more realistic. Otherwise, What's the difference between watching it at home and watching it at home? Don't worry. This time, it's not the kind of movie that can scare you. I'll say it again. I'm not scared. Linglong Shui stared at Lin Xian and said proudly, Okay. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Lin Xian held back his laughter. She must have been scared. Maybe not really scared. She was definitely not scared. But since she attacked, she must have been a little bit scared. No, to be precise, it was more of a subconscious counterattack. Let's go. The movie is about to start. Then, Lin Xian brought them to another theater. Bing Lingyue specifically reminded them about their seats this time. Lin Xian could only let them sit together while he sat on one side. But because this was a romantic movie, even if they sat on either side of Lin Xian, there would be no scene of them hiding in his arms. So, it didn't matter. The three of them sat in the middle. After they sat down, they waited for the movie to start. The popcorn is here. Chapter 357. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard a voice. How could there be such a coincidence? Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue didn't know Yi or Lu Yufan, so they didn't react. Then, Lin Xian turned his head stiffly. A young and pretty girl dressed in casual clothes walked over with 2 big buckets of popcorn in her arms and sat beside Lin Xian with a smile on her face. She was really beside him. There wasn't even a person between them. There wasn't even a seat between them. Next to him was Yi. Why didn't Lin Xian see her just now? Because it was dark here, they didn't deliberately look at the people beside them. If Lu Yufan hadn't shouted, even if she sat quietly beside Lin Xian probably wouldn't have noticed her. Lu Yufan and Yi chatted happily while eating popcorn. They didn't expect that the person sitting beside her was Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, he stood up silently. Little Bing Lingyue, I'll change seats with you. Lin Xian had his back facing them. Then, he walked in front of Bing Lingyue and said, Didn't you say that the seats are fixed? Even friends can't change seats. Bing Lingyue nodded slightly and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was speechless. Wow, what was this called? He had shot himself in the foot. He couldn't tell them that he was lying to them, right? He couldn't do that either. Then, Lin Xian sat back down quietly. Lu Yufan, who was next to him, saw a man moving around beside him. Then, he took another look. It was strange. Why did he walk backward when he sat back down? Even if he sat down and turned his face to the side, she could only see the back of his head. There was a slight sense of familiarity. Lin Xian was about to explode. Why was it so coincidental? Why did they have to be in the same movie theater? Why did they have to watch the same movie? Why did it have to be the same show? And why did she have to sit right next to him? Wow, Lin Xian, I'm thirsty. Linglong Shui, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up. Lin Xian? When Lu Yufan heard this name, she turned her head to look at Lin Xian in surprise. At this moment, Lin Xian still didn't dare to turn around, so all she could see was the back of his head. Then, he deliberately lowered his voice and said to Linglong Shui, Wait. Oh. Lu Yufan stifled her laughter and whispered to Yi. The person sitting next to me is also called Lin Xian. Maybe it's him. Yi joked. Impossible. Didn't Lin Xian say that he had something to do tonight? If he had something to do, how could he come to watch a movie? He probably leveled up in the demonic beast domain, Lu Yufan said. Then, she happily ate her popcorn and waited for the movie to start. Linglong Shui frowned slightly, then turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Why do you keep looking at me? Linglong Shui asked in dissatisfaction. Lin Xian had been turning his head to look at him the entire time. The main reason was that Lin Xian didn't dare to turn around. Now, he seemed to have been noticed by Lu Yufan. Although it was dark, Lu Yufan only had to look at Lin Xian deliberately, and she could recognize him even from the side. Wow, that's uncomfortable. I think you're pretty, Lin Xian said. Lecture. Linglong Shui's face was filled with anger. He actually dared to flirt with her so openly. Lin Xian, Wow. Both sides were difficult. What should he do? Was this fate? Was the heavens punishing him for being a scumbag? Then, Lin Xian could only silently turn his head and look at the big screen. Lu Yufan saw the person called Lin Xian turn his head and take a look. That side profile seemed a little familiar. The light on the big screen suddenly turned white, and the lights in the theater brightened a little. Lu Yufan's mouth opened slightly. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Oh my God. Lin Xian was about to cry. Fan. Fan. Fan fan. Lin Xian turned his head and looked very surprised. He was stuttering. It's really you. Lu Yufan revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Yi, who was beside her, leaned over and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as well. Of course, this surprise was short-lived. On the other side, Linglong Shui heard another girl call Lin Xian. She also turned her head and glanced at her. Then their eyes met. When he saw her, Lu Yufan was extremely stunned. What a beautiful duck. Wait a minute. Lu Yufan suddenly realized something. Lin Xian told them that he had something to do and wouldn't be watching the movie with them. In fact, he had come to watch the movie himself. Moreover, that girl's name was Lin Xian, which meant that Lin Xian knew her. In other words, Lin Xian had accompanied her to watch the movie. In other words, Lin Xian had lied to her by saying that he had something to do and was actually watching the movie with another girl. Wow, she was about to explode. She really wanted to cry. This was a man indeed. Damn Lin's mother. At that moment, Lu Yufan felt very wronged. Ding. Felt Lu Yufan's grievance. Host behavior is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 500,000. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Oh my God. He was so pitiful. I didn't expect you to come to watch the movie too. Lin Xian saw that Lu Yufan's big eyes were about to burst into tears, but he still pretended to be calm as he spoke. If Lin Xian had watched the movie with another girl, Lu Yufan would only be jealous, but she could still accept it. However, Lin Xian had lied to her by saying that he had something to do at night and was actually watching the movie with another girl. This was different. Lu Yufan was still relatively rational. Although she really wanted to cry, she held it in and really nodded. Well, I was going to go to the beast domain with my friends tonight, but I heard that a very powerful beast had appeared in the beast domain today, so I didn't go. I didn't know what to do, so I came to watch the movie with them. I didn't expect that you and EE would be watching this movie too. It's fate. Ding. Deceiving your own girlfriend. Scumbag value plus 200,000. Really? Lu Yufan still had some hope. If it was true, then Lin Xian didn't lie to her, right? Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Of course it's true. Didn't I tell you that I had something to do at night? Lin Xian had a sincere expression. The main reason Lu Yufan believed him was because Lin Xian's acting was really good. He didn't show the panic of being caught red-handed. Then Lin Xian, why didn't you ask me and Fan Fan to watch the movie together? Yi asked. I also wanted to, but what if you guys had already planned it out? It wouldn't be good to join me. Plus, my friends are still here. So after weighing the pros and cons, I didn't tell you guys. Linglong Shui had been listening to Lin Xian the whole time. Of course she knew that Lin Xian was lying, but Lin Xian found a chance to turn his head and wink at her. Linglong Shui was very smart, so she understood. Chapter 358. Forget it. I'll help him. Although it's not good for a guy to cheat a girl, it did cause trouble for Lin Xian just now. I'll just treat it as my compensation, but only this once. It's very dangerous outside. Linglong Shui ignored him after saying that. Then, she silently ate her popcorn, drank her cola, and watched the movie that just started. Lu Yufan was stunned for a moment. Did that mean that what Lin Xian said was true? Lu Yufan's mood immediately improved. However, Lin Xian and the girl still didn't feel good coming out to watch a movie. Is this movie good? Lin Xian quickly changed the topic and laughed. It's okay. It's quite popular. I originally wanted to watch a horror movie with Yi, but I heard that the studio was bombed, so I can only watch this, Lu Yufan said faintly. Lin Xian. Cough, cough. Lin Xian couldn't help but cough. Lin Xian, what are you going to do after watching the movie? Lu Yufan asked. Of course, she didn't want Lin Xian and the girl to leave after watching the movie. Who knew what they were going to do after leaving? Go home. What else can I do? Actually, I didn't want to watch the movie. Since I can't go to the beast territory, I wanted to go home directly. But she said she wanted to watch a movie, so I had no choice but to accompany her. Lin Xian shrugged. Linglong Shui, but for a sensitive girl, who was also Lin Xian's girlfriend, this sentence had a different meaning. The girl took the initiative to ask Lin Xian to watch a movie. She must have some ulterior motives. The girl even took the initiative. In other words, they might have to do that after going home tonight. Ah, so annoying. Why don't we go eat together after watching the movie? Lu Yufan asked. Right now, she only wanted to pull Lin Xian back and not let him leave with the girl after watching the movie. I'm not eating. I ate a big bucket of popcorn. I also ate before coming, so I'm not hungry, Lin Xian said. He really didn't understand Lu Yufan's meaning. Oh, let's watch the movie. Then, for the next 2 hours, they didn't interact much and just watched the movie. Lu Yufan wanted to declare her sovereignty. She wanted to hold Lin Xian's arm or snuggle up in Lin Xian's arms. But when she thought of Yi who was beside them, she gave up. Actually, Lu Yufan and Yi's situation was very similar to that of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. They were the kind where one of them was wooed but knew that her best friend also had feelings for Lin Xian, so they didn't want to reveal their relationship. This was not a bad thing for Lin Xian, because Lin Xian could go and woo their best friends. After that, they didn't think much about it and focused on watching the movie. The movie was very touching. Lu Yufan and Yi, the two sensitive girls, were crying. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, of course, weren't to this extent, but it was obvious that they were also very touched. Many of the sensitive girls in the theater were teary-eyed. Usually, they wouldn't feel much when watching the movie on their phones or at home, but in this kind of situation, they especially wanted to cry. Especially those who had boyfriends, they cried in their boyfriends' arms. The boyfriends were very happy and comforted them, then they could go and get a room to tease them. After watching the movie, everyone left one after another, and the most anticipated part of the movie began. Normally, when you asked a girl out, as long as the girl was willing to come out, then you would have a chance. These guys were very scheming. They specially booked a movie at around 10 o'clock. After watching it, it would be around 12 o'clock. At this time, when a guy went out with a girl, he would first ask the girl if she was hungry. In fact, it didn't matter if she was hungry or not. If she was hungry, they could go and eat supper. If she wasn't hungry, then they could continue the conversation. Then, the guy could continue to ask the girl where she wanted to go next. Actually, if a guy came out to watch a movie at this late hour, then it was either a boyfriend and girlfriend, or they had a good impression of each other, Girls were very reserved. In fact, even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't say it. And guys definitely couldn't be too direct and say that they were going to get a room. So at this time, they would ask where she wanted to go. If the girl was interested, she would usually say that she didn't know. Once the girl said that she didn't know, then there would be a lot of gunfire. Because they were watching a movie in the middle of the night and she didn't know, it meant that she didn't want to go home. This was already a hint from the girl. As long as the guy handled it well, then it was basically okay to fire. But the guy had to remember that he definitely couldn't say it clearly, and definitely couldn't be too direct and say that he was going to get a room. Normally, the girl would choose to reject him out of reserve, even if she also wanted to do it. So, it depended on the technique. Lin Xian also wanted to, but he was facing Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, so he couldn't do it. If it was Han Chuxue, then he could bring her to a room now. He felt that it was okay. Han Chuxue's good impression of him had already shown something. The few of them were outside the theater. We'll go back first. Lu Yufan waved at Lin Xian. Slow down. Don't worry. Then, she pulled Yi's hand and walked away. After walking to a place where Lin Xian couldn't see, Lu Yufan quickly stopped and leaned against the wall to peek at Lin Xian's situation. Fan, what are you doing? Yi asked, puzzled. Humph. That big hooligan is watching a movie with two beautiful girls in the middle of the night. I want to see where they're going after the movie. Lu Yufan cutely wrinkled her little nose and said, they can't do anything, right? After all, Lin Xian isn't watching a movie with one girl, but two. The three of them can't do anything, right? Yi said, of course. Her tone was also uncertain. Who knows? That big hooligan has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But those two girls are so beautiful, and they look so noble. Lu Yufan said enviously. As a beautiful girl, Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui were the two girls she wanted to be when she grew up. She felt that such women were simply too beautiful, and were simply too tempting to men. Unfortunately, it seemed that she still needed to wait a few more years before she could grow up. She was only 17 years old now. Don't look, it's not good. Yi said softly. Yi, don't you want to watch? Aren't you curious? Don't you care at all? Lu Yufan asked 3 questions in a row. Of course she cared, but she felt that she and Lin Xian were just normal friends, and it wasn't good to know his privacy. But Lu Yufan was different. She was Lin Xian's girlfriend, and she had the right to watch. Yi didn't know that. Chapter 359. Lu Yufan continued to lean against the wall and look at Lin Xian and the others. Then, she said to Yi, I want to see what kind of bad guy this big hooligan is. Then okay, I'll accompany you. But it can't be too late. Okay, I'll see where they're going next. Lu Yufan said with concern. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't know that Lu Yufan was following him. Where to? He wasn't too sure. Go home? Although Little Fairy and Ling Ying were at home, Lin Xian sent them a message saying that they were still watching a movie. The 4 of them were together, Ling Ying, Linya, and Xiao Runing. It was said that they were going to go shopping after the movie. They probably wouldn't be home until midnight. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't do anything if he went back now. Therefore, he decided to continue to chase after Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Anyway, to Lin Xian, other than killing monsters, he only needed to chase after the girls. He would be happy and comfortable, only if he didn't encounter an awkward situation like tonight. Where do you want to go now? Lin Xian asked. Of course, the 2 girls didn't know. Let's go home. I'm a bit tired. Okay, then I'll go back too. I'll sleep at your place tonight. Huh. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian again. Don't misunderstand. I'll sleep in my own room. My sister will be home very late, so I won't go back now. I'll sleep at your place. Whatever. As for Lin Xian sleeping at their place, it didn't matter. After all, it was Lin Xian's home. Moreover, it had his own room. They couldn't be bothered to enter it anyway. It was fine as long as they didn't do anything out of line. As for Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue, they slept together all day long. Of course, they wouldn't do anything. It was only because they had a good relationship that they slept together. Moreover, they often chatted about many things. They talked about the ways of the world, where they wanted to go the next day, what they wanted to eat, and their cultivation. 2 experts of this level had experienced too many things. Of course, they would talk a lot. Do you want to eat anything when you get home? Is there anything to eat? Although they weren't hungry, they didn't feel hungry to begin with. It didn't matter if they didn't eat for a few years. It didn't matter how much they ate. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the 2 girls' eyes shined. I'll cook noodles for you too when I get home, Lin Xian said. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded and then asked, what about the thing you promised me that can increase the space element to the great completion level? Don't be in such a hurry. I said I'll give it to you in 5 days, so I'll give it to you in 5 days. Prepare the pills for me. Of course. Don't give me too little. The same as before, 7 pills are too little. It's not enough. Understand? Linglong Shui. I understand. Also, I beg you, don't call yourself I. Can you use I? If you speak like this, others will easily misunderstand. Little Bing Bing has done a good job on this point. Bing Lingyue. I've always called myself that. Lin Xian, don't call yourself I, Oh my God. In the modern city, one called herself I, and the other called herself I. Who could stand this? Okay. The two girls were very obedient today. Come with me to the bank tomorrow morning? Bank? Linglong Shui showed a surprised expression. This was the first time she had heard this term. Is it delicious? Bing Lingyue asked. Lin Xian, wow. These two noble girls only cared about food now? It's not delicious. My noodles are delicious. I know your noodles are delicious, Linglong Shui said. When she thought about the taste of the noodles that Lin Xian cooked, Linglong Shui really relished the taste of it. She also liked to eat noodles. For this reason, she had eaten with Bing Lingyue many times outside. However, she still felt that Lin Xian's seafood noodles were better. After staying in this human society for a while, Linglong Shui realized that she had changed. Changed too much. She even became more talkative. Because of this, she felt that she was really asking for trouble in her previous life. Anyway, it was difficult to improve at this stage. It required a long period of seclusion or opportunities. She might as well enjoy her life happily. Xiao Linglong, little Bing Bing, are you used to modern human society? Lin Xian asked. It's okay. Lin Xian also realized that Linglong Shui had changed a lot. At least, Linglong Shui would respond to every word he said. If one day, the Myriad Demon Alliance stops a large number of demon beasts from attacking Tianhua City, are you willing to protect the peaceful life here? Lin Xian asked. She really hesitated. No, she didn't like disputes, so she was neutral. However, she really felt that this kind of life was good. If one day there was a war here, she would feel sorry for this peaceful city. However, Linglong Shui shook her head. I told you before. I'm in the virtual realm. Even if I want to do something, I can't. That's true. Lin Xian rubbed his temples helplessly. If they could have an expert like Linglong Shui to protect them, it would be much easier. Actually, you don't have to do anything to help. Huh. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Didn't you say that your sister joined the Myriad Demon Alliance? As far as I know, she might become the main force to attack Tianhua City. As her sister, without her help, we might be able to defend it. I can try. Linglong Shui was also helpless when it came to her sister. She was too stubborn. Linglong Shui couldn't control her. If she doesn't behave, bring her here. I'll beat her ass until she cries. You'll die a horrible death. Linglong Shui said silently. Hee, you're here to protect me. Maybe I can help. Bing Lingyue said. That's right. You're in the heavenly venerable realm. You can participate in the battle. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Bing Lingyue also liked this kind of life. She even regretted becoming that damned empress all those years ago. She was indeed powerful and respected by everyone. But what did she get in return? Nothing. Instead, she lost her freedom. She lost her own life. If she had another chance to choose, she only wanted to live a comfortable life. But Lingyue is about to advance to the virtual realm. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, this was very awkward. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's call a taxi and go home. Then, the three of them called a taxi. Wow. Look, they really got into the same car. That means they're going to the same place. Seeing this scene, Lu Yufan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 360. Any girl wouldn't be able to remain calm after seeing such a scene. Especially a guy's girlfriend. Maybe they just happened to be on the way. Maybe Lin Xian just wanted to send them home. After all, they're girls. Yi said this as if she was comforting herself. On second thought, if Lin Xian was alone with a girl and they left together, it might be easy for others to misunderstand. But there were three of them. What else could the three of them do? She was probably thinking too much. But he would rather send them back. When we wanted to go back, Lin Xian didn't send us back. I feel unfair. Lu Yufan pouted. Hearing this, Yi felt a little sour in her heart. Let's go. Lu Yufan then pulled Yi's little hand. What? Yi showed a puzzled expression. Then, she was pulled to the side of the road by Lu Yufan. It was bustling here, and there were taxis everywhere. Follow them and see where they are going. A dash then, Lu Yufan said to the driver, Driver, follow the car in front. Is this really okay? Yi felt that it wasn't okay. They were just friends. She really felt that she was meddling too much. But Lu Yufan was different. She was Lin Xian's girlfriend. She didn't care, but she really wanted to know. It's okay. I'm just going to take a look. Lu Yufan said. Little girl, is your boyfriend flirting with other girls? The driver in front asked. Lu Yufan blushed and stammered. I just saw a guy and two girls get into that taxi. But don't think too much. There are many good guys. Uncle, what you mean is that you think he is really with other girls. The driver smiled and said, I can't guarantee it. But I'm also a man. This is normal. You have to be mentally prepared. The driver's words made Lu Yufan feel stifled. Men. Why do men exist in this world? Can't they all be cucumbers? Damn it. However, she still held onto a sliver of hope in her heart. Then, they followed Lin Xian and continued driving. The car drove to a place that they were gradually familiar with. This place seems to be near Lin Xian's neighborhood. Lu Yufan looked out of the window and said, seeing this familiar place, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Then, she saw Lin Xian and the others get out of the car at the entrance of the neighborhood. Wow. Look at them. They got off the car. Lu Yufan hugged Yi's arm and said, I saw it. Yi also had mixed feelings. The two girls got out of the car. This was the residential area where Lin Xian's house was located. Since they had entered the residential area together, where else could they go other than Lin Xian's house? How stifling. Then, the two girls secretly followed them and saw with their own eyes that Lin Xian and the other two went to their floor and went upstairs. Wow. They went home. Lu Yufan pouted. Yi didn't know what to do. If the three of them couldn't do anything, now that they were going back to Lin Xian's house with him, it was hard to say. Sister Yaya isn't home? Yi asked. I think she's shopping with Senior Ling Ying and the others. Then, she didn't know what to say. Let's go upstairs and catch them. Lu Yufan wrinkled her nose cutely and said, Don't. No. Oh, let's go home then. Stinky men. Damn men. Braised pork trotters. Lu Yufan pouted. Ding. Detected Lu Yufan's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Ding. Detected Yi's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Ding. The system notification in Lin Xian's mind inexplicably exploded. What the fuck? Lin Xian was stunned. Jealousy and displeasure should have happened before. Why did it explode now? Lin Xian revealed a puzzled expression. Little did he know that the two girls had seen them going upstairs. When they reached home, Lin Xian cooked a bowl of noodles for each of them. Then, he lay on the sofa and played with his phone while listening to the two girls eating noodles. Then, he received a message from Lu Yufan on WeChat. What are you doing? Lin Xian scratched his head suspiciously. Something was wrong. Combined with the system notification from before, he felt that something was not right. Then, Lin Xian quickly ran to the window and looked outside. What if this girl was watching from below? Wah! This society is so dangerous. No matter what, I have to tell the truth at this time. Even if I tell the truth, I might be misunderstood. But for safety's sake, I can only do this. If I lie and the girls find out something, then it's game over. Lin Xian did not want to experience the feeling of being broken up. Anyway, he felt that the girls around him were all good enough. He couldn't bear to part with them. Then, Lin Xian replied, At home. Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian's reply and sighed in relief. At least he was telling the truth. I hate men who lie the most. What about the other two girls? Lu Yufan sent another message. Lin Xian's heart thumped. No. I have to tell the truth. I have to tell the truth. They're also at my house. Their identities are a little special. They don't have identification cards, so they can only stay at my place for the time being. Seeing Lin Xian's reply, Lu Yufan sighed in relief. He was telling the truth. At least it meant that Lin Xian was not bad. Although it was not good for girls to stay at his house, compared to his previous guests, it was not important at all. Okay, then I'll go home first. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Didn't she just go home? Logically speaking, she should have reached home around the same time as him. But her words revealed something. Her casual words had actually revealed her inner thoughts. She just went home. In other words, what? Women are all pickled pepper chicken feet. Society is so dangerous. Lin Xian exclaimed. Fortunately, he told the truth. Otherwise, he would be dead. What's wrong? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the two girls turned their heads, thinking that he was talking about them. I'm not talking about you. Focus on eating. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. It was as if he had become their breeder. Oh, then. The two girls continued eating. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. What could he do tonight? It seemed impossible. At night, there was nothing much to do. They watched TV together and chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms to sleep. As for the pills that Ling Longshui promised to give Lin Xian, she would only give it to him after the transaction was completed. However, it didn't matter as she probably wouldn't need it for the time being. Chapter 361. Lin Xian was currently at Mystic Heaven Realm 2 stars. He would not be strong enough to participate in the Sky Martial Assembly. However, Lin Xian would probably not go to the Demonic Beast Domain. There were only a few days left before the Sky Martial Assembly. If he were to get injured in the next 2 days, he would be dead meat. It would be impossible for him to get into the top 10, let alone first place. However, that might not be the case. He might still be able to reach Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars in the Demonic Beast Domain. The next morning, Lin Xian made breakfast for them before they went to the bank together. They had gotten their money back, and it was not much less. They did not bother to pursue the matter. After that, Lin Xian went to the Sky Martial Court. Lin Xian was probably the most popular guy in the Sky Martial Court. It was hard to say who was more popular between Qin Shoutian and Lin Xian. In any case, everyone knew both Lin Xian and Qin Shoutian. However, it was hard to say who they liked. Clearly, Lin Xian had saved a lot of people, which proved that he was a good person. Indeed, many people liked him. Qin Shoutian had never achieved anything, but at the same time, Lin Xian was surrounded by beautiful schoolbells. This led to a situation where people were jealous of him. Because of jealousy, they hated him. Although Qin Shoutian had never saved anyone, he did not have any beautiful girls around him. In the Sky Martial Court, Yi and Lu Yufan were still training diligently. Lin Xian went over. What are you doing? Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian cautiously. She was still holding a grudge against him last night. Why didn't you go out with your two sisters? Why did you come to the Sky Martial Court? Lu Yufan pouted and asked. I missed you guys. TSK. I'm immune to your flowery words. I reckon you've already said these flowery words to a lot of girls. Lu Yufan wrinkled her nose cutely. No, I swear. Really? Lu Yufan really believed him. As a man, he had to know when to tell the truth and when to lie to girls. Lin Xian had said that to many girls before. However, unless he was an idiot, how could he admit it in front of Lu Yufan? Even if it was true, he had to say that he did not do it with a straight face. Of course it's true. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Lu Yufan was an innocent girl. Otherwise, she would not have been tricked by Lin Xian so easily. Although she did not believe it Lin Xian's words, she did not believe it was effective. Yi watched from the side and did not say anything. She felt that it was none of her business whether Lin Xian came or played with other girls. After all, they were just friends. She had no right to interfere with Lin Xian's affairs. However, she was happy to see Lin Xian here. She was jealous when she saw Lin Xian with other girls. I'm going to look for Miss Xiao. You guys go ahead and practice. Lin Xian left after saying that. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian knocked on Xiao Runing's office door. Come in. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. Lin Xian? Xiao Runing was stunned when she saw Lin Xian. He was a busy man. She did not know when he had become like the students in the advanced class and rarely appeared in the Sky Martial Court. Lin Xian still liked Xiao Runing. Girls like her could make a man feel better. Just like Linya. At their age, they were simply invincible. They were especially attractive, especially when they were wearing professional attire. Oh my God. He could not stand it. Lin Xian sat in front of Xiao Runing. Is something the matter? Xiao Runing asked. Nothing. I just missed you, Miss Xiao, so I came to see you. Miss my ass. You're always hanging out with other girls. How can you miss me? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Nothing. Of course not. Last night, I went out with your sister, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. They said that they were with you recently. Lin Xian. We're classmates. Oh? Then why was Han Chuxue crying in your arms? The corners of Xiao Runing's mouth hooked up into a smile as she poured a cup of water for Lin Xian and handed it over. So, you were the one who saved Chuxue. Not bad. You two are fated. Have you considered dating her? Lin Xian. Then, he shook his head. Huh. Is she not good enough for your taste? Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. I've always remembered you, Ning Ning. I want to get first place in the Sky Martial tournament and get you. Xiao Runing blushed. Ding. Felt Xiao Runing's shyness. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian was confused. Why didn't Xiao Runing's confession quest trigger? Yi too. Many of the other girls triggered their confession quests after they finished their teasing quests. The two of them were too special. Lin Xian didn't know the reason. All right. Wah. You're not going to break your promise, are you? The Xiao Ningning in my heart is not like this. Lin Xian said with a pained expression. Xiao Runing didn't know how to explain it to Lin Xian. What realm are you now? Xiao Runing asked. Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. Xiao Runing. It's over. Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. She thought that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to reach the Mysterious Heaven Realm before the Sky Martial Assembly. If that was the case, it would be even more impossible for him to get first place. But now, he was already at the Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. Coupled with his space attribute, her situation seemed to be a little worrying. At that time, Lin Xian wouldn't really get first place in the Sky Martial Assembly, right? Then what would she do? Would she really be his girlfriend? Wah. All right. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, when the time comes, you just have to prepare to wash up and warm my bed, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. Be careful, or I'll tell your sister. Tell her. She can't wait for me to get you. Lin Xian grinned. Scram. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian reached out and touched Xiao Runing's hand on the table. Xiao Runing quickly pulled her hand back. What are you doing? Xiao Runing's face suddenly turned red. This Lin Xian was simply too presumptuous. Damn it. Hee. So slippery. Lin Xian grinned and said, You still keep saying that you're old and whatnot. Your hand is even more tender than Ling Ying and Han Chuxue's. Lin Xian laughed. At this time, Xiao Runing noticed something. Oh? You've touched their hands before? Lin Xian. Cough, that. I can see it. Lin Xian hurriedly explained. All right, is there anything else? If not, hurry up and leave. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Yes. Then, Lin Xian handed Xiao Runing a piece of paper. Xiao Runing curiously took it. Zhangzun. What is this? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian. In the demonic beast territory, Ling Ying and I met a group of people from the evil fiend temple who wanted to kill us. Chapter 362. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing suddenly frowned. How did you get targeted by the evil fiend palace? This was a big deal. This Jiang family is related to the evil fiend palace. Jiang Zun is Jiang Tianyu's father, and he is called branch leader Jiang by the people of the evil fiend palace. This list is the evil fiend palace's operation list, right? Lin Xian nodded. I found out about this. For some reason, every time the evil fiend palace takes action, there will be a list of operations. I'm also suspicious. Aren't they afraid of being leaked? But I don't know the reason either. It's because the Jiang family knows that you killed his son, so he brought the people of the evil fiend palace to kill you, right? Lin Xian nodded. Can you investigate the Jiang family thoroughly? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing shook her head. No, we lack evidence. This list doesn't mean anything. We lack substantial evidence. Lin Xian also sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have been careful to record or film it, but he couldn't record it. What about Jiang Zun? He's also a member of the operation, so he should be very powerful. Dead? Dead? Xiao Runing revealed a shocked expression. Lin Xian said, he was saved by a friend of mine, Linglong Shui. You know her? Forget it. At that time, we watched you and Ling Ying's performance together and also talked a little. Who is she? I feel that she's very strong. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I accidentally met a friend. Our relationship is just that, but it's still possible to save a life. Friend? Or do you have a boyfriend? Lin Xian. Then is Miss Xiao willing to be in a relationship with me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Scram. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was not joking. She felt that he was really looking at her as if she was his prey. I don't care. In any case, you just have to remember your promise. Wait until I get first place in the Sky Martial Assembly, then I will fuck you on the first night. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Runing. Why can't I get angry? I only promised to be your girlfriend. It depends on your ability whether you want to be my girlfriend or not. Maybe I will dump you after a day. Xiao Runing said. Wow, society was dangerous. Then I'll add one more condition. You can't dump me. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. You didn't add this clause at that time. Xiao Runing said proudly. Anyway, she had fulfilled her promise to be his girlfriend for a day. She didn't say how long she would be his girlfriend. Then I will fuck you on that day. I've also profited. Lin Xian said with a smile. TSK, I don't agree. Xiao Runing snorted and said, also, wait until you get first place in the Sky Martial Assembly before you say that. Lin Xian said, I believe I can do it. You are only at the Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. I think some people might be at the Mysterious Heaven Realm 4 stars, or even 5 stars. Xiao Runing was in a dilemma. She wanted Lin Xian to get first place, but she didn't want to. However, it would be fine if Lin Xian could get into the top 10. As long as he got into the top 10, it would be equivalent to advancing in Tianhua City. Don't panic. Anyway, I will fuck you. Xiao Runing felt that she was dreaming when her own student said he would fuck her to her face. Damn it. Scram. Hurry up and scram. Don't bother me. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Hee, then I will have to trouble Miss Xiao with the Jiang family's matters. Lin Xian stood up with a smile. I have been paying attention, but I am not sure if I can get hold of the Jiang family's weakness. However, I will continue to do so. Love you, bye-bye. Then, Lin Xian ran off after saying that sweet sentence. Bastard. Xiao Runing's face flushed red. Then, she touched her slightly hot face in a daze. Oh my god. Her face was actually hot from her own students flirting. How was that possible? Lin Xian walked out in a comfortable manner. He had already said that he would fuck her when he got first place. Of course, he might not be able to fuck her, but that was Lin Xian's goal. He just needed to give her a hint. Who knows, he might fuck her. That was hard to say. Lin Xian walked out and was about to look for Lu Yufan and Yi to get to know each other better. Then, he saw 10 uninvited guests from the Sky Martial Court. The hundreds of beginner class students who were training outside saw them. The 10 people seemed to be communicating with the Sky Martial Court students. 9 of them were boys and 1 girl. This girl wasn't tall, and her appearance could only be considered delicate. She wasn't considered pretty, but it was strange that she wasn't very old. She was about the same age as Meow Xiao Meow, like a little loli. She was constantly scanning her surroundings. What are they doing? Lin Xian asked as he moved closer to Lu Yufan and Yi. I don't know. They are from outside. I don't think they are from the Sky Martial Court, but that might not be the case. Maybe they are from the intermediate class or the advanced class, Lu Yufan said charmingly, but they're still quite eye-catching. They're all handsome guys with good looks. Their figures are also good. They probably have abs or something, Lu Yufan said infatuatedly. Lin Xian, hey. Is it really okay for you to say that in front of me? Lin Xian glared at Lu Yufan. Humph. Lu Yufan snorted arrogantly. Who asked him to flirt with another girl? Lu Yufan did it on purpose. That's right. Lin Xian would definitely be jealous if he heard Lu Yufan's words. He also deeply understood how these girls would feel when they saw him with other girls or flirting with them. What was this called? I can empathize with you. However, although Lin Xian understood, he could not stop himself. However, Lin Xian saw a familiar person. It was the man who led the group. Chun Chung. Was he from the Sky Star Academy? At this time, a group of people from the advanced class walked over. Qin Xiaotian, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and a few others that Lin Xian had never seen before. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue walked over and their eyes fell on Lin Xian. This hooligan. Look at him. Every time you see him, there must be another girl beside him. Ling Ying said unhappily. That was true. Lin Xian really did not have any brothers. Wang Fugue counted, but other than him, there was no one else. He did not even have any male friends. However, the few people from the Swift Wind mercenary group should count. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue did not like to talk about these things, so they let Qin Xiaotian take care of it. Qin Xiaotian smiled and walked over. Brother Qin, long time no see. Chun Chung shook Qin Xiaotian's hand. Yes, long time no see. Brother Qin, I feel that your realm has improved a lot recently. It's okay. My realm is definitely not as high as Brother Qin's. I wonder why the 10 students from the Sky Star Academy are. Oh, the principal of the Sky Star Academy ordered us to specially come here to exchange pointers with the Sky Star Academy. After all, the Sky Martial Arts Conference is about to begin, so we brought some people from the advanced class to exchange pointers. Qin Xiaotian frowned. Exchange pointers? Why haven't we received any news from the Sky Star Academy? Chapter 363. They had only heard from others that many people from the other academies had come to the Sky Martial Court. As members of the advanced class, they were also the face of the Sky Martial Court. Their existence was equivalent to that of a student's student council. It was only right for them to step forward when encountering such a situation. It was rare for people from the other academies to come to the Sky Martial Court in such a grandiose manner. Perhaps our academy did not inform your academy. That shouldn't be the case, right? At this moment, Xiao Runing and a few other teachers walked over. The meeting of the experts from the two academies' advanced classes was quite an important matter. Naturally, they would come when they heard about it. If such a group of people were to fight in the Sky Martial Court, the price would be very high. What's going on? Xiao Runing glanced at them and asked. Everyone from the Sky Star Academy looked at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was extremely famous in the three academies. This beautiful teacher had become the dream lover of many students. There was even a time when many warriors from the other academies transferred to other academies for Xiao Runing. It was even popular for a period of time. After that, the Sky Star Academy and the Sky Sun Academy could not allow them to lose their students in order to strengthen the Tianhua Academy. Hence, there was a rule that no transfer was allowed. Only then did the situation calm down. But this was enough to show that the beauty of this beautiful teacher, Xiao Runing, was extremely exaggerated. Miss Xiao, although they were not from the same academy, everyone recognized Xiao Runing. What's the matter? Xiao Runing looked at Qincheng and asked. It's like this. Our academy's dean asked us to come to the Tianhua Academy to exchange pointers. Oh, then we should have received the news. Xiao Runing was surprised. At this moment, Qin Aiba walked over and smiled at everyone. All right, the Sky Martial Court is about to begin. Before that, it's reasonable for everyone to exchange pointers. However, don't go too far. Chun Iba said with a smile. Thank you, Dean Chun. All right, you guys can go to the advanced class arena. Remember, don't go too far. Miss Xiao, bring them around. Xiao Runing nodded slightly. Yes, Dean. Then she looked at Han Chuxue and said, Chuxue, go find 10 members of the advanced class and fight them. Yes, Miss Xiao. Afterwards, Han Chuxue and the others led the 10 people from the Heavenly Star Academy to the advanced class, while Xiao Runing caught up with Chen Yiba. Principal, did the principal of the Heavenly Star Academy really say that? In the past Tianwu conventions, they always conserved their strength and didn't fight with each other. Xiao Runing asked in confusion. This greeting was indeed done, but it was proposed by a group of students from the Heavenly Star Academy, and he felt that it was not bad, so he agreed. But I forgot to tell you about this matter. As expected, Xiao Runing knew that it was impossible for this to be the dean's order. Since it was a student, it would definitely not be for no reason. There must be a purpose. Maybe it was because of someone. Inexplicably, Xiao Runing thought of Lin Xian. This Lin Xian really knew how to stir up trouble. Not only the Heavenly Star Academy, he also dared to provoke people from other academies. Maybe he really came for Lin Xian. Girls were indeed meticulous and sensitive. That's right, the one who proposed this was Chen Cheng. He found out that Lin Xian was actually a student of the Heavenly Star Academy, so he proposed this because the Qin clan's influence in Tianhua City was relatively large. Moreover, his proposal was not bad, so the principal of the Heavenly Star Academy agreed. Qin Cheng had 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use this opportunity to gauge the strength of the people from the Heavenly Star Academy. Second, he wanted to see if there was any chance for him to fight with Lin Xian. Even if he did not fight with Lin Xian, with the strength of the Heavenly Star Academy's experts, anyone could beat him up. Space attribute? Was the space attribute very strong? In the face of absolute suppression, the space attribute was useless. At this moment, when the beginner class, intermediate class, and advanced class heard the news, they quickly put down whatever they were doing and sat down in the large arena of the advanced class. 10 vs 10 between the Heavenly Star Academy and the Sky Martial Court. It seemed a little exciting. Of course, they still had to fight one-on-one. Lin Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. This was also a chance for him to learn some of the methods of his opponents. Of course, he could not see their true strength, and they would definitely not reveal it. However, since they were all experts, then the information about their fighting methods, including their attributes, and other information would be useful. Han Chuxue was already choosing people. Shi, Ling Ying, and Qin Shoutian were all in the shopping mall. Previously, there was the powerful Chu Haohan, but he was killed by Lin Xian. The remaining 6 people were all experts of the advanced class, but they were not as famous as the 3 of them. Who's the last person to go up? Ling Ying asked. To be honest, there were usually 5 very powerful students in the advanced class of an academy, and these few people were definitely the most famous in their respective academies. That was about the same number. Their Tianhua Academy had 4 of them, and with Chu Haohan dead, there were only 3 left. The Heavenly Star Academy also had a few, and the Heavenly Sun Academy was the same. The other advanced class members' strength was actually about the same, so it did not matter who went up. They were hesitating. This was indeed a chance to fight, but it was not very meaningful. It was better to watch the competition from the sidelines. This way, they would not expose themselves, and they could also watch the whole process. At this moment, Chun Cheng's gaze fell on Lin Xian, who was watching the show. He had already noticed Lin Xian when he was in the beginner class area. If Lin Xian did not go up, then the purpose of his visit would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Qincheng said to Ling Ying, Ling Ying, Doesn't your Sky Marshal Court have Lin Xian? He's quite famous. If there's really no one, you can let him go up. Ling Ying frowned. Lin Xian? Why did it feel like he was deliberately mentioning Lin Xian? Then, she looked at Lin Xian, who was not far away, and she was furious. She was still worried that Lin Xian might have some conflict with Qin Cheng, but then she saw Lin Xian, Yi, and Lu Yufan whispering to each other. After they finished talking, the two girls' faces turned red, and Lin Xian laughed happily and cheekily at the side. Bastard! Lin Xian, do you want to spar with the advanced class members of the Sky Star Academy? Qin Xiaotian called out to Lin Xian. He hoped that Lin Xian would go up, because he wanted to see Lin Xian get beaten up. Even if he did not get beaten up, he still wanted to see Lin Xian's methods. In the past, he looked down on Lin Xian, but now, Lin Xian had become a thorn in his side. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that Lin Xian was still a big threat to him. Chapter 364. Lin Xian heard Qin Xiaotian call out to him and raised his head to look. Me? What am I going to do? Lin Xian shook his head. Fuck. Teasing the girls below, sitting there. His hand might even be on Lu Yufan's thigh. How comfortable would that be? Go up and fight? Crazy. After all, no one is going up now. There's only one person left. Qin Xiaotian said. Qin Cheng looked at Lin Xian and said, Yes, Lin Xian, don't you think this is a good opportunity to understand your opponent? Understand? I can understand better if I watch the show below. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone, they really wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to laugh. This Lin Xian was really a weirdo. He even insulted the people of Heavenly Star Academy. However, Ling Ying, who understood Lin Xian, knew that Lin Xian would not insult anyone who did not have any grudges with him, unless there was a grudge, so he was sure of this matter. Xiao Runing just happened to rush over and also heard this point. She helplessly rubbed her temples. What a headache. Sure enough, Lin Xian could stir up trouble. This Qin Cheng really came for Lin Xian. Chen Cheng's face darkened, but in front of so many people, how could he show his anger? Then are you afraid? Hey, don't talk nonsense. What am I afraid of? If you're not afraid, then why don't you come up and fight? Moreover, you seem to have the space attribute, right? Why should I come up and fight? All of you are from the advanced class. This young master is from the beginner class. What reason do I have to PK with you? Lin Xian retorted. Everyone's mouth could not help but twitch. Wow, this bastard actually had the nerve to say that he was from the beginner class without blushing or skipping a beat. How shameless. The beginner class, the Qi building realm, even Yi and Lu Yufan had the qualifications to enter the intermediate class, but Lin Xian, a profound heaven realm cultivator, still dared to claim that he was in the beginner class? However, no one knew that Lin Xian was in the profound heaven realm. Only Ling Ying and a few others knew. Everyone only knew that Lin Xian was in the profound body realm, but even if he was in the profound body realm, it was still impossible for him to say that he was in the elementary class. On the other hand, Lin Xian felt that he wasn't wrong. He was still in beginner class 10, and he wasn't assigned to any class. Was there anything wrong with that? There was no such thing. The corners of Chen Cheng's mouth twitched. What the fuck are you talking about? He had the nerve to say that he was from the beginner class? Is that wrong? Lin Xian asked when he saw the dumbstruck expressions on those people's faces. They didn't know how to answer. Lin Xian, why don't you go up and fight? I really want to see you beat them up. Lu Yufan waved her fist adorably. Every girl's Prince Charming was very powerful. In Lu Yufan's eyes, Lin Xian was the most powerful. Even if he wasn't, it was fine as long as he was in her heart. She wanted to see Lin Xian beat people up, especially those who didn't seem to be friendly to Lin Xian. Even if she wasn't the one who beat them up, it felt so good. Just like how Lin Xian beat up Jiang Tianhao for her. Wow. Thinking back to that day, Lin Xian's figure was so handsome. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, feeling a little helpless. He didn't really want to go up and fight. However, this was a good opportunity to show off in front of his girlfriend. Although Lin Xian felt that there was no need to show off in front of Lu Yufan, this girl was easy to get, who didn't want to be better. Looking at Lu Yufan's big expectant eyes, Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Yi was also looking forward to it. Of course, they all wanted to see the man they liked sweating profusely, fighting to his heart's content, and explosively handsome. But, at this time, Lin Xian made his decision, then raised his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether I go up or not. But after all, the 10 comrades from the advanced class of Star Academy have invited me with great hospitality." Everyone except Chan Chung twitched the corners of their mouths. Wow, this person is so scary. He really knew how to flatter himself. Who the hell invited him? They didn't say anything. At most, it was Chun Chung who said it. That little lowly's large eyes flashed with a trace of extraordinary splendor, revealing an expression of interest. However, I still want to hear the cheers of the crowd. Garibaldi, let me hear your screams, okay? Everyone, it was as if a crow was flying over their heads. Lin Xian stood there awkwardly as he made a ruckus. Scattered applause could be heard around him. This bastard. Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. Many people also couldn't help but laugh. It's a little awkward. Let's do it again. Garibaldi, let me hear your screams. What then? The people from the 10th class, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi, took the lead and directly screamed and applauded. With them taking the lead, hundreds of people screamed and applauded at the same time. No matter what, although Lin Xian was very showy, he still represented their sky martial court. Even if they were jealous of him, they couldn't boost his morale and destroy their own prestige. The experts from the 10 advanced classes of Star Academy were still here. Lin Xian grinned. When the screams and applause disappeared, he walked up the stage and stood beside Ling Ying. Halfway there, he said, "This is what I should be like." What a boring person. Ling Ying secretly shook his head. Seeing that Lin Xian finally went up the stage, Chen Chung sneered in his heart. No matter what happened in the beginning, it was fine as long as he went up the stage. "How do we fight?" Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing then walked up and said, "The simplest way is to draw lots." This, Miss Xiao, we are here to learn from each other, not a normal competition. Qin Chung said. Although he wanted to draw lots because this way, he would have a chance to fight with Lin Xian. However, he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had the space attribute. If he couldn't win easily, wouldn't he, as an expert of Star Academy, become a joke? Xiao Runing slightly muttered, "That's true. Then, we need to choose people with similar realms to learn from each other. However, will you reveal your realms?" This was another problem. "So, let's draw lots randomly," Xiao Runing said. "Okay, we'll listen to Miss Xiao." Then, they wrote down the numbers. There are a total of 20 paper balls here. 2 of them are numbered from 1 to 10. The person with the same number will be your opponent. Remember, this is just a simple competition. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Don't go too far. Xiao Runing said. "Miss Xiao, how are we going to determine the winner? Isn't there a winner and loser in a competition?" Chun Chung asked with a smile. Lin Xian felt that the way he looked at Xiao Runing was like looking at his prey. "Fuck you. Don't let me get this, Chin Chung. I can't kill him. Whoever knocks the opponent down first, or knocks the opponent out of the stage, or attacks the opponent 3 times wins. How about it?" Chapter 365. Xiao Runing's plan was actually the fairest and simplest. This way, they would not have to fight to the point of exaggeration. After all, it was just a spar. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and the others did not want to participate in this spar. However, There were a few experts on the other side who were almost as influential as them. If they did not participate, the Sky Martial Court would definitely lose. Although it was just a spar, no one wanted to lose. Moreover, if they did not participate, the Sky Martial Court might not even be able to gather 10 people. None of them wanted to fight. Who could withstand it? They had no choice but to participate. Lin Xian was the same. However, since his girlfriend wanted to see him fight, he had to show off. Moreover, he might even be able to beat Chen Cheng up. After drawing lots, Lin Xian drew number 7. He didn't know who was number 7 on the other side. Then, he went down the stage and sat between Yi and Lu Yufan. The two girls really made space for him to sit in the middle. Lin Xian, what's your number? Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. Number 7. That'll take a while. On the stage, each side had one person remaining. They were both number 1 contestants. Lin Xian did not know the Sky Martial Court's contestant, and neither did the Sky Star Academy's contestant. Both of them were at the same level, Mysterious Heaven Stage 1 star. Their battle lasted for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the Sky Martial Court's contestant was kicked out of the stage. When the Sky Martial Court's contestants saw that they had lost the first round, they were extremely frustrated. No one wanted their academy to lose, especially in their own territory. Chen Cheng sneered. Today's battle was meaningless. However, he wanted to see Lin Xian's strength. He wanted to beat Lin Xian up. He also wanted to see the strength of Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Qin Xiaotian. Of course, he wanted to see Lin Xian get beaten up the most. Even if he did not beat him up today, he would definitely beat him up in the spar. Number 2. Send 2 people up. Xiao Runing said a few words, and then Ling Ying and a man from the Heavenly Star Academy walked onto the stage. Senior sister Ling Ying, you can do it. Good luck. As soon as Ling Ying stepped onto the stage, screams could be heard. This was enough to show how famous she was. Please enlighten me. Ling Ying's opponent was also a famous person in the Heavenly Star Academy. His status was similar to Chu Haohan of the Sky Martial Court. Although he couldn't reach the level of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, he was only a little bit lower than them. His strength was naturally very strong. Lin Xian examined it. Ling Ying was at Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars, and this person was at Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. However, one did not necessarily need to use the power of the Mysterious Heaven Stage 3 star. It was the same for him, a 4-star Mysterious Heaven Stage cultivator, because he wanted to preserve it. However, even if you used it, no one would know whether you were at the 3rd or 4th star of the Mystic Heaven Realm or not, so it didn't matter. However, it was best not to use it. Ling Ying was a wind and dark dual elemental, and that person was a lightning elemental. Lin Xian was very clear that the wind elemental would definitely suppress the lightning elemental in a certain aspect, unless his speed was extremely fast. Please enlighten me. Ling Ying cupped her fists, and then her delicate body's aura surged slightly. They did not use any weapons. Swords and sabers had no eyes, so they could use their fists and elemental skills. Whooshed in the next moment, Zhang Ming made the first move. Lightning condensed on his body and gathered on his right fist as he charged towards Ling Ying. He knew that Ling Ying was a dark elemental. This was a very terrifying attribute, so he had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Ling Ying did not panic. Fixed shadow. Zhang Ming, who was charging over, suddenly stopped. Damn it! He really couldn't take it anymore. This dark elemental was simply too domineering. Unless he didn't have a shadow, but how could he not have a shadow? If he didn't have a shadow, he would need to be in a place without light. However, in a place without light, the dark elemental was even more terrifying. Unable to move for the time being, he could only release the lightning. Thunder eruption. Boom! The blue lightning was like a lightning snake as it surged towards Ling Ying. Ling Ying's realm was indeed lower than his, but to be honest, a 1-star strength was not much. Moreover, Ling Ying's dark elemental had already reached 100% purity. Of course, she would not show that her dark elemental had reached 100%. This could be considered as a small trump card. Whooshed, with the power of the wind elemental, Ling Ying easily dodged the lightning snakes and instantly appeared behind Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's pupils shrank. In an instant, lightning surrounded his body, wanting to freeze him and then attack. Wasn't that looking down on him too much? With lightning surrounding him, would you dare to attack? However, Ling Ying's lips curled up slightly. Of course, she did not dare to attack. If she had a spiritual weapon, she would still attack. However, without a spiritual weapon, she would only be a fool to attack a martial artist surrounded by lightning with her physical body. This was a situation where both sides would suffer. However, it was easy for her to win. Sudden gale. A gust of wind surged in the surroundings as Ling Ying canceled the fixation. Then, Zhang Ming's figure flew out. At this speed, he would fly out of the arena. However, how could he admit defeat? Releasing all his strength, the lightning struck the ground behind him and his figure achieved a deceleration effect in the air. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The fixation is really overbearing and brainless. However, it's your fault for canceling the fixation. Zhang Ming sneered. Is that so? Then you still have to go down. Suddenly, a voice came from in front of him, causing his pupils to shrink. This Ling Ying. Her speed was terrifying. School bell, wind, and dark. This attribute combination was one of the most perfect combinations. Bang! A palm landed on his body. Although the lightning was strong, this palm was filled with wind. It could not hurt him, but it also did not need to hurt him. Following that, Zhang Ming's figure flew out of the arena. Everyone applauded excitedly. They could not tell whose cultivation level was higher, but they knew that Zhang Ming was very famous. Ling Ying had won the battle so easily. As expected of one of the leaders of the Sky Martial Court, senior sister Ling Ying is really powerful, Lu Yufan said enviously. They were all girls, but why was Ling Ying so powerful while she and Yi Yi were so mediocre? In fact, they could not be blamed. Everyone had different choices. Ling Ying had been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship since she was young. She had been to the demonic beast domain since she was young, but they were just ordinary young ladies. Their personalities made them dislike fighting and killing. However, in this era, it was better to work hard to improve oneself. If one could increase one's cultivation level, increase one's lifespan, and slow down aging, why would they continue to live in the most mediocre way? Therefore, they were also working hard. Although it was a little late, it was still okay. As long as they had the heart, it was fine, just like Wang Xintong. You can be so powerful in the future, Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 366. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian. Could they really be so powerful in the future? Lin Xian added, as long as you cultivate well, going to the beast domain is inevitable. However, improving your fighting ability is also a must. You have to take care of both. If you want, you can ask Miss Xiao to help you. Yes, yes. The two girls nodded obediently like chicks pecking rice. They had a good relationship with Xiao Runing. Other than the teacher-student relationship, they were more like good friends. Xiao Runing would definitely help them. Ling Ying from the Sky Martial Court is really powerful. I'm convinced. Zhang Ming stood up and cupped his fist. Although he said so, he was definitely not convinced. He still had many big moves that he had not used yet, but he did not use them. Did Ling Ying use them? However, the dark attribute is really powerful. If it's fixed, how can I break free? Lu Yufan asked Lin Xian. You can either use some method to block the shadow. No, you don't need to block it. You just need to change the position of the shadow. For example, changing the position of the light will change the position of the shadow. Then, the fixed image will be broken. Or you can break free with absolute strength. Actually, it's not difficult. For cultivators of the same realm, the effect of the fixed image is not big. They can break free with all their strength. However, that person from the Sky Star Academy did not break free with all his strength. He wanted to hide his strength. In a battle of the same realm, the fixed image is more of a momentary control. For example, when that person gathered lightning to attack Ling Ying, he was fixed halfway and could not move. Even a momentary control was enough to break his attack rhythm. Lin Xian said, the fixed image was actually not that scary in a real battle. However, if the user could accurately control the timing of the release, it would be very abnormal. The opponent would be very uncomfortable. Moreover, the purity of Ling Ying's dark attribute was full. Naturally, the effect would be higher. Thank you for letting me win. After Ling Ying finished speaking, he jumped off the stage and stood beside Han Chuxue. The relationship between the two sisters was indeed very good. After all, they had been good friends for more than 10 years. Now, it's 1 against 1. Let's invite the two martial artists in the third round to come on stage. The third person, Chun Cheng from the other side, walked up. He looked at Lin Xian halfway, but he didn't see Lin Xian move. He was disappointed. The probability of this happening was still too small. Chen Cheng's opponent was a relatively ordinary cultivator from the advanced class. He hadn't even reached the mysterious heaven realm. There was no need to think about the outcome. The fourth match, Qin Shao Tian against a person from the Heavenly Star Academy. At least everyone from the Heavenly Star Academy had reached the mysterious heaven realm, but Qin Shaotian still won easily. After all, the difference in strength was indeed quite big. Lin Xian was also a little disappointed. He thought that Qin Shaotian would be able to fight against a slightly stronger opponent. This way, he might be able to roughly see Qin Shaotian's strength, but he didn't. Qin Shaotian naturally liked this. He didn't need to reveal any of his strength at all. Therefore, the significance of this match wasn't that big. Xiao Runing was also helpless. If it wasn't for Chun Yiba's words, she wouldn't even want to host this PK match. It was meaningless. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. The fifth match, Han Chuxue against a mysterious heaven realm 1-star martial artist. Han Chuxue was too lazy to say a word. She was also too lazy to waste a second. She directly froze the opponent and then kicked him out to remove the ice. That person only felt that he lost 2 seconds of his memory. When he woke up, he had already left the stage. Qin Shaotian looked at Han Chuxue again. Her cold energy was simply too strong. It made him incomparably envious and jealous. His cold energy wasn't weak, but this was the result of him constantly absorbing it for many years. Han Chuxue was born like this. Her ability to control ice was also very strong. He admitted that he couldn't compare. If it wasn't because he felt that he couldn't beat Han Chuxue, and because he liked this woman, Qin Shaotian would have definitely taken Han Chuxue's cold energy for himself. There were 2 people whose cold energy he had never seen before, Han Chuxue and Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing's cold energy wasn't weaker than Han Chuxue's. Moreover, it was said that the reason why Han Chuxue could have her current ability was largely due to Xiao Runing. He wanted to have their cold energy. That way, he would be able to improve by a lot. But he didn't have the ability. If one day he had the ability, if one day he felt that he couldn't have Han Chuxue, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move on Han Chuxue and take away her cold energy. This was Qin Shaotian. Xiao Runing nodded slightly. Of course, she knew about Han Chuxue's matter. She had comforted her, but it was useless. She was also very happy that Han Chuxue could come back again. Moreover, she admired Han Chuxue's ability to control her cold energy. It wasn't that Xiao Runing was conceited. In terms of ice control, she felt that only Han Chuxue could compare to her. When she was born, her ice attribute purity was 98%. Han Chuxue was also 98%. They were almost at the maximum. It was almost impossible to see such a high attribute purity at birth. It was also destined that they would be extraordinary. Number 5. Please go on stage. Number 6. After 6 rounds, the score was 3-3. How should it be said? It wasn't too exciting, but this group of students was watching with great interest. It was because they could see Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others fighting. Although it was fast, it was enough to feast their eyes. Lin Xian stood up. Lin Xian, you can do it. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi cheered for Lin Xian. Don't worry. Watch me crush the other side. Lin Xian twisted his neck. Then, he saw the average-looking little lowly walk up calmly. Lin Xian, wow. What kind of luck was this? The only girl on the other side was his opponent. Lin Xian was about to faint. It wasn't that it was hard to fight. It was just that, for a guy to fight a girl in front of so many people, it wasn't too good. Of course, if it was a real competition, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that this was just a simple exchange of pointers. Lin Xian then walked up to the stage. Then, Lin Xian casually released his Eye of Cave Spirit. Then, Lin Xian was stunned. Question marks. Full of question marks. In other words, this little lowly's cultivation was at least 5 stars higher than his. In other words, her cultivation was at least mysterious heaven realm 8 stars. Damn. Impossible, right? Lin Xian was stunned. He looked again. The strongest person here was Chun Chung. He was only at mysterious heaven realm 4 stars. He could see it. However, this seemingly ordinary little lowly was at least at the profound heaven realm 8 star? Who would have thought? Who was this little lowly? Who is this girl? Why haven't I seen her before? Since she came with Sky Star Academy, she should be at least mysterious heaven realm, right? She's quite powerful. Ling Ying said faintly. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. All of them were unfamiliar with this little lowly. Not to mention them, even the people from Sky Star Academy were unfamiliar with her. This little lowly was a new student who joined Sky Star Academy a few days ago, but she was quite powerful. Chapter 367. Xiao Runing stood beside Han Chuxue and looked at the arena. This girl joined the Heavenly Star Academy 5 days ago. At first, everyone thought she was just an ordinary Chi-building realm student, but after she joined the Heavenly Star Academy, she fought all the way to the advanced class. Just like Lin Xian, she directly revealed the strength of the mysterious heaven realm. At that time, she even caused a sensation in the Heavenly Star Academy, not inferior to Lin Xian at that time. Xiao Runing said to Han Chuxue and Han Chuxue, mysterious heaven realm at such a young age. Very powerful. What about her fighting ability? Xiao Runing said, it's said that she beat Chun Chung, not by strength, but by absolute fighting ability. The two girls were shocked. Mysterious heaven realm at such a young age was powerful, but it was not surprising because her family could bring her out to hunt powerful beasts every day to raise her realm. Logically speaking, if they wanted to, they would have already reached the law realm, but if her fighting ability was strong, it would be a different concept. What about her attributes? I don't know. She never revealed what her attributes were. The most inconspicuous one is the strongest one among them. This Lin Xian's luck is really good. Ling Ying smiled helplessly. Lin Xian only knew one little lowly, Miao Xiao Miao. In Lin Xian's opinion, Miao Xiao Miao was definitely the top little lowly. High realm, high IQ, beautiful and strong fighting ability. But this little lowly, although not as beautiful as Miao Xiao Miao, she was even more powerful. So powerful that it was a bit exaggerated. Please advise me. The little lowly cupped her fist towards Lin Xian. Please advise me. Lin Xian also cupped his fist. Whooshed then. The little lowly directly rushed towards Lin Xian. Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars. Her realm was obviously higher, but she only released the power of Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars to preserve her strength. Lin Xian knew that, but was it a coincidence that she was at Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars? Or did she already know that he was at Mysterious Heaven Realm 2 stars? Lin Xian did not know. Bang! The two of them continuously threw out punches one after another, and the speed of their punches gradually increased. Everyone could only hear the whistling of the wind and the sound of their fists colliding. Turtle. This Heavenly Star Academy's little lowly is so fierce. Why is Lin Xian retreating? Is she that strong? Every move is extremely fierce. I don't think it's any worse than Ling Ying's. Whose girl is this? Why haven't I seen her before? When they started to fight, the battle strength that the little lowly displayed, the degree of her attacks had already exceeded everyone's imagination. From her every move, it could be seen that she was an expert, and it was a very powerful one. Chun Chung sneered. Although he did not want to admit it, but he felt that this little girl who had suddenly joined the Heavenly Star Academy was stronger than him. This was the truth. At that time, he was indeed hung up and beaten. He had even released his elemental power, but she hadn't. He was still defeated. He was convinced by this little girl's prowess. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Fuck. This little lowly was too fierce. Lin Xian had to admit that he had lost when it came to pure combat prowess and martial arts. And it was a big defeat. He could not beat her. He definitely could not beat her. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Quest reward, void. Quest duration, 2 months. Quest punishment, level 0. Current status, forced to accept. Lin Xian, dumbfounded. As they fought, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. How did he trigger a quest? In the past, when he triggered a mission, the target would always be a top-notch beauty. Although Miao Xiao Miao was a little lowly, she was still a little beauty who could make Lin Xian want to harm her despite his guilt. Although this little lowly's voice was very sweet and pleasant to listen to, her appearance could only be considered average. That's why this was a man. Looking at the appearance was indeed the most important thing, followed by the character. When the appearance was not enough, the character was also too lazy to look at. This was the truth. That was indeed the truth. But this made Lin Xian very embarrassed. This little lowly was quite cute, but her appearance was not enough. The most embarrassing thing was fuck. It was a confession quest. 2 months. If he failed, his level would be 0. Fuck. What the hell? Also, what was the quest reward? It was a void. What was a void? This concept was too broad. Lin Xian did not understand at all. Also, fuck. Blue skinny. In other words, this little lowly Lin Xian had no choice but to woo her, right? Hey, I say, Miss System, you triggered a quest to look at her. Can we look at her appearance? Can it be the same as before? Is it your taste or mine that is not good enough? Lin Xian dodged the attacks while conversing with the system. This little lowly was not very ugly, but she was not the good-looking type either. In any case, she looked very mediocre. We have to look at her appearance too. That's right, Lin Xian was indeed such a tacky person, but it was very realistic, right? Don't be fooled by the appearance of things. The system's voice came. You're still pretending to be deep in front of me. Lin Xian was helpless. Don't be fooled by the appearance of things. Could it be that this little girl was actually very beautiful? Disguise? Bullshit. How could there be such a powerful disguise technique in the modern world? It could be seen with a single glance. Also, Lin Xian's eye of insight should be able to see through her even if she was wearing a mask. The system did not reply after that. Lin Xian was extremely embarrassed. But he could not woo her. If the quest reward was trash or nothing, Lin Xian would not be bothered to do this quest. But this was another quest reward that would reset his level if he did not complete the quest. He could not take it. Wait. Stop. Lin Xian leaped back to increase the distance between them. That little lowly really did stop. You admit defeat? I can't beat you. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian could not beat this little lowly? Was this a joke? Although they did not want to admit it, Lin Xian's strength was obvious to everyone. He was indeed very powerful. He could not beat such a small little lowly? Was this a joke? Then admit defeat. The little lowly said, I won't admit defeat, because I still have another move. To be honest, this little lowly had attracted Lin Xian's attention. She was so young, but her combat power was so strong. and her realm was so high. The key was that no one had seen her before. Very powerful. And space jump. Lin Xian then silently released a space jump, preparing to teleport her out of the arena. As long as he could get her out of the arena, it would be his win. However, Lin Xian did not have much hope. So, he wanted to see if she could release a higher realm power to break free from the power of space. Chapter 368. Seeing Lin Xian release the power of space, the little loli was slightly surprised, but she didn't panic at all. Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Why was nothing happening to her? If her realm was high, but she only released 2 stars of Mystic Heaven Realm, no, even if she released 4 stars of Mystic Heaven Realm, she wouldn't be able to break free. But she was completely fine. She was just standing there. It was as if Lin Xian's power of space had lost its effect. No, Lin Xian was sure that it hadn't lost its effect. Then why wasn't it working? She didn't release any power higher than 4 stars of Mystic Heaven Realm to break free. Then why wasn't she doing anything? She didn't release any power, but she didn't move at all. She wasn't affected by Lin Xian's space attribute. There was only one possibility. She had also mastered the power of space, and she was even stronger than Lin Xian. She could easily break down Lin Xian's power of space. Moreover, her mastery of space had to be much stronger than Lin Xian's. Others couldn't see through it because the way she broke down Lin Xian's power of space was very subtle. She didn't even release any power. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this little loli? When she saw Lin Xian's eyes, she knew that Lin Xian must have found out that she had the space attribute. But what harm could it do? What was the point of fighting? Even if she released her elemental power, she wouldn't be able to win even if she took out her spiritual weapon. Her only advantage was the space attribute, but she had it too, and it was even stronger. What kind of demon was this little loli? I can't win, I can't win. I'm not fighting anymore. Little girl, can I add you on WeChat? Lin Xian grinned. Everyone, what the fuck? Everyone was stunned by Lin Xian's words. You can't win and admit defeat. Okay, fine. Up to you. But why did you want to add her on WeChat? Lu Yufan and the others were also stunned. Then, in Lin Xian's mind, a few system notifications from the jealous ladies appeared. No, at the very least, Lin Xian had to have a way to contact her. This was her mission objective, and she had to complete this mission before she could do it. Oh, being a man is so tiring. I wish I could be a woman and lie down. When the little loli heard Lin Xian's words, she revealed a surprised expression. Just add me on WeChat. Lin Xian took out his phone and pointed at it. The little loli's eyes continued to be confused. Lin Xian, don't tell me you don't know what WeChat is? The little loli nodded. Normally, with her personality, she would leave immediately after hearing Lin Xian admit defeat. However, when she looked at the phone in Lin Xian's hand, and the term Lin Xian just said, she was surprised. She wanted to know more. She had seen Lin Xian's phone more than once in school. She had taken it from more than one person, but she had never asked. Lin Xian frowned. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, living in the city, it was impossible that she didn't know about WeChat. Could it be that she was too young? Then, add a QQ? What's your QQ number? Everyone, the little loli shook her head. Lin Xian, no, no, no. Even if you're a few years old, you should know how to QQ. It's impossible that you don't know how to QQ. Did she just come out from the mountains? However, Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui didn't know either. Could it be that she was the same as them in some way? Impossible, right? Lin Xian was shocked by his own guess. Then give me your phone number. She continued to be confused. Do you have a phone? The little loli. Everyone looked at them, dumbfounded. Do you know what this is? Lin Xian waved his phone. Some kind of spiritual weapon that can emit light and sound. Lin Xian, no. She didn't even recognize the phone. This little loli was definitely not someone who lived in the city. Either she had just entered the city, or she was the same kind of existence as Linglong Shui and the others. This was a bit exaggerated. No wonder the system would give her a mission. She was not simple. The little loli seemed to have lost her patience with Lin Xian. She said, "Are you still going to fight? If not, then get off." "No, no, no, I can't beat her." Then, Lin Xian walked off the stage. Everyone was stunned. "What's going on?" Linging asked as she moved closer to Lin Xian. "I can't beat her." "Really? I really can't beat her. Believe me, you can't beat her either." Linging, "But I only feel that her combat ability is very strong. But as for the rest, you don't want to fight her even though she has the space attribute?" "She also has the space attribute, and she's stronger than me," Lin Xian said. Linging, "What a shocking existence." Linging looked at the little loli from afar. She didn't think that Lin Xian would lie at this time. A young girl with the space attribute who didn't lose to Lin Xian in terms of combat ability. She had basically secured the first place in the Tianwu tournament. Chen Cheng was stunned. He wanted to let the little loli beat up Lin Xian, but Lin Xian admitted defeat just like that? He didn't even try to resist? At least try to use a martial skill. Let him see your bottom line. He admitted defeat without even using a martial skill. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Runing naturally heard Lin Xian's words. "How do you know about the space attribute? We didn't feel her release any power. I tried to use the space attribute to move her out of the arena, but she didn't move at all. She wasn't affected at all. At the same time, she didn't release any power that was higher than mine. There's only one possibility. She's immune to my space attribute. That means her control over space is much stronger than mine." Lin Xian said. "How mysterious." Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes looked at the little girl, and the little girl also glanced at them, then turned her head away. No, Lin Xian felt that he had to communicate with her. He had to do this mission. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi came over. "Lin Xian, you can't beat her?" Lu Yufan didn't want to see Lin Xian beat up a girl, but Lin Xian couldn't admit defeat. "How can I not beat her? I saw that she was young, so I went easy on her. What if she lost and sat on the ground crying?" Lin Xian explained. "I knew it. How can you not beat her?" Lu Yufan giggled. It seemed that Lin Xian was still a gentleman. Ling Ying, Xiao Runing, and Han Chushue secretly rubbed their foreheads when they heard Lin Xian's bragging. "Really? What a way to brag." "I'll go talk to her," Lin Xian said. "Talk about what?" The girls looked at Lin Xian curiously. It was normal for Lin Xian to like pretty girls, but this little loli wasn't too pretty. Although she wasn't ugly, she wasn't pretty either. Even if Lin Xian was a pervert, they would accept him liking a little loli. But according to their understanding of Lin Xian, he should like pretty girls. Chapter 369. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said, "No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. It turns out that you like this kind of girl, pervert." Lin Xian, "No, no, no, Miss Xiao, you're wrong. It's not that he doesn't want to find a girlfriend, it's that he can't find one." Linging added. Lin Xian, Puchi. Lu Yufan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Han Chushue revealed a smile. "I can't find a girlfriend? I can't find a girlfriend like this? I'll beat you to death with a hammer. Come on." Linging stared at Lin Xian without any fear. Okay, okay. You two are always messing around." Xiao Runing knew that they had a good relationship. Even now that Lin Xian and Lin Yu were living in Ling Ying's house, it was normal for them to mess around with Xiao Runing. "I'm leaving. I'm going to play games with the little girl." Lin Xian finished speaking and walked away. They were stunned. "Why is Lin Xian looking for that girl?" Lu Yufan asked in surprise. It didn't make sense at all. If the little girl was beautiful and delicate, Lin Xian looking for her would be understandable. But she wasn't beautiful. They didn't look down on the little girl because she wasn't beautiful, but they couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions. Who knows? None of them understood Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian flirted with her? Impossible. Although they said that Lin Xian was perverted, the real him shouldn't be that perverted, right? And he shouldn't be that desperate, right? Hi. Many people watched as Lin Xian walked towards the group of people from the Heavenly Star Academy and then greeted the little lowly. Everyone was stunned. What was this Lin Xian trying to do? He had already flirted with all the beauties in his own academy, and now he was flirting with girls from other academies? That can't be, right? Qin Cheng looked at Lin Xian, who was beside him. He was also dumbfounded. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Qin Cheng stared at Lin Xian. This Lin Xian had two beautiful girlfriends. Of course, he wasn't sure if they were his girlfriends, but there were so many beautiful girls around him. Was it normal for him to come and chat with the students of his own school? It was abnormal in anyone's eyes. Young Master Chen, as a member of the Sky Martial Court, it's only right for me to interact with the other students. I'll go to your hotel for a meal another day, Lin Xian said with a smile. Qin Cheng was stunned. Whatever. He didn't know how to talk to Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was right. There was nothing wrong with exchanging pointers with students from other academies. After all, they were here in the name of exchanging pointers. Little Lowly glanced at Lin Xian. What's the matter? Nothing. I'm just here to get to know you, Lin Xian said with a smile. There's nothing to get to know, she said coldly. Oh my, was this still the cold little Lowly? I want to ask you about the space attribute. Is that okay? No, Lin Xian. I'll take you to eat something delicious. I know a few good restaurants. I'll treat you. Little Lowly glanced at Lin Xian. Hey, don't tell me you want to kidnap Little Lowly? One of the students from the Heavenly Star Academy looked at Lin Xian and said quietly, Lin Xian, damn, brother, I just like to make friends. Lin Xian said awkwardly. Needless to say, he did seem to have such thoughts. He wanted to woo her. That person stopped talking. Then, Lin Xian took out a lollipop, peeled it, and passed it to her. Here. Little Lowly took it in astonishment. What is it? It's delicious. Try it. Then, she stuck out her tongue and licked the lollipop. Her super beautiful eyes lit up. Ling Ying clenched her fists when she saw Lin Xian from afar. Damn it. He's taking my lollipop and giving it to other girls. Fuck. Damn it. It was obvious that she had never eaten it before. This girl is a little mysterious. Lin Xian liked to be mysterious. I'll take you to eat more delicious food. Do you want to come? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Don't worry, I just want to learn about the space attribute from you. Then, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Lin Xian leaving the Sky Martial Court with Little Lowly, who was eating a lollipop behind him. This is crazy. I'm Lin Xian. What's your name? Lin Xian? Her cute brows furrowed slightly. She knew this name. Was it the same name? Ling Longyue. Then, she said casually. She did not want to hide it. What was so special about this name? They did not know anything about it anyway. Little did she know that Lin Xian knew about it. Lin Xian. Ling Longyue. What the fuck? This name reminded Lin Xian of Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui had a younger sister. Is she Linglong Shui's younger sister? Moreover, she has the space attribute. No way. No way. Linglong Shui is very beautiful. How can she have such a beautiful elder sister and an ordinary-looking younger sister? No way. It must be a coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. Do you have an elder sister? Lin Xian did not know why he asked this question. The moment Lin Xian finished his question, he felt a monstrous murderous intent. He was shocked. Fuck. Something's not right. It seems to be her. That's right. It's killing intent. And it's coming from this Little Lowly. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian was too familiar with this aura. What do you mean? Ah ha ha. Lin Xian quickly scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, We have a celebrity called Ling Long something. This surname is very rare, so I was just joking. She can't really be your sister, right? Celebrity? What's her name? Her name is Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue shook her head slightly and crushed the lollipop in her mouth. Do you have more? Yes, yes, yes. Then, Lin Xian passed her another lollipop and picked up his phone. Hey, Xiao Ling Long, what's your sister's name? Lin Xian sent a message to Ling Long Shui. Ling Long Shui was shopping and eating lunch with Bing Lingyue. She took out her phone and saw Lin Xian's message. Why are you asking this? Ling Long Shui sent it over. Nothing. I'm just asking. Ling Longyue. Lin Xian. He was crazy. This was not a coincidence. This must be Ling Long Shui's sister. A strong little girl with a space attribute. Her name was the same. And when he mentioned her sister, there was something strange about her. All the coincidences could not be a coincidence. This was Ling Long Shui's sister. Is your sister pretty? Lin Xian asked again. Pretty? That was not right. This little loli was not pretty. Wait. The system lady said that he could not judge a person by their appearance. Could it be that she was really in disguise? But why couldn't the eye of insight see through her disguise? If I say that I'm with your sister, would you believe me? Chapter 370. Lin Xian was certain that Ling Long Shui was Ling Long Shui's biological sister. Ling Long Shui didn't believe it. Lin Xian was with her sister? That was impossible. Her sister hated Lin Xian to the core. It was good enough that she didn't kill Lin Xian, but she was with Lin Xian? That was impossible. But her sister only knew the name Lin Xian, but she didn't know what he looked like. That day, they were only looking at him from above. If she hadn't interacted with Lin Xian, she wouldn't have been able to recognize him. But she knew her sister's temper well. She was one of those lawless existences. No matter who you were, she wouldn't care about you. Even if you were more powerful than her. As long as you offended her, she would go crazy beyond imagination. So, if she met Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would be dead. Also, how could she be with Lin Xian? The world was so big. How could she find Lin Xian? That was impossible. Then, Ling Long Shui replied to Lin Xian, Goodbye. Lin Xian. He was dumbfounded. Goodbye? This Ling Long Shui was poisonous. Goodbye, my ass. Hey, I'm serious. Your sister is beside me. Ling Long Shui was silent. I'm serious. Then, her avatar turned gray. Lin Xian. What did it mean when it turned gray? Either she was invisible, or she was annoyed by Lin Xian and went offline. Damn it. That was her sister. Why didn't this girl believe it? It was normal for Ling Long Shui to not believe it. Why would her sister appear in the human world? She was a member of the Myriad Demon Alliance. She came to the human world to experience human life. She couldn't think of any other reason for her sister to come to the human world other than to kill humans on behalf of the Myriad Demon Alliance. So, Lin Xian couldn't be with her sister. What's wrong? Bing Lingyue looked up and asked Ling Long Shui. He said he was with my sister. Ling Long Shui shook her head and said, We haven't met before, and he and my sister are enemies. If they were really together, he wouldn't have had a chance to send a message. He wouldn't be that bored. Bing Lingyue paused and said, After she finished speaking, she hesitated again. It seemed he was really that bored. Eat. Ling Long Shui then looked at the delicious food in front of her and stopped thinking about it. Lin Xian put down his phone helplessly. This girl didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. Although Ling Long Shui wasn't pretty, Lin Xian was sure that she was Ling Long Shui's sister. She must have used some kind of disguise. Because in this world, there weren't so many coincidences that converged at one point. If she didn't believe it, then so be it. Then, Lin Xian sent another message to Ling Long Shui. Just you wait. I'll make you my aunt. Lin Xian sent this message and suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. Then, he deleted it. Ling Long Shui was invisible. When she saw the message, She took a look and saw that it was deleted. This girl was a curious creature. When she saw that it was deleted, she knew what she wanted to see. That's right. This girl sent 3 question marks to Lin Xian. Question marks my ass. Lin Xian chose to ignore her this time. Didn't he ignore her? Then, she would ignore him and let him feel the feeling of being ignored. Needless to say, it was really useful. Linglong Shue's phone was placed at the side. Every few days, she would look at it. When she didn't see Lin Xian replying to her, she was annoyed. At this moment, Lin Xian kept his phone and began to focus on conquering this Ling Longyue. He took a look at the favorability rating. What? That's right, it was a real favorability rating. This small amount of favorability was probably due to the lollipop he had given her. But it was still okay. At least it wasn't a negative number. But this was a little lowly. Little lolis were easy to fool, right? That wasn't right. She looked like a little lowly, but she had lived for a long time. Lin Xian wasn't sure. He wasn't sure how to treat her. Let's coax her first. That little yeye, Ling Longyue, a lowly human actually called her that. Damn it. But thinking about her purpose of coming, she endured it. My name is Ling Longyue. She emphasized her words. There's nothing wrong with that, little yeye. She clenched her fist slightly and then loosened it. What's the matter? What do you want to eat? Why don't I go home and cook noodles for you? I don't want to eat noodles today. Ling Longyue ate her lollipop and then looked at Lin Xian and said, another day then. And Lin Xian had a headache. If this was an ordinary little lowly, it would be easy for him to hook up with her. But she wasn't, and he had to pay attention to his words and actions. Previously, he had chatted with Linglong Shui about this little sister. Of course, he knew that this little sister wanted to kill him back then. It was indeed dangerous to be with someone who wanted to kill him and had the ability to kill him with a raise of her hand. Lin Xian didn't hide from her. Instead, he brought her along. He was quite bold. In front of them was a very famous stir-fry restaurant in Tianhua City. How should it be described? It wasn't luxurious. If one had to count, it was probably 2 or 3 stars. The decorations were very warm and simple. Lin Xian really liked the taste of this restaurant. Many years ago, Linya came to their house to learn from them. Simply put, the taste of their food was similar to Lin Xian's. The food here is very good. Since I have something to ask you, I will definitely bring you here to eat the best food. Ling Longyue didn't know if she heard Lin Xian's words. After entering, her big eyes curiously scanned the surroundings. Little Xian, the owner of this restaurant, Lin Xian, and Linya all knew each other. He happened to be doing something at the front desk. Then, he saw Lin Xian and walked over with a smile. Uncle Wang, I brought my friend here to eat. Lin Xian smiled. There are no more private rooms today. Is the main hall okay? Uncle Wang asked. Of course. It's still the same dishes as before. Okay, bring your friend over to have a seat first. Come up right away. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to a table in the corner and sat down. This side of the main hall was a small private space. There were other tables in front and behind, and they were all blocked by screens. Therefore, no one would see them. However, what Lin Xian didn't know was that the table behind them just happened to be Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Lin Xian had brought them here before. They also liked the taste of this place, so they came. Fate was just so miraculous. The 4 of them were about 6 to 7 meters apart. However, no one could see each other because there was a screen blocking them. Do you have any questions? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes and asked. Chapter 371. Although she was indeed a little presumptuous, Lin Xian had brought her out to eat delicious food. Although she was not familiar with him, if he helped her, she could still help Lin Xian a little. Oh, I want to ask, do you know about the void? Lin Xian wanted to ask Linglong Shui this question, but it just so happened that her younger sister was here. She was in existence in the heavenly venerable realm and couldn't be treated as a normal little lowly. Furthermore, she might know. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Ling Longyue was instantly on guard. It was not that she was on guard. With her strength, she knew that nothing would happen. However, this was the second time Lin Xian had almost revealed her identity. She was not sure if Lin Xian was acting or what. Did he already know about her true identity? Lin Xian expressed that he really did not have the intention of revealing her identity. It was just that meeting her triggered the mission, and the mission reward was the void. Therefore, he wanted to know what the void meant. Ling Longyue tapped her chin as if she was thinking about something. Do you have any more lollipops? Wait a moment. Then, Lin Xian walked away. A minute later, he took out a 10-centimeter long rainbow lollipop and handed it to Ling Longyue. Seeing this beautiful and big lollipop, Ling Longyue's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and reached out to snatch it. In this scene, she looked like an ordinary little loli again. Ding! Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +1. No matter how much her favorability increased, it was fine as long as it increased. Ling Longyue stuck out her tongue and licked the lollipop. Then, can you tell me what the void is? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes. It's very simple. The void is a type of power that is above space. Lin Xian looked at her curiously. To put it simply, the void is the evolved version of the power of space. It is stronger than the power of space. It is a qualitative change of the power of space. Of the same level of power, the difference between space and the void is more than double. Lin Xian, so ruthless? The void attribute was the evolved version of the space attribute. In other words, so long as he completed this mission, his space attribute would evolve into the void attribute, and his spatial energy would at least double. This was an unimaginable qualitative change. It turned out that the void still existed in this world. The void fox. Void Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be that the void fox had grasped the power of the void from the very beginning, and not the ordinary power of space? Very likely. Anything else? Lin Xian asked. Crack. Ling Longyue bit off a large piece of lollipop and crushed it. What a great meal. Previously, the lollipop that Lin Xian had given her was so small that it didn't matter even if she bit the whole lollipop in her mouth. As for this one, if she bit off a small part of it, her entire mouth would be filled. Of course, there are other forces in the void. She glanced at Lin Xian and said, but you don't need to know. Why? Lin Xian was flabbergasted. I have sensed your space attribute. It is very pure, but your control of space is too weak. In this lifetime, you will never be able to condense space into a void, so don't even think about it. Lin Xian. This was heart-wrenching. Then, is your void attribute? Dang. Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian warily. Are you trying to trick me? She was not stupid. She was smart. No, I am just asking. Although my space attribute is not strong, it is still all right. However, you were able to break my space attribute so easily, so I feel that you are very powerful. I am just asking, Lin Xian said. At this moment, the dishes were served, breaking the awkward situation. Ling Longyue's saliva almost dripped down when she saw all the delicious food. Then she could not help but start eating. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his temples. He had a feeling that this sister-in-law was harder to deal with than Ling Longyue. Of course, this was not possible. Sister was sister after all. Lin Xian had spent so much time, and Ling Longxue's favorability towards him had already reached more than 20. Plus, they were already very familiar with each other. So Lin Xian felt that he was already on the right track to deal with Ling Longxue. On the other hand, this sister-in-law had just started. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that it would be easier to deal with Ling Longxue than Ling Longyue. Is it delicious? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Delicious. This girl was a foodie. No matter what your identity was, who you were, how powerful you were, they all loved to eat good food. After eating good food, they would change into another person. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian revealed a smile that only a bad uncle would have. Since this Ling Longyue and Ling Longxue were both foodies, then it would be easy. At least this favorability would be easier to gain. Ling Longyue was really regretting. Ignoring everything else in the human world, these delicious foods were definitely the best. If she had known, she would have come earlier. It was also her sister who was sly and secretly went to the human world to experience life. After she found out, she also came. Although the relationship between the two sisters was not bad, there were some differences. It was more likely that Ling Longyue had reached the rebellious stage. Even so, her sister would definitely be her sister's role model. Although she did not show it on the surface, her sister would definitely follow her sister's style. For example, she would choose the style of clothes that her sister liked to wear. She felt that the clothes that her sister chose would definitely be good, and she would definitely look better than her sister in them. For example, she would force herself to like whatever her sister liked. Simply put, she felt that her sister was outstanding enough and felt that what she did was the best and the most correct. In fact, this situation was very common. Many people had two brothers in their family, and the younger brother would imitate the older brother. This was very normal. But there was one thing. In the eyes of the younger brother or sister, their elder brother or sister must be outstanding. Only then would they imitate them. Of course, they would not say it out loud or show it. When Ling Longyue knew that her sister had gone to the human world to experience life, she put down everything and came. She felt that her sister must have gone to experience a better life, so she had to come. However, she couldn't let her sister know and couldn't see her. Therefore, she wandered around Tianhua City aimlessly. On the first day, she met two human traffickers who tricked her away. When she found out, she killed them. On the second day, she met an organ seller. They tried to poison Ling Longyue, but before they could do it, they were killed by her again. In short, she had only felt a deep sense of malice until she went to the Heavenly Star Academy. She felt that this kind of life was not bad and could be considered interesting. Then, she stayed until now, until she met Lin Xian. Chapter 372. How should she put it? Those people from before made her feel a deep sense of malice. However, this Lin Xian was not bad. He gave her a lollipop and even brought her to eat such delicious food. Humans were actually not bad. However, there were definitely more bad people. Humans were basically all bad people. When the time came, she would destroy Tianhua City. At most, she would let Lin Xian live. Because he still had to make good food for himself. Originally, she was just playing around. However, after entering the human world, she felt a deep sense of malice. She wanted to kill all these people. Humans were indeed bad people. However, there were also good people, but very few of them. However, she did not want to think about this now. At least, she did not want to think about it for the time being. Because the delicious food tempted her. This was the best food she had ever eaten. If there was anything in human society that could attract her, it would be delicious food. There was no other. Is there anything to drink? Ling Longyue raised her little head and asked Lin Xian. Her mouth was covered in oil, but she still kept stuffing delicious food into her mouth. She was still very cute. There is. I'll go get some for you. Lin Xian planned to get her drunk tonight. Even if nothing happened, something might happen. Although she was a little lowly, she had lived for a long time. Therefore, Lin Xian would not feel too guilty. Then, Lin Xian got up and walked forward. The moment he passed by Ling Longshue's table, Lin Xian suddenly stopped. The two girls were chatting and did not look to the side. As a result, they did not notice Lin Xian when he passed by them. However, Lin Xian caught a glimpse of an extremely beautiful girl from the corner of his eyes. Then, he deliberately glanced at her. Fuck. Ling Longshue. Lin Xian did not understand why he was inexplicably flustered when he saw Ling Longshue here. He did not know how to do anything. Why did he feel guilty? Lin Xian did not say anything and directly walked over. Ling Longshue's beautiful nose slightly sniffed. It was a familiar smell. The Void Fox's sense of smell was developed, but she deliberately lowered her sense of smell to the same level as humans. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a keen sense of smell, so she kept it hidden. However, she could still smell the scents that passed by her. It was Lin Xian's scent. She was all too familiar with Lin Xian's scent. Other than his sister and Bing Lingyue, the person he was most familiar with was Lin Xian. She turned her head to look. She could only see his back, so she wasn't sure if it was Lin Xian, but judging by the way he walked, who else could it be? Lin Xian took the wine and walked to another place. He didn't walk back. Linglong Shui was still waiting for Lin Xian to return and confirm whether it was him or not. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see him. What happened? Bing Lingyue raised her head and looked at Linglong Shui in surprise. I think I just saw Lin Xian. Really? Bing Lingyue then stood up and looked around. Lin Xian saw the tall goddess Bing Lingyue standing up in front of him and quickly lowered his head. He didn't understand. He didn't understand why he didn't want them to see him. Was it because he wanted to do something to Linglong Yu tonight and didn't want them to find out and disturb him? That was probably the reason. Bing Lingyue could see Lin Xian, who was lowering his head. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She couldn't see Linglong Yu, only Lin Xian. Over there, Bing Lingyue said. Then Linglong Shui stood up. It's him. She didn't know why she recognized Lin Xian immediately. It was just that they were too similar. Maybe they were too familiar with each other. Do you want to go? Bing Lingyue asked. Linglong Shui sat down. No. Why? Bing Lingyue was surprised. Aren't we friends? Linglong Shui said. Let him come to us. How can we go to him? That was so degrading. Who were they? The Great Void Stage Void Fox, the monarch of a country, the Ice Emperor. How could they take the initiative to look for Lin Xian when they met in the same restaurant? That wouldn't do. Moreover, Linglong Shui could tell that Lin Xian must have seen them. Otherwise, his head would be lowered so low. Who would lower their head like that when eating? Was he eating or licking the table? This guy must have seen them but pretended not to see them. He didn't want them to see him. He had a guilty conscience. Lin Xian felt that his plan was going to be ruined. Although his head was lowered, he could see in front of him. First, Bing Lingyue stood up and looked in his direction. Then, Linglong Shui looked over. It was obvious that he had been discovered. Even an idiot would know. Should he run? Yes, he had to run. Well, let's eat somewhere else. Lin Xian said. Why? Linglong Yue picked up a bottle of beer. Then, as if she was drinking water, she raised her head and gulped it down. Lin Xian. Were all girls who had never drunk alcohol before so ferocious the first time they drank? There's a better place. Lin Xian quickly said. Lin Xian must let Linglong Yue bring Linglong Shui's nephew to her. That's right. Oh, this is already very good. Linglong Yue gulped down half the bottle. Her face was a little red. There's something better. Then let's wait until we finish eating. Linglong Yue said. Her tone gradually softened. After a while, Linglong Yue suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Lin Xian. You, what did you do to the water? Allah. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What did he do? Sure enough, all men are bad. Go to hell. After saying that, she was about to release her energy. I say, what's wrong with you? You can't handle the alcohol, and you're saying I did something? Lin Xian looked at her dumbfounded. The energy in Linglong Yue's hand slowly dissipated. Is this alcohol? Why is it different from what I've drunk before? Nonsense. There are many kinds of alcohol. People with big boobs are all brainless. This small boobs mean that her IQ is not high. That's even better. It'll be easier for me to trick her away. Oh. Linglong Yue then sat down quietly. Her face was flushed red, probably due to her embarrassment. You took my kindness for granted. Lin Xian sighed. He was a little apologetic, I don't know. Linglong Yue was too embarrassed to say it. Then you don't intend to apologize to me? Lin Xian asked. Linglong Yue, will never apologize to anyone. Lin Xian, what a Tsundra girl. She was carved out of the same mold as her sister. However, no matter how proud and tsundra her sister was, she had still apologized to Lin Xian. Then how do you intend to compensate me for misunderstanding me? Why should I compensate you? Ling Longyue asked confidently. Lin Xian, why? She misunderstood him and almost killed him. Now she's asking why she should compensate him? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.